Chapter 181. Pocket money for a subordinate in the acquired realm? 1,000 high-grade spirit stones? The combination of these words sounded awkward no matter how one listened to it. Not to mention Mu Qinfeng's subordinates were also irritated these 2 days. Originally, they were reluctant to be assigned to protect a group of acquired realm cultivators. After all, they had to pay for the trip no matter what. However, since this group of Dahan officials left the Xiaoya villa, they had seen what a nouveau riche was. Originally, they were thinking of walking or calling a red-crowned crane car. But from the first Dahan official's words, they didn't need to think about this problem. How much is it to rent your red-crowned crane car for a day? 1 mid-grade spirit stone. What? So cheap? Go and find me 50 of them. I'll book them for 2 days first. 50 cars for 2 days for only 1 high-grade spirit stone? That's really cheap. Eh? Is this a sword? This is a sword engraved with a flame array. Its power is unparalleled. When it is waved, there is a flash of fire. How much? 1 mid-grade spirit stone. What? So cheap? Give us 1 of each kind of sword in your shop. We'll rent it. 1 mid-grade spirit stone for 1 sword. That's really cheap. How much is your elixir? It's a healing elixir. 1 mid-grade spirit stone. No, since it's your first time here, I'll give you a 10% discount. 90 low-grade spirit stones for 1 elixir. What? Such a good elixir for such a small amount of money? Give me 500 elixirs first. If we get sick in the future, we'll be fine after taking 1. That's really good. Oh, by the way, give us 500 elixirs for acquired realm cultivators over there. That's really cheap. At this moment, the group of Woodhelm disciples finally understood why they had to rent 50 cars at once. They were used to display their goods. Where did this group of tycoons get so much money? Thus, the group of Woodhelm disciples took the initiative to establish good relations with the crowd. The group of officials was also extremely polite, and from time to time, they would buy some things for the Woodhelm disciples. Instantly, their relationship became much more harmonious. However, this fleet of carriages also caused a sensation. He had seen large purchasing teams before, but who had ever seen a cultivator in the acquired realm as rich as this one? When they entered the shop, the lesser heaven cultivators sometimes couldn't even lift a saber. However, they were rich and would immediately buy whatever they saw. However, they had a request. The shop owners had to show them their accounts. I won't bargain. I'll buy a lot of your things and look at your accounts. This small request shouldn't be difficult, right? Many shops handed over their accounts, but some were unwilling. Unwilling? Fine, then I won't buy it. Therefore, this strange group of people could be considered as a beautiful scenery in the commercial street. Along the way, he used money to open up a path. He was like the god of wealth. He threw the money forward as if it was not money. Every shop liked people like this. This continued until they ran into the world's #1 zither pavilion. Originally, this group of rich people throwing money around went quite smoothly. However, when they reached the world's #1 zither pavilion, they ran into trouble. The guards of the world's #1 zither pavilion detained them all. Detained? On the other end of the street, many shop owners heard the news and secretly raised the prices of the items in their shops, waiting for this group of fat sheep to come and rip them off. You detained them all? What's the meaning of this? Some shop owners could not sit still and came over to see what was going on. However, they were all chased out. The group of Han Dynasty officials was immediately at a loss. There was no helping it. Their cultivations were too low. Acquired realm cultivators? They could not resist at all. Fortunately, a few of the officials were quick-witted, immediately giving up on resisting. At the same time, they stuffed a few superior-grade spirit stones to the Woodhelm disciples, telling them to quickly go back and report. Just like that, they returned to report to Gu Hai. When Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yen, and Mu Qinfeng heard this, their expressions immediately changed. What are you looking at? Go and call for help. We are going to the world's #1 zither pavilion to get them. Long Wanqing said angrily while glaring. The world's #1 zither pavilion? That is the property of Liang of Gojozian. Mu Qinfeng said, her expression changing. If there is anything, I'll take care of it. Go quickly. Long Wanqing shouted. Thank you for your trouble, Division Master Mu. Gu Hai said with a frown. Mu Qinfeng looked at Gu Hai. If it were before, she would not have wanted to take this risk. However, she held the invitation of qualifications that Gu Hai gave her. If she turned her back on him, she could not afford to lose face. All right, I'll call for help immediately. Mu Qinfeng nodded through clenched teeth. Mu Chenfeng immediately called for 2,000 Wood Division disciples to follow Gu Hai's group to the world's #1 zither pavilion. Gu Hai was indeed rich. He reserved 20 large immortal crane chariots to carry all the elite hall disciples. Then he led them to the world's #1 zither pavilion in a grandiose manner. Along the way, Mu Chenfeng gave Gu Hai a few strange looks. After holding it in for a long time, she finally could not hold it in and asked, "Division Master Gu, I heard from the Hall Master that you only cultivated in the mundane world in the past and never came into contact with spirit stones. It has only been a year, right? How did you get so many spirit stones?" Gu Hai was thinking about the world's #1 zither pavilion, so he was not in the mood to deal with Mu Chenfeng. He only said casually, I did some small business and earned some money." "Did some small business? Is this a small business? Did you rob a bank in such a short period of time? However, do you have a bank in a barbaric land like the Thousand Islands Sea?" Mu Chenfeng held back countless questions in her heart, so she stopped talking. The immortal crane chariots flew very quickly. Soon they arrived at the world's #1 zither pavilion. At this moment, many people already surrounded the world's #1 zither pavilion. Some Wood Division disciples were still arguing with the world's #1 zither pavilion. Countless cultivators and shop owners were watching from a distance. The world's #1 zither pavilion is breaking the rules of the trade. How can you rob a customer's money? Isn't this a scam? Shh. Lower your voice. This is Liang of Gojoseon's property. However, you can't blame them for finding it strange. I find it strange as well. How can this group of acquired realm cultivators have so much money? However, I heard that this group is Elite Hall's people. So what if it's Elite Hall? This is Ing Province, Liang of Gojoseon's territory. As the crowd discussed, the 20 enormous immortal crane chariots stopped. 100 people alighted from each chariot, 2,000 fully armored cultivators. They looked at the world's #1 zither pavilion with surging murderous intent. The Elite Hall's Hall Master is charging over with people. In the midst of their astonishment, everyone stepped aside one after another. Division Master. Division Master. You are finally here. Hall Master, you are here as well. This is great. They injured some of our people. Dozens of Wood Division disciples called out anxiously. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing walked at the very front. Venerable Lun Yin and Mu Chenfeng followed close behind. Gu Hai showed a sullen expression, and Long Wanqing showed an anxious expression. Venerable Lun Yin appeared calm, but Mu Chenfeng appeared worried. What are you doing? Are you still trying to cause trouble? If you don't leave, we will capture all of you, someone shouted coldly at the entrance. Capture all of you? Who gave you such authority? We are His Holiness's personal army. How bold of you! Long Wanqing glared. Huh. The expression of the guard at the entrance froze when he saw Long Wanqing. Scram! Long Wanqing shouted. The world's #1 zither pavilion is not a place for you to be impudent. That guard roared. Just as the guard was about to step forward, Venerable Lun Yen snapped his fingers, and a Buddhist prayer bead flew out. Boom! The guard crashed into the world's #1 zither pavilion. Long Wanqing and Gu Hai walked in. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! We are here. Your Majesty, this official has failed in his duty. They stole all the spirit stones. Your Majesty, they stole all the spirit stones. Not far away, a group of Dahan officials, shackled by chains, shouted together. A group of yellow-robed cultivators from the world's #1 zither pavilion held whips and seemed to be interrogating a group of Dahan officials. When Gu Hai saw that the officials were still alive, he released his bated breath. There was also a group of Wood Branch disciples lying in disarray all around. Who gave you the authority to detain my Elite Hall's people? Long Wanqing shouted while glaring. It turns out that these thieves are Elite Hall's people. Little Sister Wanqing, what's wrong? Are all your Elite Hall's people thieves? An unpleasant laugh rang out. Everyone raised their eyebrows and looked over. The world's #1 zither pavilion was strangely built, somewhat similar to the large shopping malls Gu Hai saw on Earth. There was a large plaza in the middle, and various shops and exhibition areas surrounded the plaza on both sides. Everyone looked up. They saw a white-clad young master sitting on a balcony on the 3rd floor. He held a cup of tea and looked down with a cold smile. A man with a golden saber stood behind the white-clad young master. Spirit stones piled up on the balcony at the side. Clearly they came from the Dahan officials. This seemed to be for Long Wanqing and the others to see, angering them. Luan? Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows. Young Masterin? Mu Chenfeng's expression changed. Venerable Lun Yen narrowed his eyes and Gu Hai's face sank. Little sister Wanqing, it is truly a small world. To think that you came to Silver Moon City as well? Oh, these thieves are your elite hall's people? It doesn't seem like it. I remember that elite hall only recruits elites. These people are all acquired realm cultivators. Since when did your elite hall's requirements become so low? Furthermore, you are recruiting a group of thieves and bandits to elite hall? Do you want me to help you deal with them? Lest they tarnish elite hall's reputation? Young Masterin smiled. Thieves? On what basis do you call them thieves? Are rich thieves? Long Wanqing retorted coldly with a frown. This is the best zither pavilion in the world. If I say they are thieves, then they are thieves. Furthermore, all the spirit stones on them are mine. Young Masterin sneered. Long Wanqing still wanted to argue, but Gu Hai pulled Long Wanqing aside. Arguing is useless. They are my people. Let me do it. Gu Hai smiled faintly. But Long Wanqing felt slightly worried. However, Gu Hai walked to the front. The best zither pavilion in the world? Hey, who is the head shopkeeper here? Gu Hai suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Oh, brat, I'm speaking to Long Wanqing. Who are you? How dare you interrupt? Young Masterin looked at Gu Hai coldly. I am Gu Hai, Elite Hall's Water Division's branch master. The thieves that Young Masterin took down just happen to be my subordinates. Gu Hai said with a smile. Humph. You have no right to speak here. Get lost. Young Masterin said coldly. Gu Hai did not pay attention to Young Masterin. Instead he looked around. Every country has its laws and every trade has its rules. The best zither pavilion in the world, the pride of Silver Moon City's business world, has started to destroy its reputation? Or is the manager not preparing to do business in Silver Moon City? Gu Hai's gaze finally locked onto a thin old man beside Young Master and, I am the manager of the best zither pavilion in the world, Jianghu. The best zither pavilion in the world is the property of Luyang of Gojoseon. Whether it destroys its reputation or not is not up to a brat like you. Young Master An's words are the rules of the best zither pavilion in the world. The thin old man looked coldly at Gu Hai, disdain flashing in his eyes. Humph. Elite Hall's disciples, come in and take them away. Long Wanqing roared furiously. Rumble. 2,000 Woodhelm's disciples immediately rushed in. They were all ready to fight as if they were going to snatch the Dahan officials. Hallmaster, it's not good to be angry. Mu Chenfeng shouted worriedly. However, Long Wanqing couldn't hear Mu Chenfeng at all. She called out to 2,000 Woodhelm's disciples and was about to snatch them away. Humph. If you want to enter the best zither pavilion in the world, you must know my rules. Young Masterin snorted coldly. Rumble. Suddenly, a large number of archers appeared from the top floor. The archers had long arrows on their bows, and they aimed at the 2,000 Woodhelm's disciples below. There were actually more than 3,000 archers. Each of them looked fierce as if they would shoot arrows at the moment the order was given. Wait. Young Masterin, let's talk things over. Woodhelm's disciples, put away your weapons. Mu Chenfeng shouted in surprise. Luan, you've been waiting for us here for a long time? Long Wanqing stared at Young Masterin. Little sister Wanqing, I've already said that this is my territory. Everyone has to respect my rules. These thieves, I'm going to interrogate them properly and see how they stole my money. When I'm done, I'll send them to the authorities. You can go to the authorities to find them. However, they may be missing an arm or a leg. I can't control it. Young Masterin said with a faint smile. You dare. Long Wanqing glared and shouted angrily. Oh, I don't understand. Why do you care so much about this group of Hotian ants? Young Masterin showed a trace of doubt. Long Wanqing seemed to be angry, but Gu Hai gently stopped her. Young Masterin, this group of people are my subordinates. Today I must take them all away. Young Masterin, name a price. I will redeem them and leave. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, we are guilty of a capital crime. A group of Dahan officials knelt in front of Gu Hai. Luan frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Elite Hall's water helm? Oh, I didn't notice that you are also a figure? You are really rich and overbearing. You want to talk to me about redeeming people? This group of Hotian trash didn't even have the courage to resist before. They were directly detained. You want to redeem this group of cowards? That's because I told them to protect themselves first. Young Masterin, name a price. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Luan narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. Mu Chenfeng also stared at Gu Hai. Were these bumpkins from the Thousand Islands Sea All tycoons? It's fine that a group of subordinates is throwing money everywhere to open a path, but you are also throwing money? You want to throw money at young Masterin? Has young Masterin never seen money? Chapter 182. The number 1 Zither Pavilion. Countless cultivators and shop owners of Silver Moon City had already gathered outside the pavilion. At this moment, everyone was paying attention to the situation inside. Young Masterin? Elite Hall Master? The two sides were at loggerheads? 2,000 Elite Hall disciples barged in, but 3,000 archers were already waiting here? A huge battle was about to break out. Originally it was a clash between two giants. Now some Guhai appeared. It turned out that those prodigals were Guhai's subordinates. Indeed, what kind of subordinate was what kind of superior? Those prodigals only used money to smash ordinary shop owners. However, this Guhai actually dared to use money to smash young Masterin? Do you think that young Masterin has never seen money before? Why is this scene so strange? Countless cultivators goggled. Inside the number 1 Zither Pavilion, the Wood Division disciples also goggled. Can you, the Water Division Master, not be so ostentatious? Ransom? Did I say that I would ransom them for you? Young Masterin looked at Guhai coldly. What's wrong? Young Masterin does not dare to bid? Guhai sneered. Ah, Elite Hall's Water Division Master? Do you really think that I have never seen money before? Young Masterin retorted coldly. Young Masterin, this is your territory. You have your rules. However, you should let us know what rules you have, right? If you want to ransom my subordinates, how much money is enough? Guhai insisted. Young Masterin looked at Guhai coldly for a while. Then he revealed a cold smile and said, Fine. If you want to ransom them, then so be it. 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones for each person. What? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. 10,000? Mu Chenfeng also goggled. The countless cultivators outside were in an uproar. Isn't this making things difficult for people? There are plenty of acquired realm subordinates. Their lives are so cheap that 10 inferior-grade spirit stones can buy their lives. You want 10,000? And it's superior-grade spirit stones? That's 100 million inferior-grade spirit stones for one person? A premium of 10 million? Is this a joke? What a joke. 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones for one person? It's enough to buy the life of a golden core cultivator. That's right. Buying the life of a golden core cultivator is too much. Young Master and is simply making things difficult for Guhai. This person called Guhai definitely won't pay. 70 people for 700,000 high-grade spirit stones? How could he have it? Almost everyone wanted to laugh at Guhai. Mu Chenfeng also trembled when she heard this number. 700,000 high-grade spirit stones? That was 7 billion low-grade spirit stones. How could Guhai have that much? If it were me, in your dreams I would never pay for it. The group of Wood Helm disciples were also stunned. Although he had seen how rich Guhai's subordinates were, it was impossible for them to be so rich. Didn't they come from the barbarian lands of the Thousand Islands Sea? Hearing this, Long Wanqing was also angry. 10,000 high-grade spirit stones to buy a Hotian realm cultivator? Was this a joke? Long Wanqing was about to get angry. Walla-la-la-la-la. In front of Guhai, there was suddenly a burst of crashing sounds. Guhai waved his hand, and the high-grade spirit stones burst out like a waterfall. The rolling high-grade spirit stones rushed in like a tide, covering the sky and rolling in all directions. Like a flood, they rushed in all directions of the Zither Tower. Money, so much money. High-grade spirit stones, all of them are high-grade spirit stones? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This is a hill of high-grade spirit stones. So many, I can't stand it. Guhai's? He has so much money? He actually has so much money? The impact of the mountain of money was indeed huge. Countless cultivators outside opened their eyes wide at this moment, feeling that their whole body was trembling. This was money, not stones. They worked so hard that they could only earn hundreds of high-grade spirit stones a year, which was already the limit. However, Guhai's people appeared everywhere. Who was this Guhai? Where did he come from? So rich? Many cultivators outside seemed to have gone crazy. Inside, a group of Wood Division disciples led by Mu Chenfeng opened their eyes wide at this moment, and their mouths seemed to be able to stuff a few eggs. The high-grade spirit stones rolling out like a tide, such a shocking scene they had never seen in their lives. Seeing a ghost, I am so powerful, but I only have a little spirit stone salary every year. This Guhai is so weak and comes from such a poor place, but he actually turned over hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones? The archers upstairs also opened their eyes wide at this moment, looking at the rolling wave of spirit stones. For a moment, someone's hand shook, and a long arrow suddenly appeared. A rumbling sound was heard. The manager upstairs, Jiang Tianyi, also opened his eyes wide. It was not that Jiang Tianyi had never seen so much money before. It was just that he did not expect Gu Hai to take out so much money in one go. In Jiang Tianyi's opinion, even if all the spirit stones in Elite Hall were added together, it would not amount to that much. Young Masterin? Jiang Tianyi showed an unsightly expression. Dissatisfaction flashed in Long Wanqing's eyes. However, Venerable Lun Yan smiled faintly. Watching Gu Hai solve the puzzle was a form of enjoyment. On the balcony, Young Masterin looked down with a sullen expression. When Gu Hai sent out the surging tide of spirit stones, Young Masterin knew that something was wrong. Young Masterin did not care about this Gu Hai at all. Paying 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for one person was just to humiliate him for overestimating himself. However, now Gu Hai tossed out 700,000 high-grade spirit stones. He was not humiliating Young Masterin but humiliating himself. Those hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones were like a slap to his face. Rumble. Finally, a mountain of spirit stones piled up. When the countless cultivators looked from afar, their hearts heaved in shock. Alright, many thanks for Young Masterin's help. Here are 700,000 high-grade spirit stones. Send someone to count them. I'll be taking my subordinates away, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Gu Hai's indifferent expression made it seem like these hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit stones were not money at all. He did not care at all. You actually used 700,000 high-grade spirit stones to redeem this group of acquired realm cultivators? Young Masterin said coldly as he glared at Gu Hai. Isn't this Young Master An's rule? Young Masterin won't go back on your word once you speak, right? You are Young Masterin after all. Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Release them. Young Masterin said coldly. Whoosh. Immediately, a group of Wood Branch disciples went forward and quickly took over the 70 officials of the Dahan. Gu Hai, ha, good, you are very good. I have indeed underestimated you. However, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for an acquired realm cultivator, don't regret it later. Young Masterin said coldly. Regret? Young Masterin must be joking. They are my subordinates. My subordinates are much more valuable than this group of spirit stones. These spirit stones have a price, but my subordinates are priceless. Gu Hai said coldly. That's right. Priceless? You are stubborn. 700,000 spirit stones, haha, you are welcome to come again next time. Young Masterin said coldly. I will. Gu Hai nodded with a smile. By the way, Manager Jiang Tianyi. Gu Hai suddenly looked at Jiang Tianyi. Jiang Tianyi looked at Gu Hai with a frown. I would like to ask, what is the price of your best zither not made of spirit wood? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity. The countless cultivators outside the pavilion looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Is this Gu Hai stupid? He just spent 700,000 spirit stones, and now he wants to buy a zither? The people in the pavilion also looked at Gu Hai in confusion, not knowing what Gu Hai was up to. The best zither pavilion in the world has all kinds of zither and instruments. Zither, drums, flutes, and flutes. The zither not made of spirit wood is this one. It was personally tuned by a zither master. It is a limited zither, 100 medial grade spirit stones. Jiang Tianyi pointed indifferently at a zither hanging on a nearby wall. That limited zither? I know about it, but no one is buying it. Indeed, it is just made of ordinary wood and strings. Furthermore, it is priced at 100 medial grade spirit stones. I'm not buying it. Although it was tuned by a master, I heard that it has been there for 10 years and no one has asked about it. It is too expensive. The countless cultivators outside the pavilion pointed and discussed. 100 medial grade spirit stones? That is really cheap. How about this? I'll buy it. Gu Hai said with a faint smile. As he spoke, he took out 100 medial grade spirit stones and placed them near the spirit stone mountain. Young Masterin and the others looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Then they carefully removed the limited zither and handed it to a Dahan official. In that case, we will take our leave then. We will not be in Young Master An's territory and cause trouble for you. Otherwise we will become thieves again. Gu Hai revealed a faint smile as he looked at Young Master and 700,000 superior grade spirit stones. Do you not feel any heartache? Young Master and still could not understand. Money will come back after it is spent. So be it. I will earn it back soon. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Then he turned his head to look at Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing nodded. Then she waved her hand, and the elite hall disciples slowly left the best pavilion. Everyone retreated, leaving only young master and to sit on the balcony. He exerted force in his hand. Crack. The teacup in his hand was crushed. Although he earned 700,000 superior grade spirit stones, young master and was not very comfortable in his heart. Although he made the elite hall bleed a lot, he still felt very depressed. Jiang Tianyi looked at the huge spirit stone mountain below and revealed a look of joy. Young master, and you can make money. With so many spirit stones, it is enough for us to earn for 1 or 2 years. Gu Hai and the others stepped out of the best pavilion. The cultivators outside opened up a path as they looked in shock at Gu Hai in the center. At this moment, the elite hall disciples were also shocked by Gu Hai. This water division master was too incredible. 700,000 superior grade spirit stones were thrown out without blinking. Your Majesty, we are guilty of a capital crime, please punish us. A group of Dahan officials immediately knelt down and asked for punishment. Gu Hai stood at the entrance of the best pavilion and coldly looked at the plaque of the pavilion. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Get up, you did not do anything wrong. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. But we caused the emperor to pay 770,000 superior grade spirit stones. The officials were still feeling guilty. 770,000 will be back soon. Shop. You don't have to look, we will open the pavilion. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Pavilion? Long Wanqing showed a trace of surprise. Hall master, the 700,000 spirit stones were Li Haoran's private stash. I have used them all. This time, I have less than 50,000 spirit stones. I want to buy the shop opposite and open a pavilion. If the funds are not enough. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing. The shop here is very cheap, about 40,000 superior grade spirit stones is enough. But, do you really want to open a pavilion? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with a trace of surprise. 40,000 spirit stones is enough? That's good. It seems that I won't run out of money. I will buy this shop. I want to open a pavilion. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai, are you crazy? You want to sell a zither? On this street, none of the other zither buildings could compete with the world's #1 zither building. The world's #1 zither building was ranked first in Silver Moon City, and you still want to open a zither building across the street? Aren't you going to lose money? Mu Chenfeng stared at him and shouted. I, Gu Hai, have never lost money when doing business. Gu Hai shook his head and said firmly. Okay, then what is the pavilion called? Long Wanqing trusted Gu Hai very much and showed a trace of curiosity. Gu Hai turned to look at the pavilion and sneered. Let's call it the best pavilion on this street. The best pavilion on this street? Long Wanqing's eyes lit up. This was obviously a challenge to the best pavilion in the world. The best pavilion in the world? That was the most arrogant statement. However, the best pavilion on the street was not arrogant, but it just happened to be better than the pavilion opposite. Gu Hai, are you really selling a zither? You are digging your own grave. Mu Chenfeng stared at Gu Hai in disbelief. Chapter 183. After leaving the world's #1 zither tower, Gu Hai bought a shop across the street. Initially, the many cultivators on the street were shocked by Gu Hai throwing out 700,000 superior grade spirit stones at young Masterin. However, they soon discovered that there was something even stranger than this. Why did Gu Hai buy the restaurant across the street from the world's #1 zither tower? There was no business in that restaurant at all. Soon, everyone knew that he opened the zither tower. Are you kidding? Is Gu Hai crazy? Does he really have too much money to burn? Opening a zither tower across the street from the world's #1 zither tower is suicidal. Yeah, since the world's #1 zither tower opened, no one in Silver Moon City had more sales than it. Except for Silver Moon Villa, all the good zither came from here. All kinds of zither can be found here. No one can compete with it anymore. On this street, if you open a zither tower, you'll die. Opening a zither tower across the street from the world's #1 zither tower is suicidal. Gu Hai is crazy. 40,000 upper-grade spirit stones are wasted again. All the cultivators who knew the news were not optimistic about Gu Hai. In just 2 days, the first-class hall showed up and the government gave them permission. Soon they registered the business. 2 days later, the restaurant across the street hung a plaque. The world's #1 zither tower. The cultivators around read out the name of Gu Hai's zither tower. The world's #1 zither tower? The world's #1 zither tower? Ah, who is the #1? Gu Hai is so arrogant. Is Gu Hai really going to take revenge? Revenge? I think it's a joke? The cultivators around the street were curious. With spirit stones leading the way, the Dahan officials soon found a renovation team to renovate the world's #1 zither tower. Everything became busy. The world's #1 zither tower across the street saw everything. In the tower, the manager, Jianghu, looked coldly at the plaque across the street. The world's #1 zither tower? His eyelids twitched. Young Masterin was standing beside him. Young Masterin was also looking coldly at the zither building that was being renovated. Guhai, you overconfident brat. Are you trying to take revenge on the #1 zither pavilion? Zither building? He even opened a zither building opposite us? He had overestimated himself. I want to see how you die. Young Masterin revealed a look of disdain. But head shopkeeper Jianghu frowned and said, Young Masterin, I don't know why, but I keep having a foreboding feeling. There's nothing bad about it. The zither pavilion is the best in the world. How many competitors have we encountered over the years? Have we ever lost? I've already sent people to investigate. This Guhai was just lucky enough to become the water division master of Class 1 Hall. He's just a country bumpkin from a barren land. Why would you be afraid of him? The world's #1 zither building, how many storms and waves have you experienced? Do you still care? Young Masterin sneered. Yes. Jianghu nodded. Xiaoya Villa. On the floating island, Mu Qinfeng paced back and forth with a conflicted expression. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yan were waiting as well. After a while, Guhai walked out of a nearby hall. Guhai, what was that sound in your room earlier? Long Wanqing asked out of curiosity. Nothing much. I made a zither 10-odd years ago. I haven't used it for many years and it went out of tune. So I tuned it for a while. Guhai shook his head and did not explain. Division Master Gu, are you really planning to sell the zither? Now the news has already spread in Silver Moon City. There is an overconfident brat who wants to challenge the world's #1 zither pavilion. Mu Qinfeng looked at Guhai in confusion. Challenge? Who said that I want to challenge the world's #1 zither pavilion? Guhai smiled. If you are not challenging, then why are you renovating the street's #1 zither pavilion? Mu Qinfeng asked in confusion. Didn't I tell you before? I'm planning to start a small business in Silver Moon City. I'm too lazy to look at other industries. Coincidentally, I saw a zither store. Let's start a zither store too. Guhai smiled. Aren't you taking revenge? Not really. I'm just taking back the money I lost. Guhai smiled. Taking back? Oh. You want to steal the world's #1 zither pavilion's business? Everyone knows how to do business. It's just a fair competition. Guhai shook his head and did not explain. Guhai, are you confident? Long Wanqing asked out of curiosity. Confident? How can there be a definite certainty? Whether or not it can be sold will depend on the publicity. I hope it will be as I wish. Guhai shook his head. Long Wanqing nodded worriedly. At this moment, Shengguanhen walked over from a short distance away. Shengguanhen, you've been wandering around Silver Moon City these days. How's it going? Guhai smiled curiously. Shengguanhen did not seem to know that Guhai wanted to open the zither pavilion. At this moment he appeared somewhat anxious. Your Majesty, I would like to borrow some money from you. Shengguanhen smiled bitterly. Guhai was puzzled. I've been sensing around the city these days. I found a few places that were the same as the ones I ate last time. However, no one can recognize them. I want to buy them before they recognize them. Shengguanhen said solemnly. The one I ate last time was Xuanwu's golden armor. Supreme Xuanwu's broken body? How much do you want? Guhai was puzzled. 200,000 upper spiritual stones. Shengguanhen said honestly. Mu Qinfeng opened her eyes wide. Guhai's subordinates didn't treat spiritual stones as money? As a subordinate, how could they ask their superior for 200,000 upper spiritual stones to buy food? Are you a foodie? 200,000 upper spiritual stones to buy food? Won't you die from eating? If a wood branch disciple dared to ask her this, he would have been sent flying with a slap. 200,000 upper spiritual stones? It's not much. However, I'm short on funds now. Wait a few days. I'll have money soon. Guhai said in a low voice. 200,000 upper spiritual stones was not much? Mu Qinfeng looked resentfully at the emperor and his minister. But I'm worried that the things will be gone when the time comes. Shengguanhen said worriedly. Well, since that's the case, let's not wait for the zither store to be renovated. Let's go and build a terrace first. Guhai nodded. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, they accompanied Gu Hai to the zither store. At this moment the renovation team was in the middle of a fast renovation. Countless cultivators gathered around the zither store and pointed at it while listening to the zither master invited by the zither store play the zither. Your Majesty. Several Dahan officials came quickly. Finish the terrace on the 3rd floor first. We'll renovate it while it's open for business. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. The Dahan officials went to work. How are you going to open for business without the renovation? Also, Gu Hai, you don't have a zither, right? I heard that the manager of the zither store, Jianghu, has banned other zither stores from buying zither from you. If you don't have the goods, how are you going to sell? Mu Chenfeng said with a stare. Can't I sell without goods? Gu Hai said with a smile. Huh. Mu Chenfeng was at a loss. Of course he couldn't sell without goods. Wasn't this common sense? The group of cultivators worked extremely fast. Soon, a gorgeous terrace was built on the 3rd floor of the zither store. It was luxuriously decorated and looked very beautiful. Everyone stepped onto the terrace. The other officials were directing the renovation, and several officials followed closely behind Gu Hai. Gu Hai took out a brush and ink. The Dahan officials moved a table and chairs. Gu Hai began to write on a piece of paper. The zither store on this street is selling the first type of zither, the piano. It will arrive in half a year. If you want to buy it, please sign the pre-sale contract and pay for the zither. After the piano arrives, you can hand in the zither according to the time of signing the contract. Put it on the notice board in front of the zither store. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. A Dahan official respectfully took the notice and went to put it on the notice board outside the zither store. At this moment, Mu Chenfeng and the others had already opened their eyes wide. Division Leader Gu, are you kidding? The piano will arrive in half a year, and you want the customer to pay first? Mu Chenfeng opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief. Wasn't this crazy? Who would give you the money and sign a contract? You don't even have the goods, why would they give you the money? This is called pre-sale. If you really want my piano you can wait for half a year. It's not long. Gu Hai said with a smile. It was indeed not long. In the past, on Earth, many real estate developers pre-sold houses, and there was a gap of several years between the payment and the delivery of the house. Are they fools? How is that possible? Mu Chenfeng was in disbelief. Piano? What's a piano? Is it the one you tuned in your room? Long Wanqing asked curiously. Something like that. Let the news spread. From the day after tomorrow, I will show the piano to everyone. Gu Hai said with a smile. Piano? Is it an ancient zither made of pure steel? What's so special about it? Long Wanqing asked curiously. The piano is new and strange, but more importantly, it is composed. You will know the day after tomorrow. Gu Hai shook his head and kept her in suspense. Composed? Didn't you tell me before that you are not good at playing the zither? Long Wanqing asked curiously. I am not good at it, but it's enough to talk about a few pieces. Don't worry, this is just a breakthrough. Once it is on the right track, we just need to invite a zither master to advertise it. Gu Hai said with a smile. Eh. Long Wanqing nodded. Your Majesty, do we need to put up a price for this piano? A Dahan official asked curiously. Gu Hai looked at him and said with a smile, not bad. Since you've realized it, you should go and announce it. Alright, put up the extreme zither that I bought at the #1 zither pavilion in the world. Extreme piano, 100 mid-grade spirit stones? My piano, 100 high-grade spirit stones. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Write clearly in the notice that the piano is not made of spiritual wood. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. The official answered. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai blankly. Gu Hai, I have asked around. The extreme piano is made of ordinary materials, and no one will buy it for 100 mid-grade spirit stones. It's not worth it. Is your piano made of ordinary materials? Do you dare to sell it for 100 high-grade spirit stones? You can't sell it, you can't sell it. No one will buy it. Gu Hai smiled slightly and said, if others sell it, they definitely can't sell it. If I sell it, people will definitely fight for it. Ah, you are crazy, you are really crazy. Mu Chenfeng stared at Gu Hai and said strangely. Gu Hai did not care. After giving some instructions, he left with the crowd. 2 huge notices were left behind, causing a sensation among the cultivators on the street. Chapter 184. It was impossible not to cause a sensation. The world's #1 zither pavilion dared to call itself the world's #1 zither pavilion. Its status in Silver Moon City was self-evident. The world's #1 zither pavilion was the largest in the city. As the saying went, famous people tended to have a lot of problems. Once there was a major piece of news, it would immediately become the topic of conversation in the city. The grandson of Luyang of Gojoseon came and framed an elite hall disciple in the world's #1 zither pavilion. Gu Hai of Elite Hall used 700,000 superior-grade spirit stones to redeem 70 acquired realm subordinates? Did Elite Hall just swallow the insult? No. After leaving the world's #1 zither pavilion, he opened the world's #1 zither pavilion across the street and challenged the opposite party? This was the rhythm of pinching him to death. Not to mention the interest of cultivators in the secular world, cultivators were also very interested in this matter. Over the past 2 days, they had been waiting to see how the world's #1 zither pavilion would take revenge. Sure enough, in less than 2 days the follow-up news came out. A group of cultivators was originally listening to the zither music outside the world's #1 zither pavilion. When they suddenly saw the notice on the opposite side, they immediately stopped listening and swarmed over. The goods will arrive in half a year? Pay first? Is Gu Hai crazy? What kind of piano is this? He wants me to pay first? I heard that Zhanggang blocked the world's #1 zither pavilion's customers. No wonder the goods will arrive in half a year. However, paying first and waiting half a year for the goods. How can he be stupid enough to pay first? Piano? What is a piano? Everyone looked at the pre-sale notice written by Gu Hai on the notice with disdain. How could he do business like this? However, the next notice made everyone's eyes widen. A piano not made of spiritual would cost 100 superior-grade spirit stones? Look, the world's #1 zither pavilion's extreme zither costs 100 middle-grade spirit stones. A piano costs 100 superior-grade spirit stones. 100-fold difference. This is a slap in the face. What a joke. I can't buy the extreme zither. With this money I can buy several zither made of spiritual wood. A extreme zither made of ordinary materials costs 100 middle-grade spirit stones? This Gu Hai is even more joking. Increasing the price 100 times? He is crazy. Piano? What kind of piano? All the practitioners scolded Gu Hai one after another. How could someone give you 100 high-grade spirit stones half a year in advance just for a zither made of ordinary materials half a year later? A street away. The #1 zither building in the world naturally received the news immediately. It seems that there aren't many people buying zither recently? Young Master frowned. Jiang Qianni revealed a bitter smile and said, Yes, Young Master. Although Young Master earned 770,000 spirit stones a few days ago, it was a blow to the reputation of the world's #1 zither building. Many cultivators did not dare to come and buy zither. I'm worried. Are you worried that this is a black shop? Young Master said coldly. Yes, a little. However, Young Master need not worry too much. After a period of time, this storm will pass. After all, we have detained Gu Hai's subordinates, which is against the rules of business. Rules? Young Master snorted coldly. Young Master I have been thinking about why Gu Hai wanted to buy the extreme zither. Now I finally understand. This person is too shrewd. He bought the extreme zither just to set off his piano. 100 times difference? Oh, he is promoting that his #1 zither building in the street is 100 times better than our #1 zither building in the world. Jiang Qianni said coldly. 100 times. I think he is sensationalist. How can anyone spend 100 times the spirit stones to buy a zither made of ordinary materials? Young Master said coldly. Yes, I think so too. Jiang Qianni nodded. Just as the two were talking, a customer downstairs suddenly asked, Do you sell pianos here? Show me one. Piano? Yes, the piano opposite is selling. Let me see what it looks like. It can be sold for 100 high-grade spirit stones. No. Aren't you the #1 zither building in the world? Don't you have all kinds of zither? Why don't you have any? Every now and then, someone would come to ask about the piano out of curiosity. However, the #1 zither building in the world did not have a piano at all. Young Master An's face darkened. Jiang Qianni frowned slightly. Manager, should we make a batch of steel zither? A servant beside him asked curiously. No. Jiang Qianni frowned. But many people are asking about it? The word, piano, was coined by Gu Hai. Many people will only use his as the first standard. If the one we make is far from his, it will only be sensationalist. Jiang Qianni shook his head. Yes, sir. The attendant replied. Young Master narrowed his eyes and looked at the #1 zither building in the street opposite. The number one zither building in the street vs the number one zither building in the world. The news seemed to have grown wings and flew in all directions of Silver Moon City. Everyone who heard the news thought that Gu Hai was a lunatic who was crazy about money. However, countless people were also looking forward to the piano. They wondered what it was like to make Gu Hai so confident. In the city, there was a mountainous area shrouded in clouds. There were countless sounds of zither in the outside world. A large group of zither were playing. They just wanted someone to pass a qualification card to a villa in the clouds. This was the most prestigious place in Silver Moon City, Silver Moon Villa. In Silver Moon Villa. In a pavilion. The pavilion was surrounded by clouds and clouds. It was surrounded by mountains and forests. The mountains and forests were very beautiful. A white-haired old man sat in the pavilion. He was holding a cloth in his hand and gently wiping a zither that seemed to be about to wither. Cough, cough, cough. Old man, are you going to die like me? Cough, cough, cough. Ah. The white-haired old man wiped the zither gently. A group of Silver Moon Villa disciples in green stood behind him. They were all very respectful and did not dare to breathe loudly. Has anything interesting happened in the city recently? The white-haired old man wiped the zither and asked. A person behind him immediately said with a solemn expression, Villa Master, different things happen in the city every day. However, there is one that is very strange. The water division leader of the elite hall challenged the number one zither building in the world. Now they are building momentum. Oh. The white-haired old villa master was slightly surprised and turned his head. The green-clothed man respectfully told him what he knew. The old villa master thought for a while and suddenly laughed. It is indeed interesting. A zither? Steel is not suitable for the body of a zither. At most, it can be used to make the strings. Its sound is very unique and is very different from ordinary zither strings. It is not easy to sell a zither with steel strings unless you specially create a song for the unique sound of steel strings. Create a song? Yes. Zither are easy to express but famous songs are hard to find. The old villa master shook his head and sighed slightly. Yes. Villa master, do you think that Gu Hai is crazy? The green-clothed man asked in surprise. Let's wait 2 days and see. I have never seen a zither before. The old villa master shook his head. Yes, I will pay attention to this matter and report to you. The green-clothed man said respectfully. Okay. The old villa master nodded. After that, the green-clothed man continued to talk about other interesting things in the city. The old manor lord listened with a smile. It was as if at his level, there were not many things in the world that could surprise him. He would occasionally listen and smile. After 2 days of fermentation, the number one zither building on this street had attracted the curiosity of countless cultivators. Many people came to ask what a zither looked like and what a zither was. However, the officials of the Dahan kept silent. They only said that in 2 days, Gu Hai would show it to everyone. 2 days later, outside the number one zither building on this street, a large number of curious cultivators were watching from afar. At the number one zither building, a zither master was playing the zither. Many people were not in the mood to listen. Everyone was looking at the balcony of the number one zither building. At this moment, there was a group of elite hall disciples standing on the balcony. They were guarding a huge object in the center. The huge object was covered by a black curtain so people could not see what was inside. That is a zither? It is so big. It is 1 zhang long and 5 zhang tall. What kind of zither is that? Is this huge object a zither? Is it a zither made of steel? What does it look like? Many people waited out of curiosity. At this moment, even though young master and did not place Gu Hai in his eyes, he still led his subordinates to a secluded corner of the number one under heaven tower and looked at the heavily guarded balcony opposite them. A zither? Do you think that you can defeat the number one zither building by casually making something of a strange shape? What a joke. Young master and said with a cold smile. Jiang Qiani, who was at the side, nodded. Indeed, the number one zither building's reputation was not something that 1 or 2 strange musical instruments could shake. Among musical instruments, the zither was always supreme. If it was not the zither, no matter how good the musical instrument was, it would not work. Seeing that it was not the zither, Jiang Qiani relaxed. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lu Nian, Shangguan Hen, Mu Qinfeng, and the others had never seen a zither before. When they saw the black curtain covering the zither, they also showed curiosity. Where is Gu Hai? Hurry up. What is that zither? It is so mysterious. What does it look like? Mu Qinfeng asked, feeling somewhat curious. Mu Qinfeng had not seen many musical instruments of this size before. Chimes? Huge drums? They did not seem to be of this shape. His Majesty is changing his clothes. Please wait for a moment. Shengguanhen said with a smile. Change his clothes? He needs to change his clothes just to play the zither? Mu Qinfeng said with a frown. Just as everyone was feeling anxious, Gu Hai slowly walked out of a room in the number 1 pavilion not far away. The moment Gu Hai appeared, the surrounding crowd fell silent. This was because Gu Hai's attire was too strange. However, this set off Gu Hai's elegance. At the very least, the eyes of Long Wanqing and the many female cultivators in the surroundings lit up. The short, black robes seemed to have been carved out by a knife. The front part was short while the back part was long. The back part was split like a swallow's tail. It looked very serious, dignified, and holy. The lower part of his body was a pair of shiny black leather shoes. He slowly walked towards the piano. What clothes are these? Long Wanqing showed a hint of surprise. I heard from the emperor that it is called tuxedo, or something. Shengguanhen explained. Oh. The world was vast and there were countless strange outfits. There would always be some special outfits. Although the tuxedo did not cause much of a commotion, it instantly captured the eyes of countless cultivators with a kind of visual dominance. Sensationalist. Young Masterin, who was opposite him, showed a cold smile. That's right. Selling the zither ultimately depends on the quality of the zither. No matter how good it is just a vase. Jiang Tianyi nodded. How are the preparations? Young Masterin asked faintly. Don't worry, young Masterin. I have already invited a group of zither masters. As soon as the piano performance is over, they will come forward and criticize him. Jiang Tianyi said with a cold smile. Young Masterin nodded. Gu Hai slowly walked to the piano. He gently waved his hand. Several Dahan officials pulled the black curtain. Suddenly, the piano was revealed in front of everyone. It was a huge black strange zither with 3 legs. The paint on it was very bright, but there was a sense of nobility in the light. It looked like a triangular table. Gu Hai gently waved his hand. A group of Dahan officials carefully lifted the huge cover. Instantly the interior was revealed. It looked like countless strings and mechanisms. It looked very complicated. A Dahan official handed a towel to Gu Hai. He gently wiped his hands and slowly sat down. This is a piano? It even has a stool? How does it play? So this is a piano. It looks so noble. It looks useless. Can it play? Many cultivators were curious. Gu Hai slowly lifted the cover of the keys. Suddenly, 52 white keys and 36 black keys were revealed in front of everyone. There were a total of 88 keys. Everyone was slightly stunned when they saw this. So many keys? Jiang Tianyi raised his eyebrows. Is a piano like this? Young Masterin also frowned. Seeing Gu Hai being so solemnly, the two of them had a bad feeling. Countless cultivators around them saw Gu Hai wearing a tuxedo and sitting in front of the piano. Solemnly, they also slowly stood up. Although there were still some people who showed disdain, the surroundings gradually quietened down. Even a zither master who was playing the zither curiously stopped playing the zither. Activate the array. Gu Hai said calmly. Yes. A few elite hall disciples quickly activated an array around them. The array was transparent, but the surrounding void fluctuated slightly. Is this a sound amplification array? Is Gu Hai courting death? Jiang Tianyi said with a glare. A sound amplification array? Is Gu Hai that confident? A sound amplification array cannot amplify the zither master's state. It can only transmit the music. Hence, the intoxicated feeling of listening to a zither master might not be there after the sound amplification. It will only transmit the music. Everyone knows how to play the music. In that case, there will not be much of an advantage. Unless it is a new music piece. Gu Hai is not using his state to amplify the music. Does he want to use the music to conquer everyone? A sound amplification array can amplify the music. If he does not play it well, the reputation of the street's best zither pavilion will be ruined. Countless people in the surroundings looked at Gu Hai in shock. However, they saw Gu Hai reach out and press the first key. Dang. Everyone immediately stopped and looked at Gu Hai. Through the sound amplification array, this sound spread out in all directions. Although it did not fill the entire city, 1/10 of Silver Moon City's cultivators heard it. Piano. The sound of the zither is much more ethereal, many cultivators said at first. Gu Hai's fingers continued to play, and the sound of the zither continued. At first, the crowd was still in shock, but they soon stopped. There was no state or illusion. It was just the most ordinary music. However, as they listened, many people were immersed in the music. Silver Moon City had been baptized by the zither for many years. The people in the city knew a little about the zither. They would more or less know how to appreciate music. Most of the time, they would know whether the music was good or not just by listening to it. As the sound of the piano continued, many people slowly closed their eyes to feel it. Gu Hai, who was playing the zither, saw that the surroundings were getting quieter and quieter. A faint smile appeared on his face. Gu Hai was not a zither master. He was just a piano seller. In business, publicity was the most important thing. If one wanted to sell a good piano, they had to gain the upper hand. Hence, Gu Hai had made a lot of preparations for the choice of the first song. There were countless zither masters here. Since he could not work hard on the state of mind, he had to choose a classic song. It was so classic that it was like a demonic tune that kept repeating in their minds. The first song that Gu Hai chose was Canon, the most powerful brainwashing divine song on Earth in the past. On Earth, Gu Hai had heard some popular songs that were known as brainwashing divine songs. When they became popular, countless people sang and danced. However, no matter how brainwashing those songs were, they could not compare to Canon. No matter how popular those divine songs were, could they have been popular for close to 1,000 years? Since its birth, Canon had been an invincible legend in the music industry for hundreds of years. When the piano had first appeared on Earth, it was not accepted by mainstream music. Many musicians looked down on this big guy. That was until a group of piano freaks appeared. Mozart, Chopin, Beethoven, Bach, and many other outstanding pianists slowly pushed the piano to the top. They created a classic piano song that was passed down from generation to generation. Only then did they slowly push the piano to the altar. But how many people knew that in the music composed by Beethoven, Mozart, Chopin, and other musicians, many of them used canon? Beethoven's Symphony of Fate, Bach's 5 canon variations, Pachelber's Canon in D major, and so on all used canon. Because canon was not only a piano song, but also a kind of music style. It was like the general principles of some martial arts, extending countless changes. A large number of musicians either cut off a small part of canon and used it in their own music, or made variations on the whole canon. Every country in the world has been using canon. When he was young, Gu Hai had heard many popular songs with canon in them. Many movies and TV series had variations on canon in their background. There were various variations on canon. When Gu Hai was young, he heard that there were more than 2,000 versions. More than 2,000 variations? Hundreds of years of inheritance, but more and more prosperous? Perhaps ordinary listeners did not think much of it, but in the past, musicians on Earth regarded it as a holy book, just like the Bible in the west of Earth. As long as one was a musician, they would create at least 1 or 2 tunes related to canon. A palace-level tune, a demonic tune, a divine tune that would not fade for thousands of years. Music could be without borders, and it could also be without world. As long as the same humanity, the same appreciation, a classic would always be a classic. Perhaps canon could not be considered the best tune in this world, but at this moment, it had indeed given countless zither masters a strong stimulant. Gu Hai wanted this kind of feeling, using music to promote the piano. Let this ethereal feeling hit the heart, so that as long as the divine tune canon echoed in people's minds, the first thing they thought of was the piano. The song that Gu Hai played was Canon in D major, the most perfect song in the canon style. Dang 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 dang. Canon was in progress. Chapter 185. Gu Hai played the Canon in D major, the most perfect canon. It was also the only canon that was publicly recognized on Earth in the past. There was no powerful state of mind that a zither master would infuse. There was only a lingering melody, one that overlapped with the other, rising and falling continuously. In the melody there were many notes that kept repeating. However, this repetition did not give off a monotonous feeling at all. The more one listened to it, the more one wanted to listen to it. There was no state, only the melody. However, this melody seemed to suppress countless states. Silver Moon City's cultivators had extraordinary musical talent. Although there was no state, the melody had endless aftertaste. Below the best zither pavilion on this street, the cultivators who were originally prepared to see Gu Hai make a fool of himself slowly turned serious. The people here had heard all sorts of classic songs before. However, they had never heard this song before. Many people closed their eyes. There was no state in the zither music. In that case, let's listen to the melody and simulate a state in our minds. Many people slowly became intoxicated with the melody. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yen, and Shangguan Hen slowly immersed themselves in this moving song. However, Mu Qinfeng goggled as she kept muttering, "That's impossible. What song is Guhai playing? Why is it so nice even though I have never heard it before?" At the best zither pavilion on the other side, young master and Jiang Tianyi's expressions turned increasingly sullen. The two were extremely skilled at music. However, it was precisely because they were skilled that they could hear the extraordinariness of this song. Originally, such a moving song should have been pleasing to the eyes. However, at this moment, it sounded like the voice of hell, a declaration of war against him. How can this be? Piano? This song can be played with other instruments as well. However, why is it the piano for the first performance? Where did he get such a good song from? Where did he get it from? Young master and said with a sullen expression. Young master, and this song contains joy and sorrow. I even heard the cycle of life and death. How can a song without a state achieve such an effect? Guhai. Piano? Jiang Tianyi said with an ugly expression. Countless people who knew music stopped everything and listened carefully when they heard this song. This was a baptism of the soul. While listening to the music, it was as if they had forgotten all the disturbances of the outside world. As they listened, it was as if they were happy and sad along with the music. In the number 1 under heaven pavilion, some people who had come to buy zither suddenly stopped in their tracks. Sir, do you want this harmonica? Don't be noisy. Sir, you haven't paid yet? I don't want it. Don't stop me. One by one, the people who came to buy the zither stopped what they were doing and slowly walked out of the number 1 pavilion. Along with the others, they looked at the man in the tuxedo on the balcony of the number 1 zither building across the street, Guhai. After the song ended, Guhai repeated it again. This was the charm of a divine song. You could listen to it again and again and you wouldn't get tired of it at all. More and more people gathered around the balcony. Through the sound amplification array, the sound spread in all directions of Silver Moon City. In various places, people were originally busy with their own matters. However, at this moment they suddenly stopped. Old Wang, stop playing your zither. Listen, listen, listen quickly. What song is this? Why do I hear a sense of sorrow? What sorrow? This is clearly happy music. No, I feel like it's a lingering love song. No, I feel like it's a separation of life and death. Gradually the people stopped arguing. The sound amplification array was maintained at 1/10 of the city. The other 90% of the city was noisy, but this 1/10 of the city was silent. There was only one voice, Cannon's voice. There was no state of mind, only the gentle changes of the tune. But it was this tune that captured the hearts of countless people in an instant. In a small courtyard not far from the world's number 1 zither tower, a white-clothed woman with a veil covered her face. Her graceful figure was exquisite, and the incense burned in the incense burner. The woman stroked the zither, creating an extremely beautiful scene. If there were cultivators here, they would definitely recognize her. This woman was Fairy Wana, who had been invited by the world's number 1 zither tower not long ago to play the zither. She was also the great zither master who had been replaced by the sound of the zither when Guhai had entered the city. Fairy Wana frowned at first when Cannon's voice came from outside. It was so loud that it disturbed her composing. But then Cannon's tune came. The rolling and lingering tune repeated itself, but slowly replaced Fairy Wana with an indescribable feeling. The notes keep repeating, but it's not monotonous at all. This song is simple and complex. Has it reached perfection? Who is it? Fairy Wan stood up in surprise. The sound amplification array could only cover 1/10 of Silver Moon City. Naturally, it did not reach Silver Moon Mountain Villa. Outside Silver Moon Mountain Villa, countless great zither masters came to play their best songs in anticipation of passing Silver Moon Mountain Villa's test. In a pavilion in the mountain villa, the old villa master was wiping his zither. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and showed a trace of surprise. Ding, ding, ding. The old villa master stretched out his hand and moved the zither. Suddenly, a strange note rushed out. When the note came out, the faces of the cultivators playing the zither changed. Because their zither suddenly stopped playing? Stopped playing? Everyone quickly played their zither, but there was no sound. What's going on? My zither can't make any sound? Mine too. That's not right. The strings are trembling. This is a sound wave. A sound wave that exceeds the range of our hearing. Someone is playing the zither and resonating with our zither? Oh, who can affect my zither playing? All the Guqingdao masters were shocked. Whose Guqingdao skills were so strong? Just as everyone was panicking, a disciple of Silver Moon Mountain Villa walked out. The villa master has ordered you to stay calm. The sound-canceling spell just now was used by the villa master. Everyone keep quiet. Don't disturb the villa master from listening to the song. The disciple of Silver Moon Mountain Villa shouted. Yes. The great zither masters opened their mouths and nodded blankly. Was it the old villa master's sound-canceling spell? That's normal. But whose song could make the old villa master care so much? We can't hear anything. In the pavilion in the mountain villa, the old villa master was listening to the song, but no one else could hear it. Everyone was puzzled. The old villa master smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to pluck the zither. The void trembled slightly. Then in this trembling void the song canon suddenly came out. The melodious song made the eyes of the disciples of Silver Moon Mountain Villa light up. The old villa master listened to the song. Soon, Guhai finished playing canon again. Guhai started to play the song for the third time. But after 3 times he still didn't seem to be tired of it. Yunimo, what do you think of this song? The old villa master smiled and asked. It gives me a kind of shiver that penetrates my spine and reaches the depths of my soul. Yunimo, a man in green, exclaimed. Oh, what do you think? The old villa master looked at the others. I feel sad. It's like the separation of life and death. I feel happy. It's like the first awakening of love. I feel happy. The happiness of liking a person? Everyone had different expressions. It was as if they had seen different things. Villa Master, I feel that everyone has a different feeling when they hear it. This song seems to be telling a story. The first part of the song seems to be reminiscing about something. It's a calm and gentle whisper as if it's asking itself, do you still remember those times? Do you still remember those beautiful and sorrowful love? The next part makes me feel very sad. It seems to be telling me that I can't get those times back. There's no more beauty. Love is gone. Everything is in the past. Only melancholy and sorrow are left. The song keeps repeating. It seems to be saying that what goes around is time. What can't be returned is also time. In the long river of time, although many things settle down with time, there's a scar that can't be erased. It leaves us to remember it carefully. Even when we have 1 foot in the grave, we still can't erase this sorrow. Yunmo said again. Yunmo's explanation made the old villa master nod his head in satisfaction. Although I'm still not familiar with the song, it's a rare song. Piano? Is this a piano song? The old villa master showed a trace of doubt. With a wave of his hand, Guhai's piano song disappeared. The old villa master stroked his guqin and played it with his own guqin. It was still canon, but this time he used his guqin to simulate the sound of canon. Compared to Guhai's performance, it was even more profound and spiritual. Gradually the people in front of them seemed to see a real picture. In the picture, a little boy who became an orphan because of the war was adopted by a kind guqin master. He learned how to play the piano from the master and became better and better at it. When he grew up, he became a famous guqin master. One day, a beautiful rich family's daughter accidentally entered the guqin master's residence. She was moved by the guqin master's music and fell in love with him. The rich family's daughter asked the guqin master to be her teacher. She wanted to learn the guqin, and the guqin master gladly accepted. However, the rich family's daughter's heart was on the guqin master. She had no interest in learning the guqin. Therefore, although she learned for a long time, she was still a mess. The guqin master was very disappointed. He was very angry that the rich family's daughter didn't like to learn the guqin and chased her away. The rich family's daughter was heartbroken and felt wronged. She swore to the guqin master that she would learn the guqin well and become the best in the local area. After the rich family's daughter returned home, she practiced the guqin every day without a moment of rest. She was very hardworking and very serious. Finally, after half a year, she became the best in the local area. She took the first place to confess to the guqin master. However, the guqin master was conscripted and brought to the battlefield. The rich family's daughter kept waiting for the guqin master. She was determined to wait for his return. She waited for 3 years. During this time, the son of a village chief took a fancy to the rich family's daughter. He proposed to her many times but failed. In order to make her give up, he set a trap. He had people bring back a broken corpse from the battlefield and told her that it was the guqin master. Then he proposed to her with a large number of gifts. However, the rich family's daughter didn't care about the proposal at all. Instead, she hugged the broken corpse and cried for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 3rd day, she committed suicide at the place where the guqin master taught her how to play the guqin. The 2nd month after the rich family's daughter committed suicide, the guqin master returned. It turned out that not long after he chased the rich family's daughter away, the guqin master missed her. Without the rich family's daughter, he lost a lot of happiness. Only when he lost something did he know how to cherish it. It turned out that he had unknowingly fallen in love with her. Half a year after the rich family's daughter left, the Guqin master began to write a song. He wanted to use this song to propose to her. During this half a year, countless thoughts gathered in 1/3 of the song. However, suddenly the war began and the Guqin master was conscripted. During the 3 years on the battlefield, the Guqin master wrote another 1/3 of the song. The song was filled with thoughts of the rich family's daughter and the sadness of separation. When the war ended and the Guqin master hurriedly rushed back, what he received was unacceptable news. When he heard the villagers tell the story of the rich family's daughter, the Guqin master roared and cried. In the following week, she felt the pain of being separated by life and death. Finally, a week later, in front of the grave of the rich family's daughter, he played the song of his proposal. Together with the last 1/3 of the song, it contained the Guqin master's endless thoughts and endless sorrow. When the villagers heard this song and saw the Guqin master's deep feelings in front of the grave of the rich family's daughter, they all shed tears. After the song ended, the Guqin master also ended his life at the place where the rich family's daughter died. The scene came to an abrupt end. The eyes of the disciples in front of the old manor lord turned red. Gu Hai's song had no artistic conception, but the old manor lord expressed this artistic conception. It was a very sad and moving story. Yunemo, what do you think? The old manor lord asked. The manor lord used artistic conception to show the full picture of the story. Only then did we understand. The song repeated, but it was the Guqin master continuously telling the rich family's daughter of his love and longing. Yunemo analyzed. Yes, only the song, no artistic conception? Haha, this piano player is really interesting. The old manor lord laughed. Ah, no artistic conception? Yunemo was surprised. Does the Guqin have to have artistic conception? The old manor lord laughed. But this is just an ordinary song? Yunemo frowned. It is an ordinary song, but is the composer the same as the Guqin master? The old manor lord shook his head. To be able to compose this song, he is qualified to participate in the Guqin teaching conference. Go and give me a qualification card. Also, bring back a piano for me to see. The old manor lord laughed. Yes, I will go right away. But he only has the song. Giving him a qualification card, won't it be a little? Yunemo smiled bitterly. Silly, don't you understand? He is not just a Guqin master. Go. The old manor lord laughed. Yes. The first Guqin building on this street. Gu Hai played a total of 5 times. 1. The last note ended. The surroundings were quiet. Many people were immersed in the song. Gu Hai smiled slightly. This song is called Canon. I played it 5 times with the piano. I think all the Guqin masters have already memorized it. I welcome all of you to play Canon with various instruments. Gu Hai's voice was transmitted in all directions through the sound amplification array. Canon? This is called Canon? Canon, listen well. Countless Xiozha in the surroundings slowly woke up from Canon's music. Not far from the #1 Guqin tower on this street, there were a few cultivators who were frowning at this moment. They were zither grandmasters that Jiang Tianyi had invited. Originally, they had planned to criticize the piano after Gu Hai performed the piano piece, criticizing the piano until it was completely destroyed. However, at this moment, after 5 performances of Canon, the Guqin masters opened their mouths but did not know what to say. Could this song still be approved? Everyone, it's almost time. Go. Jiang Tianyi's voice suddenly sounded. The Guqin masters' faces turned ugly. However, they had received benefits from the #1 Guqin tower, so they could only brace themselves for now. The first Guqin master stepped forward. It's just so. It's unbearable to listen to, hopeless, ridiculous. Chapter 186. This piano piece is called Canon. I have played it 5 times with the piano. I believe that all the zither masters have already memorized it. I welcome all of you to play Canon with your various instruments. Gu Hai's voice spread out through the sound amplification ritual array. Immediately, the countless zither masters in the city perked up. Yes, I can play it with the zither. A song without a state was not very attractive to ordinary cultivators. However, it was extremely rare for these people who understood music. If you do not have a state, can I infuse my state into it? From the first time everyone heard it, they knew that this would be a song passed down for generations. It sounded like a demonic tune, echoing in their minds. Not to mention the ordinary cultivators, the zither masters all took out their zither and started playing canon. Playing it 5 times was enough for everyone to memorize it. Playing it with the zither was not enough. They played it with a flute, a zither, or a long flute. This was how miraculous a song passed down for generations was. When played with various instruments, it was very moving. Every time the zither played, the cultivators would miss the first piano piece. Piano? What exactly was a piano? Canon? What a strange name. Fairy Wan-er showed some surprise in a small courtyard not far away. Outside the best zither pavilion on this street, after the cultivators heard Gu Hai's song, no one looked down on Gu Hai anymore. Although there was no state, this song was incredibly moving and flawless. At the very least, given their musical standards, they did not know how to nitpick. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yen, and Shangguan Hen all released their bated breaths as they looked at Gu Hai with praise in their eyes. At this moment, Mu Qinfeng felt incredibly conflicted. My zither skills cannot compare to this barbaric brat's? That's impossible. He cannot play with a state. However, this song, at the best zither pavilion across the street, young master and Jiang Tianyi showed sullen expressions. Downstairs, the best zither pavilion's guests had already left. Not a single one remained. From the first time the two heard this song, they knew that something was wrong. I didn't play it skillfully enough, but this song is. Jiang Tianyi's expression was extremely ugly. If it was an ordinary song, then it would have been fine. However, Jiang Tianyi was able to become the head shopkeeper of the #1 zither pavilion in the world. He himself was a master of the zither, so how could he not recognize the classic of the song? Canon? Jiang Tianyi, where are your people? Didn't you already prepare to be a good person? Why haven't they gone yet? Young master and said in a deep voice. Jiang Tianyi nodded and transmitted his voice to the few zither masters in the crowd. The zither masters also had ugly expressions on their faces. You want me to review this legendary work? However, since he had taken someone's money, he had no choice but to bite the bullet. That's all there is to it? Unbearable, incurable, ridiculous. A Qingdao master said coldly. Ah. The surrounding Xiuzhou were in an uproar as they turned to look. Master Wang? He's a zither master from the eastern district. He's a person of virtue and prestige. Someone immediately recognized him. On the balcony, Gu Hai turned his head and glanced at this Master Wang. Then, he revealed a faint smile and said, "Are you talking about my canon?" That's right. The entire song is repeated, and kept repeating. I have never heard of a song that was repeated 28 times. It's simply a child's song. Master Wang said coldly. That's right. This song can't even bring out a state. It's simply noise. Another person commented. This is Master Qin, a zither master from the southern district. He once entered the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. Someone recognized him again. Without a state, it's just noise? Gu Hai sneered. Humph. What kind of piano is this? It's ridiculous. It's a strange technique. It's not worthy of talking about music. You want to sell a strange zither made of ordinary materials for 100 superior grade spirit stones? Dream on. You're crazy about money? A group of zither virtuosos stepped forward and continuously criticized Canon's shortcomings. They continuously criticized the clumsiness of the piano and mocked Gu Hai's shocking price. The surrounding cultivators, who were originally intoxicated by Canon, were also confused at this moment. Could it be that this piano is really a mess? Is this song really unsightly? I think it's okay, but these are all zither masters. Why do they all unanimously say that it's not good? Many cultivators looked at this scene blankly and fell into confusion and contemplation. At the same time, they had a trace of doubt about Canon and the piano. In the #1 pavilion opposite, young master and Jiang Tianyi slowly revealed a smile. As long as the public opinion turned around, let's see how you can make a comeback. Gu Hai smiled and looked at Shangguan Hen, who was not far away. Shangguan Hen nodded as if he was about to make a move. A bunch of idiots. Such a sound that has been passed down for generations has actually become trash in your mouth. Extremely stupid, ha. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the crowd. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Shangguan Hen, who was not far away, shook his head, indicating that he did not arrange it. Gu Hai turned his head and saw a middle-aged man slowly walking out of the crowd. The man's face was quite handsome, and his long hair was combed back into a ponytail. He wore a wide purple-red robe which set off an aloof aura. Who are you? The group of zither masters stared at the man who suddenly interrupted them. You bunch of idiots don't deserve to know who I am, ha. The man laughed loudly. Turning his head, the man looked at Gu Hai and bowed slightly. Although the style of canon is different from what I have heard before, I am sure that this song will definitely be passed down for generations. At the same time, it will lead to a new style of music. I am Sima Changkong. To be able to hear this song before coming to Silver Moon City today is already a worthwhile trip. Mr. Good, your piano sound is very unique, just for this song? Sima Changkong? Gu Hai looked at the man in front of him and smiled faintly. No, this song is only for this zither. Oh? If that's the case, this piano can play other songs that will be passed down for generations? Sima Changkong was slightly stunned. This is just the beginning. Gu Hai smiled. If that's the case, I am willing to buy 10 pianos first. Sima Changkong smiled. You saw my notice? Gu Hai asked. Half a year? I know I can still wait. Sima Changkong said nonchalantly. 100 upper-grade spiritual stones, 1 piano. Gu Hai emphasized. Haha, money is like dirt. How can you measure the sound of heaven? Sima Changkong laughed loudly. If that's the case, let's sign the contract over there. Gu Hai pointed not far away. Sima Changkong nodded. Under everyone's gazes, he walked to the front of several Dahan officials. The Dahan officials had already prepared the contract and handed it to Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong glanced at it and smiled. What a good pre-sale contract. Interesting, haha. After Sima Changkong finished reading, he signed and took out 1,000 upper-grade spiritual stones and handed it over. The surrounding cultivators looked at the man who spent 1,000 upper-grade spiritual stones to buy a few pieces of paper in a daze. Then they looked at the zither masters who had just criticized the piano. A slap in the face. This was a blatant slap in the face. Just a moment ago they said that the piano was useless. In the blink of an eye, someone spent 1,000 upper-grade spiritual stones to buy a piano that was half a year old. The zither masters' faces turned red, but there were still some who were thick-skinned. Aha, Gu Hai found this himself, right? A zither master sneered. The surrounding cultivators were slightly stunned. The other zither masters supported. That's right, who would spend 1,000 upper-grade spiritual stones to buy a few pieces of paper? I won't, but will you? Haha, this is a scam. That's right, this is too fake. Do you think we will buy your piano just because of this? Stop dreaming, that ugly guy. I won't buy it even if you give me 100 upper-grade spiritual stones. The zither masters kept mocking. The crowd of cultivators who had just shocked Sima Changkong were at a loss again. After all, they were just ordinary cultivators. In the hearts of these cultivators, a zither sound with artistic conception was a good zither sound. Moreover, since the zither master said that it was bad, perhaps it was really bad. Sima Changkong ignored them and took his contract to the side to read it. Long Wanqing and the others were anxious. At this moment, more and more cultivators were coming from all directions. They were all surprised and wanted to see the piano. However, at this moment, a large group of zither masters were commenting at the side, criticizing the piano's poor quality. Everyone hesitated. Give me a contract. I want a piano. Another person who did not lack money came forward to buy it. Someone bought it again? Don't buy it. More than a dozen zither masters said that the piano is bad. Why are you still wasting money? I like it. I don't lack money. Cannon's effect was very large. Gu Hai did not continue speaking. Although there were more and more people criticizing pianos, there were also many people buying pianos. 2 hours later, 30 pianos were sold in advance. There were always people who did not lack money, and there were always people who loved Cannon. Many people wanted to buy it, but they were stopped by the advance sales and the master reviews. For a moment, worry filled their faces. The masters spared no effort in criticizing the piano, wishing that they could go forward and smash it. Countless cultivators could not decide whether to buy it or not. On the other side, young Master An's unsightly face slowly recovered some vitality. Young Master An, this trend has stopped. Jiang Tianyi exhaled and laughed. It was dangerous just now. Gu Hai almost succeeded in selling it. Fortunately, he was prepared. Screech. Suddenly, a huge red-crowned crane descended from the sky in the distance and landed on the street. On the back of the red-crowned crane stood a man in green. Is that the young master of Silver Moon Villa? Someone suddenly exclaimed. The young master of Silver Moon Villa? Yunemo? Why is he here? Young Master Yunemo hasn't shown up for a few years. Is it because of Cannon? The surrounding cultivators looked at the man in green in surprise. Where is Gu Hai? Yunemo suddenly shouted. Gu Hai showed a trace of surprise and slowly walked out. I'm Gu Hai. You are? I am Yun Mo of Silver Moon Villa. The villa master likes your cannon, so he asked me to give you a qualification card for the Guqin conference. Yun Mo smiled and handed over a qualification card. Gu Hai took it in a daze. The surrounding cultivators widened their eyes. What did I just hear? The old villa master likes cannon? Did I hear wrong? Master Wang just said that cannon was just so unbearable, incurable, ridiculous. Who should I listen to? Where is Master Wang? The surrounding cultivators looked curiously at the masters. The masters were ashamed and angry. They wanted to find a hole to hide in. If it was another Guqin master praising cannon, they could use their status to argue with him. But this was the old villa master of Silver Moon Villa. If they went against him, they would be stupid. Everyone knew that the old villa master was highly respected. No one in Silver Moon City could compare to him. He was the best in Silver Moon City. If he said it was good, then it was the standard of everyone. Now that the old villa master likes cannon, then what they said before was the same as farting. The slap on their faces was even louder than Sima Changkong's. After today, everyone would know about their deeds. This was a huge loss of face. It's good that the old villa master likes it. Thank you for the invitation. Gu Hai said with a smile. The villa master said that your piano is very special and wants me to buy one. Yun Mo said with a smile. I'm sorry. It's very complicated to make a piano. I only have this one and need to show it. We will start to ship the goods in half a year according to the order of the contract. Gu Hai shook his head. Yun Mo frowned and nodded. Alright, then I'll order two first. Thank you for your patronage. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yun Mo left the money and left with the contract. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators were already stunned. Silver Moon Villa? This was a famous Guqin-making family. Not only in the Deqian Celestial Dynasty but also in the whole world. They want to buy pianos? Who just said that pianos were mediocre things? Hey, where are the masters just now? Where did they go? Didn't they just stop me from buying pianos? Where are they? Why is there no one? Give me one, I want one quick, here are the spirit stones. I came first, give me one. Give me the contract, quick, my contract serial number is in front, quick. Suddenly, countless cultivators rushed up like a swarm of bees. The scene almost overturned the table where the Dahan officials were signing the contract. Who knew how long it would take to make a piano? If they signed the contract later, they would get it later. This was the piano that the old villa master of Silver Moon Villa wanted to buy. Do you think 100 top-grade spirit stones is too much? Bah. The piano that the old villa master wants is not even worth 100 top-grade spirit stones? If you can't afford it, get out of my way. Don't stop me from buying a piano. The tide of people rushed over. Suddenly, a large number of Dahan officials rushed up and began to set up tables to divide the line of people buying pianos. Don't fight, line up one by one. The Dahan officials shouted. The scene was still chaotic. The cultivators who came later rushed up to line up when they saw that the people in front of them were fighting fiercely. This was a phenomenon of conformity. If he bought it, you bought it, and I also bought it. Besides, it was the old villa master of Silver Moon Villa who asked for it. This was not only a musical instrument, but also a symbol of status. Gu Hai and the others stood on the terrace and looked at the number 1 piano building opposite them. A gentle smile appeared on Gu Hai's face. And this gentle smile in the eyes of young master and in Jiang Tianyi seemed to be a great taunt. Chapter 187. The old manor master of Silver Moon Mountain Villa liked cannon and ordered 2 pianos. This was even more shocking than Gu Hai's zither playing earlier. Countless cultivators from Silver Moon City rushed over when they saw the sea of cultivators fighting to sign the pre-sale contracts outside the first zither building. Not worth it? Even the old manor master thinks it's worth it. You think it's not worth it? If you don't want to buy, don't block me. Cannon's music is not good? Even the old manor master likes it. With your level of appreciation, you can leave Silver Moon City. More than a dozen musicians who had been invited by the number 1 zither building in the world had already fled. If they stayed, they would incur public anger. Just now, many cultivators wanted to buy pianos, but the musicians used their prestige to stop them. Now, many of the cultivators who wanted to buy pianos were at the back of the queue. Those cultivators had already scolded them. The musicians fled with bitter expressions on their faces. This time, the first zither building cheated us. Yeah, with that bit of money, my reputation will be ruined. Why did the old manor master send people over at this time? Why is Gu Hai so lucky? This is retribution. The zither masters hid bitterly. At the first zither building on this street. Downstairs, customers were ordering pianos like a flood. Upstairs, Venerable Lun Yen, Shangguan Hen and Long Wanqing smiled. This battle had started. Mu Qinfeng looked at the qualification notice in Gu Hai's hand. She was confused. Why is it like this? I played the zither so well, but I couldn't get a qualification notice even after taking the exam 9 times. Gu Hai's performance was so bad, but Silver Moon Mountain Villa took the initiative to send a qualification notice? This is not fair. He played without any artistic conception. Mu Qinfeng shouted in her heart, depressed. However, Gu Hai's qualification notice was genuine. Furthermore, it was sent by the old manor master himself. Why is he so lucky? Gu Hai, congratulations. You can participate in the zither recital assembly now. Long Wanqing smiled. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, actually, I am not good at playing. I only know the melody and have no artistic conception. Will be a waste. How about I give you this qualification notice? Mu Qinfeng, who was at the side, rolled her eyes at Gu Hai. Are you going to give this qualification notice to just anyone? Hey, it seems that he gave me that notice as well. Thinking about this, Mu Qinfeng felt even more conflicted. I don't want to play it? Long Wanqing song Master Lun Yen Qin. Venerable Lun Yen, why don't you go? I don't really want to go. Gu Hai handed it to Venerable Lun Yen. Division Master Gu, you should go. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head. Under Mu Qinfeng's resentful gaze, she cursed in her heart, pretentious. In the end, under Gu Hai's strong insistence, the qualification notice was forcefully given to sect leader Lun Yen. Sect leader Mu, I did not expect this street's best zither pavilion to become so popular. Hence I would like to ask for your help, Gu Hai said. Sect leader Gu, please speak. Mu Qinfeng was much more polite this time. However, she still felt somewhat dissatisfied in her heart. This street's best zither pavilion will be very busy in the coming days. My dozens of subordinates have to deal with too many matters and might not be able to handle them all. I would like to borrow some people from you. Don't worry. I will pay for their hard work, Gu Hai said. That is not a problem. How many people do you need? Mu Qinfeng asked out of curiosity. 1,000. Gu Hai said. Huh. Mu Qinfeng looked at Gu Hai in surprise. So many people? In the end, Mu Qinfeng nodded and said, all right. News of the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's old manor lord ordering a piano immediately spread throughout Silver Moon City. Countless cultivators came to see what a piano looked like out of curiosity. The people in the city who had not heard of canon also came to this area to experience the music that even the old manor lord praised. At the same time, the price of the piano made countless cultivators goggle. 100 superior grade spirit stones? Although the old manor lord bought the piano first, so no one would say that it was expensive. However, they still wondered why it was so expensive. Just at this moment, the cultivators on this street pointed to the price of 100 times the limit of the zither and the piano. They described how the world's best zither pavilion cheated Gu Hai of his money. What? The world's best zither pavilion is a cheater? Just because one has more money they rob? That can't be right? Why would the world's best zither pavilion do such a thing? At first, the countless cultivators did not believe it. However, they had no choice but to believe it. Many people swore that they saw it with their own eyes. That was definitely the truth. Go buy a zither? Many people shook their heads. Although countless cultivators came to the street, only a few entered the world's best zither pavilion. The world's best zither pavilion and the street's best zither pavilion were like ice and fire. This side of the street was noisy. Those who could not buy a zither had to pay first. There were 10 queues, continuously signing the contract and paying the bill. The spirit stones were not put away. Instead, they were piled up on the balcony beside the piano, forming a small mountain. On the other side, the world's best zither pavilion was desolate. Occasionally, a few cultivators entered, but they quickly came out. The world's best zither pavilion was empty. Young Master and Anjiang Tianyi looked across with unsightly expressions. Young Master, and I can see it now. This Gu Hai is not only selling the piano to make money but also to destroy our world's best zither pavilion. He is discrediting us. He is making us helpless. Jiang Tianyi said with an unsightly expression. Business rules? Young Master and said with a gloomy expression. Yes, Gu Hai plays the canon every day, and the spirit stones are piled up like a mountain. He is just advertising. If we use improper means, we will be despised by the entire industry, Jiang Qianni said with an unsightly expression. Suddenly, a Dahan official's voice came from the street. Congratulations to the 7,700th customer. Mr. Good said that this extreme zither was bought from the world's best zither pavilion and is for you as a bonus. Jiang Qianni looked over with a frown. He saw a Dahan official give the extreme zither, which was priced at 100 mid-grade spirit stones, to a customer who was holding a contract. On the balcony, the spirit stones were piled up into a small mountain. Gu Hai stood on the balcony opposite and smiled at Jiang Qianni. Phew. With a flip of his hand, all the spirit stones were put into the small space of the token. It's only the 7th day and the 7,700th customer? 770,000 high-grade spirit stones have been earned? And Gu Hai didn't lose anything at all? Young Master An's face was gloomy. A business genius. 7 days? Haha, young master, and the opponent we met this time is really not simple. He earned back the money he lost here in 7 days? Jiang Qianni said bitterly. I don't care what kind of business genius he is. Humph, no one has ever made me feel so aggrieved. Jiang Qianni, do you have a way to destroy his zither pavilion? Young Master said coldly. Young Master, I can't watch the world's best zither pavilion's business decline from now on. However, young Master, you don't need to worry too much. What he is doing has both advantages and disadvantages. Jiang Qianni chuckled. First of all, he has no supply, no zither craftsmen, no zither, and no other musical instruments. How can he compete with us? After the renovation is done, he won't have any goods to sell. What's the use of having only a piano? Even if he has a supply, how much foundation does he have? The quality of their musical instruments is definitely not as good as ours, so he won't be able to compete with us. Second, the piano? It's only hot during this period of time. After a while, when people calm down, will they still spend so much money to buy a piano? After all, there are only a few rich people. 100 high-grade spirit stones to buy a non-spirit wood musical instrument? Haha, as time goes on, there will be fewer and fewer people buying pianos. At that time, the first zither pavilion on this street will be unable to continue. It will still go bankrupt. Jiang Qianni laughed. Wait slowly? I don't want to wait. Young Master said coldly. Then build momentum for our zither pavilion, invite a zither master to play, attract people to our zither pavilion, spend a lot of money, and keep inviting zither masters to come and fight with the other side. Jiang Qianni said solemnly. Then please. Young Master said solemnly. Yes. Jiang Qianni responded. As Jiang Qianni expected, as time passed, the number of people ordering pianos slowly decreased. However, the first zither pavilion on this street was full of people every day. The first zither pavilion's counterattack began. In the past, there would only be a zither master coming to play once in a while. Now there would be a zither master coming to play every day. During the performance, the powerful concept immediately made the cultivators on the street stop and feel. Different zither masters, different concepts. For a time, this street once again seemed to be holding a grand event. Cannon listened to it every day, not to say that he was tired of it, but in the end he had lost the novelty at the beginning. The popularity of the first zither pavilion on Earth was rapidly increasing. In a renovated room in the first zither pavilion on this street, Mu Qinfeng anxiously rushed in. Just in time to see a shocking scene. Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out 500,000 high-grade spirit stones and handed it to Shangguan. When you see something you want to eat, buy it, don't be stingy with money. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan and said solemnly. Mu Qinfeng completely forgot the words at the tip of her mouth, and her face showed a blank and complicated expression. This water branch leader is too generous, isn't she? The pocket money to buy food for her subordinates, and she gave 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, you can throw it at me, I also want to buy food. Mu Qinfeng looked at this nouveau riche with hidden bitterness. Venerable Lun Yan, it might not be safe for Shangguan to buy food. I'll have to trouble you. Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yan. Don't worry. I will protect Shangguan. You take good care of Hall Master as well. Venerable Lun Yan nodded. I will. Gu Hai nodded. Venerable Lun Yan, don't worry. Nothing will happen to me, Long Wanqing said with a smile. Venerable Lun Yan nodded. Shangguan put away the 500,000 high-grade spirit stones in a storage tool he just bought. When he turned his head, he happened to see a flabbergasted Mu Qinfeng. Hey Mu Qinfeng, what's wrong? Long Wanqing asked, feeling confused. At this moment Mu Qinfeng seemed to sober up. She immediately said anxiously, "The number 1 zither pavilion opposite invited a large number of zither masters. Today 2 zither masters are taking turns to play the zither. Many customers are attracted over. It's fine. They are grasshoppers after autumn. They won't be able to jump around for long. Once my zither pavilion is done renovating, the number 1 zither pavilion will close down," Gu Hai said with a smile. "Ah, but you don't have any stock." Mu Qinfeng appeared confused. Although Gu Hai did not care, he still walked up to the 3rd-floor balcony. Mu Qinfeng and Long Wanqing followed him. Indeed, zither music came from the zither pavilion on the other side again. The melodious zither music carried a strong state. Flowers and leaves fluttered in the surroundings as light shone. Many cultivators went over to listen to the music. However, Gu Hai slowly walked to the piano again. "Activate the sound amplification ritual array," Gu Hai said. "Yes. Buzz." The sound amplification ritual array was activated. In an instant it attracted many cultivators. "Look, Gu Hai is going to play the zither again. It's canon again? Although it sounds good, I have heard it many times. Can the piano only play canon? Although many times I still want to hear the feeling of the piano. After all, other instruments do not have this feeling." Many cultivators turned to look at Gu Hai. Dang 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 dang. The piano music slowly sounded. "No, this isn't canon?" No, it's canon. But why does it feel different?" "This is canon's music. But did Gu Hai play wrong in some parts? And faster? It sounds good like this." A special canon slowly spread in all directions. Everyone in the city who heard this song was at a loss. "Is this canon? Why is it different?" Many people were curious. Halfway through the piano music, Gu Hai's voice suddenly sounded. "Canon is a form of music. It's not just a song. It can change 1,000 times. All the changes are based on what the player likes. From today onwards, I won't repeat the canon from the beginning. Today's song is a modified version of canon. It's called Rock Canon Super Crazy Piano Version." Gu Hai's voice sounded. "Rock Canon Super Crazy Piano Version? Rock? What is rock? Super Crazy Piano Version? What does it mean?" Under the curious gazes of everyone, this song changed faster and faster. At first, it was very similar to the previous canon, but gradually, when it reached a certain point, it was different. At the very least, it felt different when listening to it. Previously, it was just a feeling of continuous rise and fall. But now it was a shock of turbulent waves. It was like a flood. The violent flood was like a flood released from a dam, crashing into your heart. Using the piano to imitate rock, the intense sound immediately ignited the passion in the hearts of countless cultivators. One word: burning. It was like a flame burning fiercely in the heart. Wave after wave in the crazy impact. A super burning piano music immediately stirred the hearts of countless cultivators. Is this canon? Did I hear it wrong? So intense? Rock Canon Super Crazy Piano Version? Is this the change of canon? I want to learn this song too. It's too fierce. Countless cultivators were instantly ignited by this emotional music. In front of the world's number 1 zither building, the cultivators who listened to the zither master's music suddenly felt a shock. They walked out of their respective illusions. Listening to the magical sound in their ears, they left the area of the world's number 1 zither building one by one and came to Gu Hai's zither building not far away. This is Rock Canon Super Crazy Piano Version? So canon can change? Countless Xiuzha looked at Gu Hai, who was playing the guqin, in surprise. The excitement that had been dissipated these days was ignited again. Following the passionate music, the notes in their minds jumped crazily. In a small courtyard not far away, Fairy Wana looked at Gu Hai, who was playing the zither in the distance, and frowned again. Rock Canon Super Crazy Piano Version? In terms of realm, it was much worse than the original canon, but it had a new power? Passion. It is really super crazy. Silver Moon Villa. The old manor master waved his hand. Gu Hai's playing was also transmitted. Rock Canon Super Crazy Piano Version? Haha, it's really full of vitality. Young people, it's good to be young. The old manor master sighed. The super burning piano music immediately messed up the arrangement of the world's number 1 zither building. A zither master played with a different mood, but it couldn't compare to a crazy playing? Jiang Qiani and young master and looked at Gu Hai, who was playing crazily, in shock. Gu Hai's fingers were only an afterimage. The speed of his hand and the crazy music made the two people's faces turn uglier. At this moment, in Silver Moon City, Countless Xiozha seemed to have been enlightened by the influence of Canon's transformation song. Change? That's right, Canon keeps repeating. It can be faster, it can be slower, and it can be modified a lot. I can change Canon too? Canon, as long as the main body doesn't change, it can be ever-changing? Rock Canon's super crazy piano version, it's too intense. Countless cultivators revealed surprised expressions. A light seemed to flash through their minds. Canon was a classic version that Gu Hai had heard of in his previous life. There were more than a dozen versions. In various TV series and movies, some changes could be made in different environments. After the modification, it had a different charm. Clang 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 clang. The crazy Canon began to engulf Silver Moon City again. On the number 1 Guqin Tower opposite, young Master An's face darkened. Canon is actually a form of music that can be changed continuously? Oh no, Gu Hai is leading the people's taste. He has aroused everyone's curiosity again. Canon can be changed. As long as a musician likes Canon, they can't help but change a song that belongs to them. How did he think of this? Jiang Tianyi's face changed. Sure enough, as Jiang Tianyi had guessed, as Gu Hai played Rock Canon's super crazy piano version, countless musicians in the city played their own canon with their own instruments. The speed could be changed and some notes could be changed. Suddenly, unique canons began to bloom everywhere, constantly resounding in Silver Moon City. Changing a piece of music was a very interesting thing for a musician. Playing a piece of one's own creation was even more exciting than playing someone else's piece. Canon was like this. He could make you change, and have a different style, which immediately made everyone extremely excited. In a moment, Silver Moon City began to fully embrace the Canon era. There were Canon enthusiasts all over the place creating works. In a moment, Canon became more and more famous. It was very easy to change, and after the change it was very pleasant to listen to. It was as if everyone had become a great composer and they were having a lot of fun. Everyone loved Canon. In a moment, the musicians who were preparing to compete in the number 1 Guqin Tower were all listless. The audience had all gone to create their own songs. Who would have the time to listen to you play? The first wave of publicity for the number 1 Guqin Tower was a failure. Chapter 188. After all, Silver Moon City was different from other cities. There were too many people who liked to play the Guqin here. Once the super crazy piano version of the rock canon was released, it immediately aroused the enthusiasm of countless people. Even the quiet number 1 zither building on the street became lively again. On the other hand, the group of musicians invited by the number 1 zither building had a sad ending. The business of the number 1 zither building was getting bleaker and bleaker, but the business opposite was getting more and more vigorous. Jiang Tianyi and young Master An looked on with gloomy expressions. Selling the Guqin? It had always been the number 1 zither building that was thriving, and its competitors had bleak business. When did it become such a contrast? Are all the zither masters you've invited trash? Gu Hai defeated all of them by relying on one song, Canon? Young Master An said coldly. Calm down, young Master An. Speaking of which, this Gu Hai is indeed a business genius. He can mobilize the enthusiasm of customers at the most appropriate time. Canon can change the tune, he can say it long ago, but he has been holding it in until now to give us a heavy blow. Then what do we do now? This old man has been in business for many years, and has not met an opponent for a long time. Young Master An, don't worry, business is actually the same as war. Gu Hai won a round with a strange move, but in the end we still have to face it head-on. Just like this canon, it's just a song. Indeed, many people are enthusiastic about it now, but it won't be long before this novelty passes and no one cares. At that time, Gu Hai's strange will be useless. I've mentioned to young Master An before that Gu Hai's building has no goods. If he renovates it and has no goods to sell, what's the use? It'll only be a joke. Let him jump around for a few days. When his building is renovated, I'll send them a congratulatory gift. Jiang Tianyi sneered. Young Master An suppressed the anger in his heart. The sales of the piano were indeed like the sun in the sky, and it was not good to go head-on. That's fine. When his building is renovated, Canon's limelight will pass. I'll see how his building closes down. Young Master An snorted coldly. Just as Jiang Tianyi had expected, no matter how popular Canon was, after a month of constant brainwashing, the zither players were tired one after another. The sales of pianos had also slowly decreased. At the beginning there were 10 queues queuing up to buy them. Slowly there was only one queue and sometimes there was no one. On the other side, young Master An and Jiang Tianyi revealed a faint smile. Long Wanqing was rather anxious. Hallmaster, don't worry. The first piano building on this street will open for business the day after tomorrow. The piano sale is just one of the musical instruments. There will be many other musical instruments in the future. Guhai smiled. But what are you going to sell the day after tomorrow? Are we going to make a new musical instrument and then pre-sell it? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Who said I have nothing to sell? You'll know when the time comes. Guhai said with a smile. Long Wanqing frowned and nodded. By the way, the master seems to have followed Shangguan out of the city? Long Wanqing frowned. I know. I gave Shangguan 500,000 high-grade spirit stones and asked him to buy some food. Guhai nodded. Mu Chenfeng, who was at the side, kept drinking tea, suppressing the shock in her heart. Money? These days, how many people had guessed how much money Guhai had earned? It had only been a month. Was he a gold-swallowing divine beast? Mu Chenfeng knew that she had given Shangguan 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Damn. 1 million high-grade spirit stones? How many years would it take to earn it back with her own salary? But Guhai had only given Shangguan to buy food. Was Shangguan a foodie? How could he eat so much? Gu, Division Leader Gu, the renovation of the No. 1 zither building on this street has been completed. After you played the piano for 2 days, you spread the word and invited people in the city to buy all kinds of musical instruments. But where did you get the musical instruments? Mu Chenfeng was puzzled. Didn't I borrow 1,000 subordinates from you? These days they were helping me to find a source of goods. We'll see the day after tomorrow. Guhai said with a smile. Huh. Mu Chenfeng nodded blankly. The whole city had received the news. Many cultivators knew about Guhai's situation. Could an outsider really withstand the pressure of the No. 1 zither building? Where did he find the source of goods? Would there be a zither for sale at the opening? On this street, many shop owners were waiting early. They wanted to see if the zither building would become a joke today. Early in the morning, many people began to gather outside the No. 1 zither building on this street. After a month of waiting, the No. 1 zither building slowly regained some of its popularity. Manager Jianghu had already asked people to prepare gifts. He sneered at the closed door of the No. 1 zither building on this street. The renovation style of the No. 1 zither building on this street was very novel. The whole building was paved with polished marble, and the main color was white. It looked very gorgeous and luxurious. The outside world was full of Dahan officials and elite hall disciples. The auspicious time has come. Crackle, crackle. A string of firecrackers rang out. It was a lively scene. Guhai and Long Wanqing slowly walked to the front. The ribbon cutting begins. A Dahan official shouted. The entire opening ceremony made countless cultivators widen their eyes. Where did they find this group of country bumpkins? What kind of opening ceremony is this? Why is it so strange? This was the style of Guhai's shop, a custom he brought from Earth. The cultivators were confused. Guhai and Long Wanqing cut the colored balls with scissors. Open for business, Guhai said with a smile. Amid the crackling firecrackers, the No. 1 zither building on this street officially opened for business. The door opened with a bang. The interior design was transparent. In the center, sunlight could shine in, making the interior look exceptionally bright and spacious. Everyone, for the first 3 days of the opening of the No. 1 zither building on this street, everything will be 10% off. The price is clearly marked. No bargaining, no credit. The best zither in the city is the cheapest in our shop. The cheapest zither in the city is the best in our shop. Please come in, Guhai said with a laugh. 10% off for everything? Many cultivators rushed in. Jianghu had prepared some special gifts to ridicule Guhai, but Guhai actually opened for business. These gifts were wasted. He really opened for business? That's impossible. Where did he get the goods? Does he really have good goods? Jianghu walked in disbelief. Wow, it's all goods. All 5 floors are filled. There are so many musical instruments. This floor is full of zither. The quality of these zither is no worse than the ones in the No. 1 zither building. This price? It's only half of the price of the No. 1 zither building? What? On top of that, there's a 10% discount today? I'll take it, I'll take it. This vertical bamboo flute is not bad. It's the same quality as the No. 1 zither building, and only 70% of their price? What, a 10% discount? I've wanted it for a long time. Give it to me, I'll take it. What? Take the receipt and pay there? And the receipt? The 5 floors were paved with polished marble. The walls were pasted with marble, which was exceptionally bright. A zither master was invited to play relaxing tunes inside. It was extremely comfortable for the customers to walk around. The salespeople were also very polite. They introduced the advantages and disadvantages of the musical instruments to the customers in detail. However, the interior of the store was divided into many smaller stores. This is the error shop at the end of the street? Why did they open for business here? Jiang Qian's expression changed. That's the zither shop on the next street. They make the best drums. They specially set aside an area for them to sell drums? Over there, over there. These are the specialty shops of Silver Moon City? They're all organized to open a shop here? Jiang Qian looked at the small shops with a surprised expression. Although these small shops were far from the number one zither building in the past, they still had some decent musical instruments. They could store good musical instruments in the number one zither building on the street. A win-win situation was born. Yo, shopkeeper Jiang, you're here too. I have a flute here. You've praised it before. You can take a look. It's the most famous flute in our shop. A man in green looked at his small counter and smiled at Jiang Qian. You, shopkeeper Chen, didn't I tell you? You're not allowed to supply Guhai. Have you forgotten? Jiang Qian said coldly. No, we're not supplying him. We're opening our own shop. Look, my sign is also here. My shop is called Little Chen Flute Shop. Shopkeeper Chen immediately smiled apologetically. What do you mean? You're not supplying him? Look, you're selling the goods, but you're handing the money to Guhai's people. Jiang Qian glared. It's not like that. Shopkeeper Jiang, the money will be returned to us. Shopkeeper Chen smiled. Oh. Guhai said that this place is like a big shopping mall. Our brand can enter the shopping mall. This place is very popular. As long as our quality is good, how much we can sell depends on our ability. The rules of the shopping mall are deducting points. For example, 20% of the sales will be deducted. Shopkeeper Chen explained. Deducting points? Your brand can enter as you please? How can we? Guhai is picking. If the goods are not good, he won't allow them to enter. Those who sell fake and inferior products will be fined. We'll issue invoices and let the customers pay at the counter. This is just for the convenience of the bookkeeping. Shopkeeper Chen explained. Shopkeeper Jiang's expression changed drastically. Shopping mall? Shopping mall? Deducting points? Guhai, you actually thought of such a roundabout way. Shopkeeper Jiang, I won't talk to you anymore. Today's business is very good. I'll visit your number one zither building another day. Shopkeeper Chen bowed and went to take care of the customers. On the first day of business, countless cultivators were attracted. Good quality and cheap. And there was the guarantee of invoices. The novel sales model immediately made countless cultivators fork out money quickly. Buying musical instruments was like buying for free. Many people rushed to buy. There were long lines at many payment counters. They were all here to deliver money. The piano presale business was quiet, but the shopping mall was instantly bustling with people. The news flew out as if it had wings. Jiang Qian walked out in a daze. He kept muttering, it's over, the number one zither building is over. Cost? Guhai didn't need cost at all. He only needed to know how to do accounts and management. Sit and collect money every day? Supply of musical instruments? There was no need at all. The shop owners who had tasted the sweetness would squeeze their heads to enter this shopping mall. It was ridiculous that he thought of blocking Guhai's supply of goods. Could he still block it? These small shops were indeed not as good as the number one zither building, but they also had their own specialties. Their specialties were not worse than his and were much cheaper. Those Xiozha were not idiots. When they compared the two sides, the number one zither building was abandoned. Shopkeeper Jiang walked back to the number one zither building in a daze. At this time, inside the number one zither building, it was empty. There were only a few customers. Shopkeeper Jiang, many people went to see the opening of the zither building across the street. You also went. How was it? Were the musical instruments across the street a mess? How long will it take to close down? Young Master and drank tea and smiled at Jiang Qian who walked in. Jiang Qian gave a bitter smile and said, Young Master and Guhai is not just a business genius. He is a business genius. The piano piece from a few days ago was just to create momentum today. The money he earned from the piano was just to create momentum. We were all tricked, all tricked. What? Momentum? Young Master and raised an eyebrow. Yes, selling pianos is just to create momentum. The number one zither building on this street is the scariest gold-swallowing beast. My number one zither building is in danger. Jiang Qian said bitterly. Chapter 189. Silver Moon Villa. The old village master listened to Yun Mo describe the grand occasion of the number 1 zither building in detail. What? Promotion? Piano and cannon just to promote a zither building? The old village master looked at Yun Mo in surprise. Yun Mo nodded and said, yes, before this no one thought highly of this zither building. Everyone thought it was a joke. Until the piano piece appeared, everyone thought it was just to buy the piano. But who would have thought that Gu Hai did it to promote? The reputation of the number 1 zither building in this street spread. Now there is a rush of people. Xiozha are fighting to be the first to come. And the musical instrument stores in the city are all fighting to enter the number 1 zither building in this street. The village master didn't see that scene. The goods there seem to be free. All the Xiozha are fighting to buy. Piano is profitable, but it seems that no matter how profitable it is, it can't be more profitable than the number 1 zither building in this street. Gu Hai is really good. To promote the number 1 zither building in this street, he actually composed canon style. Not doing proper work, rotten wood can't be carved. The old village master didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, when canon came out, the old village master suspected that it was composed by Gu Hai. In the end, after a few days, the old village master was not disappointed. Canon's version changed and immediately pushed canon to a higher level. Only then did the old village master believe that it was composed by Gu Hai. But, with such talent, he actually went to do business? So canon was to serve your zither building? Yun Mo smiled bitterly. Who would have thought? The number 1 zither building across the street was caught off guard. Who would have thought that Gu Hai would use such a method of operation? This method of operation can't be replicated, unless you can also cause a sensation in the city. The number 1 zither building in the world is going to fail this time, ha ha. The old village master gradually laughed. The number 1 zither building in the world was not only going to fail. Since the number 1 zither building in this street officially opened, the turnover had plummeted. Looking at the line of people across the street, Jiang Tianyi's face was cold. The only people who entered the world's number 1 zither building were those who bought instruments from the opposite store and went to compare the prices. After comparing the prices, they went to the opposite store and bought another set without hesitation. The number 1 zither building on this street had been open for 10 days. During these 10 days it had made a lot of money. The 10% discount had ended long ago, but it was still bustling with activity. Business was booming. Under the business model, Gu Hai's cost was pitifully low. However, he earned the most. Not only did the merchants not blame Gu Hai for deducting the points, but they were also very grateful to Gu Hai. The sales of the past 10 days were equivalent to what they had earned in a year. The merchants kept perfecting their instruments and did not want to be terminated by the zither tower. The zither tower's principle was to only seek the best. If you don't strive for the best, there are a lot of merchants outside who want to enter. In Gu Hai's study, Long Wanqing looked at a piece of paper with strange symbols written on it. What is this? These are Arabic numerals used for bookkeeping. The one in your hand is our performance report. I taught it to my subordinates before. Gu Hai said with a smile. Long Wanqing nodded blankly. Mu Chenfeng had been watching the lively scene in the zither tower these days, and she was completely stunned. In Mu Chenfeng's eyes, pre-selling pianos was already a money-grabbing industry. However, compared to this zither tower, what was the pre-selling of pianos? Just a drizzle. Her group of wood-helm disciples were busy here every day. The daily bonus given by Gu Hai made the hearts of the wood-helm disciples beat faster, and they all worked harder. A group of wood-helm disciples seemed to have become water-helm disciples. The number 1 zither building on this street was in full swing. In the number 1 zither building in the world. Pa! Young Masterin smashed the teacup in his hand. In these 10 days, only 6 ancient zither were opened? This is your result? Young Masterin said angrily. Jiang Tianyi shook his head bitterly and said, Young Masterin, now I finally understand why Gu Hai took out 700,000 high-grade spirit stones so easily. What? He wants to buy the number 1 zither building in the world. But, yes, he already bought it. The number 1 zither building's performance is all in his pocket. The number 1 zither building in the world is going to close down. If this continues, it will completely close down. Jiang Tianyi said bitterly. Close down? No, if grandfather knows that I closed down the number 1 zither building, he will definitely kill me. Young Masterin said with an ugly expression. Yes, the number 1 zither building in the world is one of His Highness's industries. Although it is not the biggest industry, it brings His Highness a lot of military funds every year. If it closes down, Jiang Tianyi said with an ugly expression. Then what should we do? I will go and destroy Guhai's zither building. Young Masterin said coldly. No, if we destroy Guhai's zither building at this juncture, the reputation of the #1 zither building in the world will be completely ruined. Even without Guhai there will be no business at that time. Jiang Qianni said with an ugly expression. Then what should we do? We will also build momentum and restore everyone's confidence in the #1 zither building. Invite a real zither master and let him play. Let everyone know that Guhai's cannon is just a toy. It is useless. The zither is not like that. The zither is not like that. My #1 zither building in the world is the real way of the zither. To let everyone be shocked, to the point of despising, cannon, use our zither as the standard, and the zither of our #1 zither building in the world is the orthodox one. The zither is not for pleasure, it is not cheap, it is used for battle. Guhai's zither is just a toy. He is cheap, nothing good. Jiang Qianni said in a low voice. Oh, can it work? We want to destroy people's confidence in Guhai's zither building, destroy people's confidence in Guhai, and use my #1 zither building in the world as the standard. So, it must work, it must work, it must work. Jiang Qianni solemnly said. Zither master? Didn't you invite many zither masters? Young Masterin said in a low voice. Those. What kind of zither masters are those? They can only be called zither players. What is the concept of their zither? If you want to invite, you have to invite a real expert. Jiang Qianni solemnly said. Oh, Fairy Wanner. Jiang Qianni solemnly said. Her? Yes, I can't think of anyone else. How strong is this woman's zither Dao? I'm sure Wang Yi has mentioned it to you before. We want to use her to defeat Guhai, destroy the #1 zither building in this street, and destroy everyone's confidence in them. Jiang Qianni solemnly said. Invite her? But it's troublesome. The last time she came here to play the zither, it was only at my grandfather's request that she came to play a song. If I invite her, will it? Young Masterin frowned slightly. Young Masterin is the grandson of Wang Yi. You are the only one who can invite the Fairy Wanner. Therefore, the survival of the #1 zither building in the world depends on Young Masterin. Jiang Qianni smiled bitterly. All right, I'll try. Young Masterin nodded. The #1 zither building in the world was about to die. Young Masterin did not stay any longer and immediately went to Fairy Wanner's residence. The small courtyard where Fairy Wanner was. Fairy Wanner looked at Young Masterin with a frown. When Young Masterin saw Fairy Wanner, a trace of desire flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Young Masterin, you want me to help the #1 zither building in the world? Deal with Guhai? Fairy Wanner stared at Young Masterin. As long as you can crush Guhai, I'll give you whatever you want. Young Masterin said with certainty. Hee, what do I want? Young Masterin, didn't I tell you last time? I want your jade pendant. Fairy Wanner said with a smile. Young Masterin's eyelids twitched. My grandfather gave it to me and told me to carry it with me at all times. I know it's precious, that's why I want it. Moreover, I can't guarantee that I can crush Guhai. After all, Canon Song has already reached the highest level of my songs. Fairy Wanner laughed. Young Masterin was silent for a while before finally nodding. You just have to do your best. Fairy Wanner reached out with her slender right hand. Young Masterin reluctantly took out a jade pendant from his chest. The jade pendant was shaped like a dragon, and there was a trace of purple light in the emerald green. But Fairy Wanner reached out and took it. Young Masterin watched as the jade pendant was taken away. He opened his mouth, unwilling for a moment. All right, prepare a balcony at the #1 zither building in the world. A balcony as high as the piano balcony. I will do my best. Not only Guhai, but I will teach the entire Silver Moon City a lesson. Ah. Fairy Wanner's laughter had a trace of demonic aura. All right. Young Masterin left, leaving Fairy Wanner alone. She held the jade pendant in her hand, and there was a trace of ridicule in her eyes. Young Masterin, you dare to give this jade pendant to me? Ah. It's so easy to get it. Fairy Wanner smiled lightly. Fairy Wanner kept the jade pendant and turned to look in the direction of the #1 zither building. Kennen? It's a good song, but so what? You Guhai only know how to play. You don't have any artistic conception. I really suspect that you stole this song from someone else. Ah. The real way of the zither is not like you. In the entire Silver Moon City, the only one who can be my opponent is the Old Manor Master of Silver Moon Villa. Old Manor Master? Haha, I'll play a song called Dark Clouds Pressing on the City, a Tragic World. With just me and my song, can I destroy your city? Fairy Wanner showed a trace of anticipation. The next day, The business of the number 1 zither building was still bleak, but today the number 1 zither building was closed. It was on the 3rd floor and there was an empty balcony, opposite the place where the piano was placed. Some of the practitioners who came to the number 1 zither building also found a trace of surprise and turned to look. Is that Fairy Warner? It's really Fairy Warner? I didn't know when she played the zither at the number 1 zither building last time. She left after playing. It's a pity that I didn't hear it. The number 1 zither building invited Fairy Warner? Is she going to challenge Gu Hai? Countless practitioners showed a look of curiosity. They stopped at a distance and looked at the balcony. The balcony was cleaned very well. There was a small incense burner at the side, and a faint smell of incense slowly came out. Fairy Warner, dressed in white and wrapped in a white veil, slowly sat on a praying mat. In front of her was an emerald green guqin. Fairy Warner touched it gently. In another building not far away, young Master and Jiang Tianyi looked anxiously. Can she do it? Young Master and was worried. A zither master recognized by the prince. Young Master and, do you still have doubts? Jiang Tianyi said confidently. Fairy Warner's eyes flashed with a trace of arrogance. Using her right pinky, she gently plucked a string. Ding. She let go. Boom. There was a sudden explosion in the sky. Above Fairy Warner's head, endless dark clouds suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The rolling dark clouds immediately covered the sky above the number 1 zither building. Chapter 190. Countless cultivators looked up at the sky. They saw that the sky above the number 1 zither tower was suddenly filled with dark clouds. The dark clouds slowly transformed into the shape of a zither, a 7-stringed zither in the shape of a dark cloud. This is. Young Master and raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. This is the sky zither. Fairy Warner's zither Dao has already reached this level? Jiang Tianyi revealed a surprised expression. Sky zither? Once the sky zither appears, Fairy Warner's playing will use this sky zither to amplify the artistic conception to the entire city? Young Master An's eyes lit up. Those who condensed the sky zither are not ordinary people. This Fairy Warner has somewhat exceeded my expectations. Jiang Tianyi said with a complicated expression. Ding 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 ding. Fairy Warner suddenly plucked the strings of the zither. Immediately, a sharp sound of the zither was heard. At the same time, the strings of the sky zither in the shape of a dark cloud in the sky suddenly vibrated like Fairy Warner's zither. The strong sound instantly spread in all directions. It was even more powerful than Gu Hai's sound amplification array. In an instant, it spread through the entire Silver Moon City. Countless cultivators in the city looked up at the sky with a puzzled expression. Today I have been invited by the number 1 zither tower to present my song, Misery, to all the zither masters in Silver Moon City. Fairy Warner said. The sky zither imitated Fairy Warner's voice and transmitted this sentence to the entire Silver Moon City. Who did the number 1 zither tower invite this time? Is this the manifestation of the zither? Sky zither, this is the legendary sky zither. Who did the number 1 zither tower invite? The manifestation of the sky zither, the sound of the Tong Tian. Misery? What song is this? Countless cultivators looked up at the sky with curiosity. Inside the Silver Moon Villa, Yun Mo and the other disciples of the villa changed their expressions and looked up at the sky. Condensing the sky zither was not something that anyone could do. It required a strong zither Dao ability. Who was this person? Everyone looked at the sky and then at the old manor lord who was not far away. The old manor master was still gently wiping his zither, as if he didn't hear anything. In a small courtyard not far from the world's number 1 zither building. Not long ago the first man to buy a piano, Sima Changkong, was also gently wiping a guqin. Behind him stood a group of subordinates. My lord, this is the model of the number 1 zither pavilion on this street. For the time being there are no changes, a subordinate said respectfully. Sima Changkong squinted while wiping the zither. The best zither house on this street? Piano? Kennen? It turned out that everything was just to create momentum. This Gu Hai was not simple. Have you finished investigating Gu Hai's situation? I heard a little but not much. This person is Elite Hall's Water Division Master. I only heard that Li Haoran and Ding Rui died because of him. He seems to be from the Thousand Islands Sea. The subordinate said respectfully. Li Haoran? No wonder His Holiness let Li Xinji regain control of the Xinji battalion. It turns out that Gu Hai was also involved. Sima Changkong said with a frown. Yes. Immediately send people to the Thousand Islands Sea to inquire about Gu Hai. Sima Changkong said in a deep voice. Yes. After giving orders to his subordinates, Sima Changkong put down his zither and picked up a stack of papers on the table. One of them was the pre-sale contract for the piano, and the other was a detailed description of the number 1 zither pavilion on this street. What a genius. Sima Changkong looked at the information and his eyes lit up. Ding ding ding. Suddenly Fairy Wanner played the zither, accompanied by Fairy Wanner's words. Oh, the world's number 1 zither pavilion? Asking this demoness to play the zither? Les Miserables? Sima Changkong showed a hint of surprise. Soon, Sima Changkong showed a complicated smile and said, the number 1 zither pavilion in the world is really courting death. If they want to suppress Gu Hai's piano, they can find someone else. Why did they have to find this demoness? This is courting death. Even if the demoness Les Miserables is successful, the number 1 zither pavilion in the world will be ruined. If they don't court death, they won't die. Fairy Wanner's voice naturally traveled to the number 1 zither pavilion in this street. In the huge pavilion, countless customers showed a hint of surprise. This is Fairy Wanner's voice? Many people walked out curiously. And in the pavilion where Gu Hai was, Mu Chenfeng rushed in anxiously. Hall leader, division leader Gu, the number 1 zither pavilion in the world has invited someone to compete again. This time it's Fairy Wanner again. Mu Chenfeng said worriedly. We know. Gu Hai nodded. Long Wanqing also showed a complicated expression and said, I don't know where this Fairy Wanner came from. She seems to have come from the south of the Divine Continent. Along the way she has looked for countless people to compete with. I heard that she once looked for the Luyang of Gojoseon to compete, but I don't know what the result was. However, along the way she has defeated countless zither masters. Her name is getting bigger and bigger. As Long Wanqing was describing, the sound of the zither had already started. Ding 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 ding. The zither was plucked, and the sound of the heavenly zither general spread throughout the city. Wang. In an instant, it was as if the world had darkened. What? Mu Chenfeng's expression changed. Not only Mu Chenfeng, but almost all the cultivators in Silvermoon City had a change in expression. It was still noon, but with the sound of the zither, the sky suddenly darkened? That's not right. There weren't any dark clouds in the sky, and the sun was still shining. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Let's go to the balcony and take a look. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Mu Chenfeng was the first to rush out. Gu Hai followed behind. Wow. Indeed, there was an uproar in Silvermoon City. The sky darkened? And it was getting darker. Gu Hai and the rest stood on the balcony and looked across. Indeed, Fairy Wanner was playing the zither rapidly. The sound of the zither was melodious, and the heavenly zither in the sky kept spreading its artistic conception in all directions. Fairy Wanner was surrounded by clouds, and it was faintly discernible. Ding 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 ding. With the sound of the zither, the sky darkened. What's going on? Is the sun in the sky? Long Wanqing was puzzled. Mu Chenfeng waved her hand and a fireball appeared in her palm. However, the color of the fireball was very dim. No, it's not that the sky has darkened. It's that we've entered the artistic conception of Fairy Wanner's zither. Mu Chenfeng said, her eyes wide open. Artistic conception? But we're still awake. Gu Hai was puzzled. This is the combination of artistic conception and reality. Fairy Wanner's zither skills are too scary. She brought her artistic conception into reality. Mu Chenfeng said with an ugly expression. So what? Gu Hai was puzzled. Mu Chenfeng smiled bitterly and said, so what? Then the artistic conception you feel doesn't just exist in an illusion, but in reality. For example, what we're seeing now isn't the sky darkening, but what? Long Wanqing asked. But our vision is deteriorating. Mu Chenfeng said with sweat on her forehead. Vision deteriorating? Long Wanqing's expression changed. This is the feeling of destroying the human body, the tragic world, the tragic world? The feeling of destroying the human body? Mu Chenfeng looked at the opposite side in horror. Stop playing, stop playing. Immediately, some cultivators rushed anxiously to the number 1 zither tower. Wang. Fairy Wanner completely merged into the fog and gradually disappeared. The cultivators who rushed to the number 1 zither tower suddenly pounced on empty air. Where is she? Where is she? Immediately the cultivators roared anxiously. Ding 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 ding. In the sky, the heavenly zither was still playing. Fear appeared on the faces of countless cultivators. Run out of the city, quickly run, quickly run. You can't escape. Once the sound of the heavenly zither enters your ears, it can't be stopped. It will always follow you unless you break through this artistic conception. Otherwise it will always follow you. What should I do? What should I do? My eyes are getting darker and darker. Am I going blind? Am I going blind? Countless Xiuzha shouted in terror. The number 1 zither tower? Yes, the zither master invited by the number 1 zither tower. Find the number 1 zither tower. Jiang Tianyi, shopkeeper Jiang, quickly stop the zither, quickly stop. The number 1 zither tower, you want to kill us? My eyes are getting blurrier and blurrier. I can't see. What should I do? What should I do? Countless shouts sounded outside the number 1 zither tower. Inside the number 1 zither tower, Jiang Tianyi and young Master An's expressions changed. Oh no, young Master An, we can't go on like this. Quickly stop Fairy Wanner. The people are angry. Our number 1 zither tower is going to be destroyed. Jiang Tianyi said anxiously. Didn't you say that you want to give the whole city a lesson? Wanner will break the artistic conception in the end. Young Master An shook his head. But what if she doesn't break it? If she doesn't break it, this artistic conception will follow her for a lifetime. Are you blind? What's worse? Jiang Tianyi said anxiously. Her song is called Les Miserables. It should be just the beginning. Young Master An said with a frown. In an instant, countless cultivators in the city felt their vision deteriorate. Listening to the zither music, they all showed fear and anger. Ding 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 ding. Countless zither masters began to play, wanting to use their own zither artistic conception to resist the artistic conception of Les Miserables, but it was useless. The artistic conception of Les Miserables was too fierce. The artistic conception could not resist at all. Mu Qinfeng and Long Wanqing's vision deteriorated. The sky was getting darker and darker. Guhai, quickly play the zither to resist the artistic conception of Les Miserables, otherwise we will all be blind. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Guhai showed a bitter smile and said, I play. There is no artistic conception. How can there be no artistic conception? Didn't you create canon? Division leader Gu, quickly do something. I now believe that you are a zither master. Quickly resist Les Miserables, otherwise we will all be in trouble. Mu Qinfeng looked at Guhai anxiously. But I am really not a zither master. I only know how to play without any artistic conception. How can I resist? Guhai said bitterly. No, it's impossible. How can this be? Are we all going blind? Mu Qinfeng said anxiously. My nose, I feel that my sense of taste is malfunctioning. Is it slowly malfunctioning? My eyes, they are so blurry I can't see. My voice, what is happening to me? Am I going to become mute? My ears hurt. My hearing, me, is starting to blur. 5 senses? Les Miserables, it destroys the 5 senses. Destroys the 5 senses? No. In Silver Moon City, there were suddenly cries of agony. Under Les Miserables, Silver Moon City's tragic world was displayed. Chapter 191. Ding ding ding. Dong dong dong. Les Miserables was an extremely majestic piece. At the very least, when Guhai listened to the music, he felt like he had heard a symphony on earth. It was Guhai's first time hearing such a majestic piece of music played by a zither. How could a zither be so majestic? The sound of the zither surged and was extremely majestic. However, there seemed to be an infinite sadness in the music, a great tribulation abandoned by heaven and earth that seemed to be tormenting you. It was tormenting your life and tormenting your mind. You were slowly losing your 5 senses. The sky gradually darkened. It was not dark clouds that covered the sky, nor was it night. Instead, your vision was slowly deteriorating and disappearing. Blind? Was he about to become blind because of this concept? What should I do? I can't be blind, no. Someone save me, concept. I don't want to be entangled by this concept. Someone help me. If I'm blind, what will I do in the future? Will I always be blind? Countless Xiuzha started to shout in fear. The sky was getting darker and their eyes were getting blinder. This was a great fear that made countless cultivators tremble in their hearts. Countless cultivators rushed to the number 1 zither tower, wanting to stop the sound of the zither. However, in the surrounding clouds, the fairy one, seemed to have disappeared. Where are you? Demoness, where are you? Come out. The surrounding cultivators screamed miserably. Their eyes gradually disappeared, and it was even harder to find them. The sound of the zither continued in Les Miserables. Vision? No, this was just the beginning. Smell, touch, and even hearing. Eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and tongue, the five senses were slowly deteriorating. For a zither master, the other four senses could disappear, but what about hearing? Once they lost their hearing, how could they play the zither in the future? Was their zither path going to stop here? Panic was spreading and fear was growing. Countless zither masters sat cross-legged, hugging their zither and playing. Ding ding ding. Once the concept of the zither came out, it tried to attack the five senses brought by Les Miserables. However, the concept could only last for a while, and was instantly shattered by the majestic aura of Les Miserables. The world's #1 zither pavilion, I will not live under the same sky as you. No, demoness, stop it. #1 zither pavilion, stop it now. Heavens, my hearing is weakening. I'm going deaf. How am I going to play the guqin in the future? The blood-curdling screams rang out incessantly. Under the effects of the heavenly harp, the sound filled the entire city. Some Xiozha soared into the sky, wanting to destroy the heavenly qin. However, the closer he got to Lyra, the stronger the effects of Les Miserables became. Ah! The Xiozha who had charged into the air instantly lost all their senses and fell back down. Countless guqin masters were about to collapse. Countless Xiozha were about to despair. The tragic world had created an extremely tragic world in Silver Moon City. In a small courtyard not far from the #1 zither building in the world, Sima Changkong stroked the guqin. Ding 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 ding. With a wave of her hand, a string of zither music surrounded Sima Changkong, helping Sima Changkong to solve the problem of the concept of the tragic world. Sima Changkong stroked the guqin and looked in the direction of the #1 zither pavilion with a cold smile. Demoness, Les Miserables? Is very powerful. Are you declaring war on the old villa master of Silver Moon Mountain Villa? Haha, #1 zither pavilion, you've been screwed over by the demoness this time. Sima Changkong sneered. Sima Changkong sat in the small courtyard, only plucking the strings to ensure that she and her subordinates were fine. Sima Changkong did not want to help the others. The disaster this time was too great. The entire city was affected. The #1 zither pavilion was already in chaos. Countless Xiozha rushed in and smashed the instruments inside, wanting to stop the zither music. Young Master and Jiang Tianyi were also dumbfounded. Too much. It's over, the #1 zither pavilion is finished. Jiang Tianyi said with an ugly expression. What is Fairy Wanner doing? What is she doing? Stop her. Young Master and said angrily. We can't find her. Young Master and Fairy Wanner disappeared. Find her. Ah, I can't hear you. Find her, find that bitch for me. My eyes are going to lose their sight. What? Louder, I can't hear you. The disaster was spreading. On the #1 zither pavilion on the opposite side of the street, Gu Hai's five senses were also disappearing. Gu Hai was also anxious. Suddenly, the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal in the space between his eyebrows shook. Boom. There was a loud noise in Gu Hai's mind. Under the vibration of the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, it seemed to expel the aura in his body in an instant. In an instant, Gu Hai's eyes brightened again, and his ears became clear again. Standing on the balcony, he looked in all directions. All around the street there was a tragic chaos. Countless practitioners were slowly blinded and deaf, as if they had gone crazy. Division Leader Gu, quickly play the zither, quickly. Mu Chenfeng was already blind at this moment and shouted in horror. Long Wanqing grabbed Gu Hai. Gu Hai, I can't not see, I haven't avenged my mother. If I can't see, no one will take care of my sister. Wu Gu Hai, I can't hear, what should I do? You play cannon. Help me expel the aura. Long Wanqing grabbed Gu Hai with a helpless face, tears fell from her eyes, and she was incomparably sad. Play the zither? But I only know how to play music, I don't have the aura, I can't help you expel the aura. Gu Hai said anxiously. Ah, Division Leader Gu, what did you say? I can't hear clearly. Mu Chenfeng said anxiously. Gu Hai, quickly go, okay? Quickly go. Long Wanqing grabbed Gu Hai and it was also chaos. Losing the five senses, one's entire life was over. A great sadness rushed into the hearts of the 100 million people in the city. Gu Hai grabbed Long Wanqing and also felt anxious. He looked in the opposite direction. Countless practitioners were rushing to the #1 zither tower, but Fairy Wanner had already disappeared into the surrounding clouds. Only the sound of the zither remained, that surging and surging zither sound. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Quickly, Gu Hai, I beg you. Long Wanqing grabbed Gu Hai and cried incomparably sadly. All right, I'll try, but I don't know the effect. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and slowly walked to the front of the piano. Then he slowly sat down. Although Long Wanqing could not see, she felt Gu Hai go to the piano, so she did not dare to disturb him. She sat at the side and waited anxiously in fear. On the other side, Fairy Wanner could still see Gu Hai through the clouds. She was playing Les Miserables. When she saw Gu Hai sitting before the piano, Fairy Wanner revealed a faint smile. Playing the piano? No matter how good the music is, it is useless without the mood of the piano. You are not my match. My match is the Silver Moon Mountain Villa's old manor master. Fairy Wanner turned her head and ignored Gu Hai. Instead, she looked into the distance where Silver Moon Mountain Villa was. At this moment, the same scene rang out outside Silver Moon Mountain Villa. The #1 zither tower in the world? Fuck all 8 generations of your ancestors. My ears. I'm going deaf. I'm going deaf. Help. Old Manor Master, help. Old Manor Master, I'm going to lose my 5 senses. Please save us. Old Manor Master, Les Miserables mood is too ferocious. We can't block it at all. Old Manor Master, help. The same tragic scene took place here. All the zither masters were in the middle of the test when they suddenly encountered this unexpected disaster. They were terrified. They quickly played the zither to block this mood. However, Fairy Wanner's mood was too strong. It swept through like a hot knife through butter, completely destroying everyone's mood. Only Les Miserables mood was left. Inside Silver Moon Mountain Villa, countless disciples were very anxious at this moment. They quickly gathered in a square inside the villa. Under Yun Mo's lead, everyone played a song together. Everyone's mood was connected, blocking the mood from Les Miserables. Les Miserables' mood was as ferocious as a vast ocean. Yun Mo led a group of disciples to block with their mood. They were like a small boat in the vast ocean, extremely dangerous. They were almost overturned by Les Miserables again and again. Their expressions were very ugly and they were very anxious. Manor Master, we can't hold on for much longer. This Les Miserables is too terrifying. Manor Master, what should we do? What should we do? Yun Mo shouted anxiously. Not far away in a small pavilion, the old Manor Master was still gently wiping his zither. He slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. Guqin sounds rushed out one after another. Others were affected, but the old Manor Master did not seem to be affected. Dark clouds slowly gathered in the sky. As the mood of Les Miserables continued to accumulate, the sky was slowly covered by dark clouds. It was as if the mood of Les Miserables was gathering. The longer the zither music went on, the thicker the dark clouds became. It was a mood of Les Miserables. It was as if Les Miserables were pressing down. It pressed down on everyone's heart, pressing down on the sky above Silver Moon City. Les Miserables? This is coming for me? Ah, her disciple? What a talented disciple. Les Miserables can cut off one's 5 senses. It's even scarier than killing people with physical forms. Les Miserables, what a great Les Miserables. The old Manor Master looked at the dark clouds in the sky and laughed. Manor Master, we can't hold on for much longer. Manor Master, please help us. Yun Mo shouted anxiously from behind. The old Manor Lord looked into the distance. He was looking at Fairy Wanner, who was in the #1 zither pavilion. Fairy Wanner was also looking at Silver Moon Mountain Villa from a distance. It was as if 2 peerless experts were looking at each other from afar, ready to fight to the death. Fairy Wanner played the zither while revealing a cold smile. It was as if she was waiting for the old Manor Master to make a move. The old Manor Master slowly put down his zither and gently touched the strings. Just as he was about to make a move, dang, da, 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 da. Suddenly, the sound of the zither filled the air. It was like a sword that came from the heavens, blocking the 2 experts. Chapter 192. Dang. Dang dang. Dang dang. Dang 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 dang. Suddenly, the sound of a piano appeared out of nowhere. It was like a sword from the sky, blocking the 2 experts' confrontation. Oh. The old Manor Master's expression changed. He stopped playing the piano and listened curiously. Another piano piece? Not canon? There was only one piano in Silver Moon City, and only one person knew how to play it. Gu Hai. Gu Hai fought back with a piano piece? The old Manor Master listened with interest. A piano piece. It was indeed played by Gu Hai, and he had activated the sound amplification array. Guhai did not want to play a piece without a mood. However, Long Wanqing's 5 senses were fading quickly. Could she be indifferent? Furthermore, his subordinates were also incomparably terrified at this moment. Their 5 senses had disappeared. Could it be that they were all going to become cripples? Whether it was effective or not, he had to try. After thinking for a while, Guhai slowly placed his fingers on the piano and started playing. Dang, dang dang, dang dang, dang 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 dang. As soon as Guhai started playing, the frightened cultivators suddenly fell silent. Is Mr. Good playing the piano? Mr. Good is making a move. Master Gu, hurry up and break through the tragic world. Break through the tragic world. Master Gu, save me. I don't want to go deaf. I still want to play the piano. I don't want to go deaf. Countless cultivators in the surroundings became anxious. Oh. Fairy One, suddenly raised her eyebrows and looked at Guhai. However, when the piano piece was played, there was no mood at all. There was only a song, an extremely intense song. No matter how good your song is, without a mood, how can you fight against me? Ah. You are not qualified to be my opponent. Old Manor Master, are you still not going to make a move? Fairy One, narrowed her eyes and continued playing the tragic world. Why is it useless? Great Master Gu's song does not contain any state. I can't see anything. What should I do? What should I do? Countless cultivators shouted in despair. In a small courtyard not far away, Sima Changkong gently strummed the guqin, blocking the invasion of the concept of the tragic world. Old Manor Lord, are you still not going to make a move? Ah. Sima Changkong frowned. Suddenly, the sound of a piano could be heard. Oh, Guhai. There's a new song? Not canon? So intense? However, intense music is useless. Your music has no intent. A Zither Dao master can only infuse his intent into his music for it to possess boundless power. So what if it's intense? Sima Changkong frowned. Sima Changkong shook his head with a trace of pity in his eyes. But in the next moment, Sima Changkong was slightly stunned. This, Guhai's piano piece? It couldn't be, right? Was this a new one created at the last minute? According to this tragic world, create a temporary response to the music? It couldn't be. Sima Changkong immediately revealed a shocked expression. The sound of the piano continued. However, without the intent, the countless cultivators were left with only boundless despair. Slowly they could no longer see and their ears were almost deaf. I am a Zither Dao master. Why is there no intent when Great Master Gu plays? Why is there no intent? What an intense song. However, what's the use of having no intent? Dark clouds are looming over the city. This is a tragic world. What should we do? Countless cultivators were extremely anxious. At Silver Moon Manor, Yun Imo led the manor disciples to play the guqin, all of them extremely anxious. I can't take it anymore. Manor Lord, please help. My ears are starting to degenerate. Manor Lord, if I become deaf, how am I going to cultivate my Zither Dao? Yun Imo said anxiously. Manor Lord, save me. Manor Lord, the tragic world's intent is getting stronger. What should I do? The manor disciples were extremely anxious. Good. Good song. What a fighter who doesn't surrender to fate. What a fighter who will fight to the end even if he is deaf. The old manor lord suddenly laughed. Huh. All the disciples of the mountain villa were at a loss. The first time is over. Guhai, you actually created a song at the last minute and it's specifically for the tragic world? Haha, incredible. Listen to it too. The old manor lord laughed. As he spoke, he stretched out his hands slightly. Buzz. The void trembled slightly. Suddenly, Guhai's piano piece was instantly amplified, and it spread to the entire city. Guhai himself didn't notice, but the entire Silver Moon City suddenly resounded with the sound of Guhai's piano. Huh. Fairy One's expression changed and she looked at Guhai in surprise. Guhai didn't notice it, but it didn't mean that Fairy One didn't notice it. One's ability as a Zither master was terrifying. The sound of the piano piece was suddenly amplified 10 times. It was definitely not a sound amplification array, and the source of the amplification came from the Silver Moon Villa. Old Manor Lord? Humph, you think Guhai's piano piece can break my tragic world? What a joke. Fairy One showed a trace of disdain. Without the intent, even the strongest song was useless. In the Silver Moon Villa, the manor disciples looked at the old manor lord blankly. What? Why didn't the manor lord do anything? I'm going deaf. This is Gu Hai's piano piece? It's useless. Without the intent, what's the use? While everyone was anxious, Yun Mo's expression changed slightly, and he was silent for a moment. Suddenly, the sound of the zither in his hand stopped. Gu Hai's song wasn't long. After listening to it once, Yun Mo learned it. Slowly, Yun Mo played according to Gu Hai's score. Ding, ding ding, ding ding, ding ding ding. He didn't imitate the sound of the piano like the old manor lord did. Instead, he only played the zither. After playing the song, Yun Mo's expression changed. What a strong fighting spirit, Yun Mo said in surprise. After the first time, Yun Mo played the second time. On the second time, Yun Mo slowly closed his eyes and simulated the intent of the song in his mind. In the song, Yun Mo saw a high-spirited genius zither master, a great zither master. The great zither master kept composing his own song, but at this moment the great zither master started to go deaf. He couldn't hear more and more, and panic spread throughout his body. The great zither master painfully described his current mood. Pain has already knocked on the door. Once it lives in you, it will never recede. Deafness has already become my torture. I live a miserable life. All this time, I have been avoiding all forms of communication because I can't talk to people. I am deaf. If I were in another profession maybe I could, but I'm a zither master. This is the most terrible thing. What would my enemies say? Their numbers are quite large. When others speak softly, it's blurry. When others speak loudly, it's unbearable. I often curse my life. My teacher taught me to endure, to endure. What a pitiful refuge, but I have to fight against fate. I can't accept it, I can't accept it, I can't accept it. An unyielding will to fight against fate was vented with this song. The great zither master's heroic personality showed the spirit of a warrior who didn't fear fate. In the face of endless suffering and inner pain, the music itself was full of tolerance for misfortune, challenge and fight against fate, transcendence and sublimation of reality, and persistence and determination for ideals. Yun Mo seemed to see a powerful warrior who had transcended reality and escaped the hardships of the mortal world. In spirit, he was a victor who didn't fear fate and resisted fate. Yun Mo played this song over and over again. As he played, it seemed to vent the fear in his heart, encourage the battle in his heart, and resist this tragic world, resisting this torturous fate. Suddenly, a strong intent seemed to form around Yun Mo. It soared into the sky and rushed towards the dark clouds of fate in the tragic world. After playing over and over again, Yun Mo suddenly felt much better. The intent of the tragic world was slowly being resisted. Yun Mo's battle intent became stronger, and stronger battle intent soared into the sky. Around him, a group of Silver Moon Villa disciples imitated Yun Mo and also began to play this song. No intent? Then integrate with the intent that I feel. In the intent, there was a vigorous vitality, full of the desire for infinity and ideals. It had transcended all the pain, fear, tolerance, and awe of the body and life. It was the sublimation of life. Waves of battle intent soared into the sky. As they played Gu Hai's song, each zither master seemed to resist the invasion of the tragic world. Mu Chenfeng played this song not far from Gu Hai and cried in surprise, "I blocked it, it's really effective, it's really effective." On the side, Long Wanqing was also learning to play, but she was using the zither. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. It was really effective? It was good that it was effective. This piano piece is called Pathos. Play it with me, infuse your intent into it, and break through this tragic world together. Gu Hai shouted. His voice immediately spread throughout the city. Pathos was one of the best works of the former Earth musician Beethoven. To be precise, Gu Hai played a part of Pathos, the third movement of Pathos. The entire Pathos described Beethoven's tragic life. In a tragic life, deafness was the greatest suffering. However, in the face of such a tragic situation, Beethoven still fought against fate. A strong sense of heroism gushed out from this song. The third movement of Pathos used music to bring people out of the shell of life and into the boundless spiritual realm. It instilled the ideals and personality of a hero into people's souls, and instilled the soaring battle intent that refused to accept fate. Fight against fate. This was the strongest theme of Pathos. Gu Hai played it over and over again. As Gu Hai played, countless zither masters around the first zither building on this street played along in pain. This was because the zither masters gradually heard the battle intent in Pathos. That battle intent supported the zither masters to play along. When they started playing, the zither masters suddenly realized that this song seemed to be specifically targeted at the tragic world. They were gradually able to resist the concept of the tragic world. This discovery made the zither masters even more excited. They no longer cared about the previous song and kept playing pathos. Every time they played, a surge of battle intent rushed into the sky along with the sound of the zither, rushing towards the rolling dark clouds. Ding, ding ding, ding ding, ding ding ding. When one zither master played, 10 other zither masters also found the beauty and played. Hundreds of zither masters played along. Pathos spread throughout the city, and countless Guqin players played along. Waves of battle intent converged into a long river, constantly bombarding the dark clouds of fate above the city. Ding, ding ding, ding ding, ding 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 ding. Ding, ding ding, ding ding, ding ding ding. Ding, ding ding, ding ding, ding ding ding. Ding, ding ding, ding ding, ding ding ding. In the beginning only the zither masters around Guhai played. Soon the entire street was playing pathos. Then 10 streets played pathos. Then 100 streets played pathos. Pathos was like a virus, quickly spreading throughout the entire Silver Moon City. It was better to save oneself than to ask for help. Ever since they discovered the battle intent of pathos, all the zither masters started playing. It was even more intense than canon. Some people liked canon and some didn't. Not everyone played it. But now in order to save themselves they all played pathos. The entire Silver Moon City was slowly shrouded in pathos. Fairy 1 originally looked coldly at Guhai. There was a sense of disdain in her eyes. After all, a song without a concept was not threatening at all. But while playing pathos while listening to pathos, Fairy 1 gradually frowned. This song was too appropriate. It was as if Guhai had created it on the spot to specifically target her. Yes, it must have been created on the spot. How could he be so talented? But why did his song not have any concept at all? Without a concept, so what if it was appropriate? It was useless. It was completely useless. Fairy 1 sneered. But gradually the people around Guhai started playing as well. As they played pathos they integrated their own concept. Suddenly, it was as if there was a surge of battle intent soaring into the sky. This surge of battle intent? Everyone's understanding of pathos is different. It is impossible for everyone to have a surge of battle intent. There are big and small battle intents, strong and weak battle intents. Even if you are strong, so what? My pathos is a gathering of dark clouds of tragic fate. It is your fate and it is the sea. All of you are just small streams of fighting spirit. Small streams? Can a small stream hit the sea? What a joke, what a joke. Fairy 1 sneered. Although her eyes were full of disdain, her playing of pathos was getting colder and colder. Rumble. In the sky the dark clouds were getting thicker and thicker. This was the oppression of fate. If fate wanted you to submit, you had to submit. Outside Silver Moon Villa. When the old villa master saw his disciples start playing pathos, he smiled slowly. His voice spread outside the villa. Outside the villa, countless musical instrument masters had come to take the test. They were crying bitterly, unable to accept their tragic fate. But when the piano piece was played, some of them seemed to be enlightened and started playing. Soon the sound of pathos could be heard in the villa as well. All the musical instrument masters started to learn. Battle intents like small streams? But there were many people playing. After playing it for the first time, he had a deeper understanding of pathétique, and an even more powerful warrior energy soared into the sky. Rumble. Silver Moon City had a population of 100 million. There were at least a few million musical instrument masters. Tens of millions of people knew how to play the instrument. It was as if they had received some kind of signal. All those who knew how to play the instrument played pathos. At this moment, the concept of countless musical instrument masters started to attack the dark clouds in the sky. Streams of battle intents converged into rivers of battle intents, which then converged into huge ocean currents. The huge ocean currents were the fighting spirit of everyone in the city. The fighting intents of everyone in the city attacked the dark clouds of fate. Rumble. One of the ocean currents collided with the dark clouds of fate. The dark clouds of fate suddenly trembled. Rumble. Rumble. Multiple ocean currents crashed into the dark clouds of fate. Fate is huge. I have unlimited fighting spirit. I have a heart full of sorrow. Everyone in the city was playing pathos. Everyone in the city was following Guhai as he played pathos. Guhai was the leader. With the piano piece in the lead, the army of thousands of musical instruments followed. All the musical instruments slowly turned from chaotic to orderly. The grand sound of sorrow and fighting spirit converged into a vast ocean. It crashed into the ocean of fate. Use my sorrow to defeat the tragic world of fate. Break. Guhai shouted. The fighting intents of everyone in the city crashed into the dark clouds of fate of the tragic world again. Rumble. The dark clouds suddenly rolled violently as if they were about to explode. What? Wanner's expression changed. The guqin in her hand trembled. She almost lost her grip on it. One more time. Play pathos, together. Break through the tribulation of fate with me. Break through with me. Guhai shouted. Dong. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong 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 dong. Ding. Ding ding. Ding ding. Ding 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 ding. All the musical instrument masters in the city followed Guhai's lead. Intense sounds of sorrow rang out again. They attacked the dark clouds of fate again. Chapter 193. Dang. Dang dang. Dang dang. Dang 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 dang. Ding. Ding ding. Ding ding. Ding 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 ding. All the zither in the city followed Guhai's lead and started to play sorrowful music again. They attacked the destiny clouds in the sky once more. The grand sound filled the world. The sorrowful music became incomparably majestic. When the entire city played the same tune, the boundless battle energy seemed to turn into a vast ocean. It was also like a giant beast that fiercely charged at the destiny clouds in the sky. Boom. With a deafening impact, the dark clouds of fate suddenly shook violently again. A crack seemed to be torn open in the shaking, allowing countless practitioners to see the dazzling sunlight on the other side of the crack in an instant. That was not ordinary sunlight. That was the hope of the entire city, the dawn of the entire city. That was the glimmer of victory after fighting against destiny. However, that crack was instantly covered by the dark clouds and closed again. When it closed, countless storms under the pressure of the dark clouds rushed toward the entire city. Off. The zither in Fairy Wanner's hands shook violently, and a rebound force rushed toward Wanner. Wanner's face immediately flushed red. Impossible, impossible. My tragic world is invulnerable. No one can break it. Furthermore, it is a newly created song? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. A sinister look flashed in Fairy Wanner's eyes. The zither in her hands moved faster and faster. The sound of the zither intensified, and the tragic world became even more tragic. The rolling dark clouds gathered again, becoming thicker and thicker. They piled up into a pitch-black evil dragon that coiled in the dark clouds. It opened its mouth and roared downward. One more time. Guhai shouted. Good. Almost all the zither in the city roared at the same time. This made the entire city tremble violently, because everyone saw hope, everyone saw the light of dawn. Destiny? Destiny was not something that could not be resisted. Resisting required persistence and effort. Ding. Ding ding. Ding ding. Ding 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 ding. Ding. Ding ding. Ding ding. Ding 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 ding. Guhai's guqin resounded throughout the city once again. This time he was even more confident and his do-chi was even more powerful. His surging do-chi gathered into a sea and rushed towards the dark clouds of fate in the sky. If the dark clouds of fate were condensed into a black dragon, then the ocean of battle chi was condensed into a golden dragon. Roar. Roar. The two forces roared. Fairy Wanner had a sinister expression on her face, and so did all the musicians in the city. Break. Hong. It was a collision that could shatter the heavens and rend the earth, a collision of life and death. The golden divine dragon-like sea of energy destroyed everything in its path. It bit off the black dragon's neck and dashed to the center of the dark clouds of fate. Rumble. Under the powerful momentum of the battle chi, a super-large hole was instantly pierced through the dark clouds of fate. It was a gigantic hole that was difficult to repair. The moment the hole appeared, endless sunlight rushed down. The moment the sunlight shone, the countless cultivators whose vision had deteriorated earlier suddenly saw again. I see it. I see it. Guhai, you succeeded. Long Wanqing shouted excitedly. Not only the musicians but almost everyone's vision suddenly recovered by more than half. Countless cultivators cheered excitedly at the victory of the people's war. Boom. On the other side, Fairy Wanner spat out a mouthful of blood from the powerful backlash. No, impossible. My tragic world is the most perfect song, the most perfect. Fairy Wanner stared at Guhai with wide eyes. Disbelief and unwillingness flashed in her eyes. Guhai broke my tragic world? No, how could this brat whom I look down on break my tragic world? Many thanks, Great Master Gu. Many thanks, Mr. Good. I can see again. My five senses are slowly recovering. Great Master Gu's pathetique made me feel endless fighting spirit. Countless grateful voices sounded. The battle is not over yet. Is this a celebration? Let's do it again. Let's completely clean up the remnants of the concept of tragic world. Guhai shouted. His voice was transmitted through the sound amplification array and the old manor master's Guqin skills. Okay. All the musicians in the city agreed loudly. The deafening response seemed to overturn the entire Silver Moon City. In the world's number 1 Guqin Tower. At this moment, the world's number 1 Guqin Tower had been completely destroyed. Young Master and Jiang Tianyi slowly recovered from the loss of their five senses. At this moment, Jiang Tianyi looked at the world's number 1 Guqin Tower, which was in a mess. Then he looked at Guhai, who responded to his call. In an instant, his entire body was filled with despair. The world's number 1 Guqin Tower is completely finished. The world's number 1 Guqin Tower on this street? The world's number 1 Guqin Tower on this street? Ha, he didn't just buy my world's number 1 Zither Pavilion. If he can't compete with it, he can always reopen it on another street. Now he wants to remove my world's number 1 Zither Pavilion? Jiang Tianyi said in despair. Young Master and looked at Guhai with resentment. No matter how the audience watched, another round of pathos began. With Guhai in the lead, the 10 million Zither players followed closely behind, playing this song of Do Chi. Dang. Dang dang. Dang dang. Clang 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 clang. Ding. Ding ding. Ding ding. Ding 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 ding. The golden divine dragon-like battle chi roared into the sky once again. Meanwhile, the dark clouds of fate in the sky had already scattered and were in tatters. The golden divine dragon roared ferociously and soared into the sky. Wherever it went, the fragments of fate were swept away. The concept of the tragic world was completely destroyed. The sky was filled with battle chi full of vitality. The atmosphere, the cheers, and the excitement of countless Zither players exploded in the entire Silver Moon City. In a small courtyard not far from the world's number 1 Zither Tower, Sima Changkong stood with his hands behind his back. After witnessing this heaven-defying scene, he let out a long sigh. Guhai, I still underestimated you. Not only are you a business genius, but you are also a commander. 10 million Zither players will listen to you? You are the commander? Mobilizing 10 million Zither players to follow you in your breakthrough? If you were on the battlefield, this move alone would be enough to defeat thousands of soldiers. Sima Changkong exclaimed. At the same time, outside the Silver Moon Villa, a group of Zither players cheered. It's broken, it's broken. Haha, my battle chi has broken the tragic world. And mine, the dark clouds of fate in the sky have been scattered by our attacks. I feel that my Zither skills are full of fighting spirit. Mine too. My Zither skills have always lacked vitality. Now, after playing this song, I feel that I have broken through again. Pathos, what a good pathos. The Zither players outside the villa cheered wildly. Inside the villa, the disciples were pleasantly surprised. All of them were extremely excited as they looked at the rolling dark clouds in the sky that they had just broken through. Villa Master, we have broken the tragic world. Yunimo looked at the old Villa Master excitedly. The old Villa Master smiled and said, Do you understand now? Yes, Villa Master used to say that the Zither is easy to express, but a famous song is hard to find. I didn't quite understand. Isn't playing the Zither about the artistic conception? Then, when Guhai played canon, the Villa Master asked me to send him the invitation. I was still brooding about it. Now, I finally understand how important a famous song is. It can infect one's soul and stimulate one's spirit. It is a power that surpasses one's body. Yunimo clenched his teeth. Yes, Guhai played the piano without any artistic conception. But so what? Those who play the Zither well can only be called Master Zither players. A Master Zither player can never be compared to a true Zither Master, no matter how bad the Zither Master's playing is. Because what they pursue is Tao. The old Villa Master shook his head. Yes. Go, get 2 invitation cards and send them to the 2 authors of Tragic World and... The old Villa Master said lightly. Villa Master, you want to send the author of Tragic World as well? And didn't Guhai already send one? Yunimo asked blankly. To be able to create Tragic World, she is qualified to participate in the Zither Teaching Conference. Her original intention was to compete with me in the Zither, but she didn't expect that Gu Hai would suddenly appear. As for Gu Hai, I already gave him one invitation card. Now, with the appearance of, it is worth giving another one. The old villa master said lightly. Yes. The world's #1 zither building. Oh. The artistic conception of Tragic World was strong, so the backlash from breaking Tragic World was not weak. The moment the dark clouds of destiny completely broke, the huge backlash caused Fairy Wanner to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her veil had been sprayed with blood, and Fairy Wanner's fingers were also bleeding. With a sense of unwillingness and disbelief, she looked at the balcony opposite her. Gu Hai stopped playing. Long Wanqing grabbed Gu Hai's arm happily, and at this moment her face was filled with gratitude. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai. She no longer looked at him with disdain but a deep shock. The scene just now was deeply engraved in her heart. The sea of fighting energy condensed into a golden dragon, and destroyed all the tragic artistic conception? Gu Hai played as if he was the commander of thousands of troops and horses. All the zither players in the city were under his command? That aura was the aura of the Grand Marshal of thousands of troops, the aura that no one dared to disobey. Thank you, Master Gu. Thank you, Mr. Good. Master Gu, the aura was too strong. I broke through to the next level, thank you, Master Gu. Under the balcony, there were sounds of gratitude from all directions. Not only from all directions but the whole city was thanking Gu Hai. Gu Hai put down his hand from the piano, stood up, and looked at the cultivators around him, revealing a smile. A villain intoxicated with success. Fairy Wanner snorted coldly. Obviously, she had just suffered a loss at the hands of Gu Hai, and her heart was still unsatisfied. She was a zither master, but she was defeated by a person who could not even play the artistic conception of the zither? She was not satisfied, not satisfied. Chapter 194. Fairy Wanner couldn't care less about wiping the blood she spat out. Instead, she looked at Gu Hai on the opposite balcony unwillingly. At this moment, Gu Hai was like the moon surrounded by stars. Countless cultivators were grateful to him. Before this, he didn't treat him as an opponent at all. Playing the Guqin here was just a cover to attract trouble to the world's #1 Guqin tower. His target was only the old villa master of Silver Moon Villa. Suppressing the street's #1 Guqin tower? Stop joking. He didn't have the time to play the Guqin with someone who didn't even have an artistic conception. But now the truth was right there. He lost in such a ridiculous way. Tragic World? Became someone else's wedding dress? Everything was just to set off Gu Hai's ability? The whole city cheered, the whole city was grateful. Why did it feel like he was doing all the work for Gu Hai in the end? Damn the world's #1 Guqin tower, I'm going to smash it. Witch, don't run. Catch the witch, catch the witch. After the cheers, the angry revenge began. Boom. A large number of cultivators rushed into the world's #1 Guqin tower, smashing and even robbing. No, bastards, do you know whose property this is? Young Master and glared and roared. Jiang Tianyi said bitterly, Young Master and let them smash it. The world's #1 Guqin tower has no place in Silver Moon City anymore. No, they can't smash it. Inform the city master immediately and mobilize the army to suppress this group of rioters. Young Master and glared and shouted. Don't, Young Master and don't. You will cause a riot. The army will riot, the people will riot. You can't put the prince in a desperate situation. Jiang Tianyi grabbed Young Master and what? What riot? What do you mean by putting my grandfather in a desperate situation? Young Master and glared. If you send troops to suppress them, it will only infuriate the entire city. After all, Les Miserables was aimed at the entire city. If the entire city is in a riot, all of the prince's arrangements in Silver Moon City will be affected. Secondly, will the army come to suppress them? Those soldiers also almost lost their 5 senses just now. They also complained about the #1 zither building. What if they disobeyed the military order and started a riot? A riot in Silver Moon City? Have you thought about the consequences? The news will only spread to the capital. At that time His Holiness will ask. What if His Holiness questions Your Highness? Jiang Tianyi said anxiously. Young Master An's expression changed. Then what do we do now? Young Master An said with an ugly expression. The resentment of the masses cannot be suppressed. Let them smash it. Once they smash it, the anger in their hearts will dissipate. When they calm down and remember that this is His Highness's property, they will forget about it. Jiang Tianyi said anxiously. Young Master An nodded. He turned his head to look at the countless rioters rushing towards Fairy Wanner. Young Master An wanted to strangle the Fairy Wanner right now. However, she was Liang of Gojoseon's VIP guest, his grandfather's VIP guest. He didn't know what to do. Sigh. Young Master An, we may have really made a mistake this time. We shouldn't have detained Gu Hai's subordinates back then. Jiang Tianyi said bitterly. The source of all this was the subordinates of Gu Hai who had been arrested back then. It was said that at the beginning, Gu Hai wasn't sure what industry he wanted to do. It was only the humiliation of the number 1 zither building that made Gu Hai decide to open the number 1 zither building on the street to fight. In less than 2 months, it actually became the biggest in the industry and crushed the number 1 zither building. More importantly, after today, the number 1 zither building on this street would be like the sun in the sky. No one could shake its position. How could it be just a business genius? Jiang Tianyi felt a burst of bitterness. If he had stuck to business principles and stopped young Master An, perhaps things wouldn't be like this now. Young Master An looked coldly at the opposite side. Gu Hai had already left the terrace and returned to the number 1 zither building on this street. However, the anger in young Master An's heart could not be extinguished. Gu Hai. All because of Gu Hai. Young Master An's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. The number 1 zither building on this street? I'll make it collapse. And soon. Young Master An, don't mess around. What's wrong with messing around? This is Yingzhou, my grandfather's territory. He's just a foreign ant and he wants to stand out? Young Master An snorted coldly. After the number 1 zither building in the world was smashed, the people slowly calmed down, but there were still many who rushed toward Fairy Wanner. However, Fairy Wanner was surrounded by clouds and mist. They could see her there, but they couldn't catch her at all. It was like a formation. Fairy Wanner was in the formation, and the others could only wander around like ghosts. Demon Girl, come out. Don't let the Demon Girl escape. Everyone was angry. Fairy Wanner wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and sneered. She didn't care about the insults of the group of people, but looked at Gu Hai who had already left not far away. Before I left, Master reminded me not to underestimate any zither master who can create music. Did I underestimate him? Fairy Wanner sneered and pondered. Screech. Suddenly, a red-crowned crane rushed straight from the sky. A man stood on the red-crowned crane. The young master of Silver Moon Villa, Yunemo? Why is he here again? It's the young master of Silver Moon Villa. He came to give Gu Hai a qualification card last time. Master Gu deserves the qualification card. While everyone was talking, Yunemo came in front of Fairy Wanner. You are the zither master who played Les Miserables? Yunemo looked at Fairy Wanner and asked. That's right. What? Is the old master here to find trouble with me? Fairy Wanner sneered. Your Les Miserables is grand and I can't resist it alone. The master asked me to give you a qualification card for the zither conference. Yunemo said. What? For that demon girl? The people around stared in confusion. Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. This is the master's idea. It's up to you to accept it or not. Yunemo shook his head. Yes, why not? Ah. Fairy Wanner laughed. She reached out and took the qualification card. Bang. The clouds around suddenly exploded, and Fairy Wanner disappeared in front of everyone. Where's the demon girl? Where did the demon girl go? Why is she gone? The practitioners around screamed and looked for her, but Fairy Wanner just disappeared mysteriously. Yunemo frowned and ignored them. He went to the first zither building on the street again and found Gu Hai. In front of everyone he gave another qualification card to Gu Hai. Huh? Another one? Gu Hai was confused. This is the master's idea. A song of pathos is worth a qualification card. Yunemo explained. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Long Wanqing smiled happily. At this moment Mu Qinfeng felt conflicted. He had taken the exam 9 times and still could not get the qualification card. Yet, in front of Gu Hai, it was as if it was free, stuffing it into his hands time and time again. Why was there such a huge difference between them? Mr. Good, take it. Yes, Master Gu, you deserve it. Master Gu, it's not too much to give you another qualification card. Master Gu is much better than other Guqin masters. He deserves this qualification card. The people around shouted. All right, thank you for your kindness, old manor master. Gu Hai nodded with a bitter smile. Others didn't know, but Gu Hai knew his own situation. Guqin Dao master? What a joke. Pathos was just a coincidence. Yunemo left. Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, Mu Qinfeng, and the others returned to Xiaoya Villa. Hall leader, why don't I give you this qualification card? I won't go. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. No, no, you go. Long Wanqing also refused. Mu Qinfeng turned her head. She couldn't watch anymore. In Silver Moon City, the qualification card that countless Guqin masters yearned for was something that Gu Hai didn't want? Giving it away? In Silver Moon City. After the duel between Les Miserables and Pathetique, things slowly returned to normal. But now the world's #1 Guqin pavilion closed down. Not only was it smashed, but countless people in Silver Moon City had already rejected this name. Even if it reopened somewhere else, no one would patronize it. The world's #1 Guqin pavilion closed down. On the other hand, the street's #1 Guqin pavilion became popular. Good quality, cheap and guaranteed maintenance. Plus, out of gratitude to Gu Hai, countless practitioners came from all over the city to buy instruments. Among them there was a long queue for pianos. The street's #1 Guqin pavilion made a lot of money every day. The spirit stones they earned every day were used to buy storage equipment. Then they would store the spirit stones and send them to Gu Hai's Xiaoya Villa. Spirit stones rolled in every day. The group of Wood Branch disciples now obeyed Gu Hai's orders. Because the Water Branch leader was very generous. They had been busy these days and the Water Branch leader had given them a terrifying amount of money. In 1 month it was more than what they had earned in 10 years. Who wouldn't work hard? Everything was on the right track, but Gu Hai didn't care anymore. Instead he looked up all kinds of information in Xiaoya Villa. Hall leader, I seem to have found something. After your mother founded Xiaoya Villa, she often held Guqin recitals here and invited many Guqin masters to play and learn from each other. However, I found 2 people very strange. Gu Hai said doubtfully. Oh. One of them is the city lord of Silver Moon City, He Shi Kong, and a Guqin master called Mr. Huangfu. Although they didn't always come together, they often participated in your mother's Guqin recitals. Although they couldn't be considered friends, they were at least very familiar with each other. Moreover, they came to your mother's last Guqin recitals before she died. After your mother died, other Guqin masters came to pay their respects, but these 2 didn't come even once. There's no news of them. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. There were many people who didn't come to pay their respects, but there were also many who came to pay their respects. Who would care about that? However, after hearing Gu Hai's words, it really did seem a little strange. Who is this Mr. Huangfu? We need to investigate. Also, this city lord of Silver Moon City, He Shi Kong? What's up with him? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing doubtfully. Long Wanqing was puzzled as she tried to recall. Oh no, Gu Hai, this is not good. Mu Qinfeng ran over from not far away. What's wrong? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Young master and city lord He Shi Kong brought a large army and surrounded the first Guqin building on this street. They want to seal the first Guqin building on this street. Mu Qinfeng said anxiously. What? Seal? What? Long Wanqing's eyes widened in anger. Chapter 195. Outside the first zither pavilion on this street, countless Xiozha had gathered. The entire street was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The shameless first zither pavilion closed down, but you still can't stand the business of the first zither pavilion? It's all because of that young masterin. He is the grandson of Liang of Gojoseon. He asked the city lord to mobilize the troops. He is too shameless. He is a disgrace to his highness. He can't win against Gu Hai in business, so he wants to use the authorities to seize the place? Is that all they can do? Mr. Good just saved us not long ago. Now, we are just going to watch as Mr. Good's businesses are seized? City lord, you are helping the villain. Countless cultivators in the surroundings shouted angrily. At this moment, a large number of soldiers surrounded the first zither pavilion in the center of the street. The surrounding cultivators were not allowed to get close. At the entrance of the first zither pavilion on this street, at this moment, a large number of elite hall disciples showed anxious expressions. They held bows and arrows and faced the group of young Master An's subordinates who wanted to barge into the first zither pavilion. However, the Dahan officials that Gu Hai brought were extremely calm at this moment. The acquired realm Dahan officials ordered the Wood Division disciples to block the entrance, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. They looked coldly at the former first zither pavilion across them. The first zither pavilion closed down and was smashed. However, it was cleaned up over the past few days. At the entrance of the first zither pavilion, the soldiers were waiting. There were 2 seats in the center. Young Masterin sat on one of them. Young Masterin tapped his leg and drank tea as he looked coldly at the anxious elite hall disciples across him. A subordinate with a golden saber on his back stood behind him. There were also Jianghu and the others. On the other chair sat a burly man with a curly beard. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked around coldly. Get lost, this piece of land, this building, is ours. A group of young Master An's subordinates berated. These subordinates were none other than the 3,000 archers that Gu Hai brought into the first zither pavilion. At this moment, the 3,000 archers chased away the elite hall disciples. The elite hall members blocked in front and also took out bows and arrows, aiming at the other side. He stopped the group of young Master An's subordinates from breaking in. The 2 sides were locked in a heated argument. A group of Dahan officials stood to the side and watched quietly. It was chaos outside the first zither building on this street. Young Masterin, on the other hand, was extremely pleased. He was not in a hurry to attack the first zither building on this street. Instead, it was as if he was waiting for Gu Hai. Not far away on a small building. Sima Changkong looked at the center of the chaos from afar, and the corner of his mouth revealed a slight smile. Young Masterin? He was really domineering. It seems that this trip to Yingzhou will be much easier. Sima Changkong smiled as he stroked his guqin. My lord, City Lord He Shikang is waiting for young Master An's orders. Or has he already taken orders from Luyang of Gojoseon? A subordinate frowned and whispered. Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes and said, He Shikang? Every city lord in the great Qin dynasty needs the emperor's permission before they can become a city lord. They have to be loyal to the emperor. If he dares to become someone else's servant, he is also courting death. Yes, but this is such a grand occasion. Gu Hai's first zither building on this street might not be able to handle it. Maybe? Sima Changkong smiled faintly. In the distance it was still chaos. Mr. Good is here. Make way, make way. Master Gu, as long as you say the word, I will help you get justice. Master Gu, be careful of these villains. A commotion broke out everywhere. After being indebted to Gu Hai, they naturally stood on Gu Hai's side. They were cursing the people inside. Young Masterin snorted coldly. On the other hand, the city lord of Silver Moon was calm and composed as he sipped his tea. Although there was a sea of people around, when Gu Hai's flying crane carriage arrived, both sides quickly made way for Gu Hai to reach the center. When they were near, everyone got off the flying crane carriage. Gu Hai was about to pay. No need, no need. Mr. Good, you are busy. How can I take your money? The owner of the flying crane carriage immediately refused. Gu Hai smiled faintly and tossed a superior-grade spirit stone into the carriage. Sigh, Mr. Good, don't be like this. Aye. The owner of the flying crane carriage didn't know what to say. However, Gu Hai and his group had already entered. When Gu Hai arrived, the surrounding cultivators quieted down. The fight at the first zither building on this street also stopped. Hall Leader Gu. The elite hall disciples greeted respectfully. The Dahan officials also bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. When Gu Hai saw that everyone was fine, he relaxed and nodded. Not far away, young Masterin smiled coldly as if he had been waiting for Gu Hai. Beside him, City Lord He Shikang slowly stood up. Greetings, Hall Leader of Elite Hall. He Shikang looked at Long Wanqing and said solemnly, Uncle He, what are you doing? Are you bringing an army to surround Elite Hall's property? Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows. He Shikang smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, I was invited by young Master and to preside over a property dispute. Property dispute? Gu Hai walked forward with a slight frown. This is Mr. Good? Back then, when you performed pathos and saved my city, I didn't have time to thank you. You are truly a young hero. He Shikang looked at Gu Hai and smiled. Young man? I don't dare. I just don't understand what City Lord means. What property dispute is there in my shop? Gu Hai asked in confusion. The City Lord's tone was polite, so Gu Hai naturally wouldn't fall out with him. He looked at the City Lord in confusion. Property dispute? Ah, Gu Hai, your shop is mine. Young Masterin suddenly said. Young Masterin slowly stood up, and his subordinates followed closely behind him. Oh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Young Masterin, the world's #1 zither building is your territory. What? Now, Silver Moon City, the city of the Dechen Celestial Empire, has become your territory? Gu Hai looked at young Masterin with a cold smile. All the land under the heavens belonged to the king, and all the people on the shores of the land were the king's subjects. The city of the Deqian Celestial Empire could only belong to the Daqian Celestial Empire. Who would dare to say that it belonged to them in front of everyone? Even the Luyang of Gojoseon wouldn't dare. Naturally, young Masterin didn't dare to say anything in public. Humph, Gu Hai, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. You've taken over my land. Tell your people to get lost immediately. Your zither building is mine. Young Masterin said coldly. Oh, it's yours? Young Masterin, you can't speak carelessly. Gu Hai said in confusion. Speak carelessly? Humph, you bought this place and this building from him, right? Young Masterin pointed at a person not far away. The old man walked out, trembling in fear. He didn't dare to look at Gu Hai. At this moment, a Dahan official walked over. Master, when we bought this shop, we bought it from this old man. We went to the government office to register it and paid the transfer fee. All the documents are in our hands. Gu Hai frowned slightly and looked at He Shi Kong in the city. There's no need to look at the city, Lord. Your transfer fee is fake. A voice came from behind young Masterin. A plump, middle-aged man slowly walked out. He looked somewhat similar to Jiang Tianyi, the manager of the number 1 zither building in the world. Oh, you are? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. I am Silver Moon's first Go Pavilion's manager. Manager Jiang Tianyi is my elder brother. I am Jiang Tianqi. The plump, middle-aged man said with a smile. Silver Moon's first Go Pavilion's manager? So, you are also manager Jiang. What? Does my number 1 zither building have something to do with you? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Of course. This old man sold this shop to me back then. Furthermore, he registered it with the government office. I also paid the transfer fee. All the documents are complete. Hence, your zither building is mine. I bought it with money. Jiang Tianqi said with a cold smile. The surrounding cultivators were stunned when they heard Jiang Tianqi's words. What? 2 for 1? That old man sold 2 for 1? That's impossible. How can 2 for 1? Is the official registration fake? Is it young Masterin? He bribed the Real Estate Transaction Bureau to falsify the registration just to snatch the street's number 1 zither building? He is too shameless. The surrounding people cursed. Uncle He, what is going on? 2 for 1? How is that possible? When we registered and paid, no one said anything about this. Long Wanqing said with a frown. He Shi Kong smiled bitterly and said, that is indeed the case. Manager Jiang bought this place first and you bought it later. This old man sold 2 for 1, so he needs to be punished severely. I am here this time to handle this matter impartially. 2 for 1? Gu Hai looked at young Masterin and revealed a faint smile. Young Masterin, you really put in a lot of effort. Snatching my zither building? However, do you know that it is only this piece of land at most? As long as my number 1 zither building signboard is still there, I can reopen for business elsewhere at any time? But young Masterin revealed a faint smile. He walked closer and said in a low voice, I know, but I don't care. Today you are moving out. Aren't you reopening? You don't need to renovate? Ha ha, if I snatch your shop today, I will snatch it again when you reopen after a month of renovations. Do you believe that I will make sure your zither building can't open for business? Young Master An's voice was very low, so low that the surrounding Xiuzha couldn't hear it. Only Long Wanqing heard it. She glared and said angrily, You Luan! Gu Hai reached out and pulled Long Wanqing to stop Long Wanqing's anger. He turned to look at the city lord. City Lord He, you are here today to uphold justice? What kind of justice? Gu Hai said in a low voice. A country has its laws and a trade has its rules. This shop was sold to Manager Jiang first, so naturally it should be returned to Manager Jiang. As for the money you used to buy this shop, I will help you investigate and return it to you. Solemnly He Shi Kong said. Refund the shop? Close the shop? Gu Hai's face darkened. However, young Masterin revealed a trace of a complacent smile. Shopkeeper Jiang also smiled complacently. A group of people eyeing the shop covetously and even brought the city lord mansion's army. Just to evict the number 1 zither building on this street? Of course, I can give you another option. Young Masterin said with a cold smile. Gu Hai said with a frown. Manager Jiang Tianqi walked out from the side and said, I have a contract to buy this shop, together with all the documents. If Mr. Good doesn't mind, you and I can have a bet. What bet? If you win, I will give you this contract. I don't want this shop anymore. It will be yours. But if you lose, get out of Silver Moon City immediately and never come back. What do you think? Manager Jiang Tianqi said with a cold smile. If I win, I can continue the business. If you win, I will leave Silver Moon City? Gu Hai said coldly with a frown. Gu Hai, don't listen to them. I don't see such a shameless person. I will write a letter to the censor immediately. I want the censor to investigate. Is Silver Moon City still under His Holiness's jurisdiction? Reversing the truth and putting people in a desperate situation? Also, is the Silver Moon City army the Deqian army or the Liang of Gojosian army? Long Wanqing said angrily. He Shikang's face darkened. However, young Master and revealed a cold smile. It was because he had considered the consequences on the surface that he went through the trouble of getting someone to set a trap and forge a contract. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have destroyed the number 1 zither building on this street. What do you want to bet on? Gu Hai said with a low voice. Jiang Tianqi said with a cold smile. Zither? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Long Wanqing was also slightly stunned. Did I hear wrongly? What is this Jiang Tianqi talking about? It's not zither, it's chess. It's go. Jiang Tianqi emphasized again. Go. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Long Wanqing was also stunned. That's right. Ah. Do you think I will still play zither with you? You wish. Only a fool would play zither with you. If you want to have a foothold in Silver Moon City, you will have to beat me in Go. Jiang Tianqi said proudly. Long Wanqing stopped fooling around. She looked at young Master and the rest in shock. At that moment, everyone looked at Gu Hai as if victory was in their hands. Everyone thought that Gu Hai was a zither master, an extremely powerful zither master. If they wanted to beat Gu Hai, they naturally couldn't play zither. There was no way they could win. Let's play Go then. Generally speaking, literary cultivators focused on only one aspect: the zither, Go, calligraphy, and painting. Gu Hai was so young, but his understanding of zither was so thorough. His understanding of Go was definitely terrible. Hence, they wanted to play Go with Gu Hai. You want to play Go with me? Oh, I forgot. You said that you are the manager of Silver Moon City's first chess pavilion? You are also one of Liang of Gojosian's businesses? Gu Hai looked at Jiang Tianqi in confusion. That's right. Go and zither are worlds apart. Silver Moon City mainly cultivates the zither, but there are also Go cultivators. This humble one is Jiang Tianqi. Although I don't say that it is hard to find a match in Silver Moon City, I have seen countless Go manuals. Not long ago, the 9th young master played a Go game in the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. I was fortunate enough to watch it. Do you know the 9th young master? He is one of Guanqi's 9 sons, the one who inherited old man Guanqi's legacy. Jiang Tianqi said with a cold smile. Huh? The 9th young master? You watched the 9th young master's Go game? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Humph. To be more precise, it was the Go game left behind by old man Guanqi, the 28-line pair world Go game. Jiang Tianqi said proudly. You watched the 28-line pair world Go game? Gu Hai was shocked and so was Long Wanqing. That's right. Although there is an even more incredible 29-line pair world Go game that I am not qualified to watch, I watched the 28-line pair world Go game for 3 days and 3 nights. Although I did not crack it in the end, I comprehended about 70 to 80% of it. Gu Hai, you still have a chance. Do you want to bet with me? Jiang Tianqi said proudly. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing opened their mouths in shock. What should they say? Young Master and smiled coldly and said, how about you take your people and leave the Zither Tower now and choose a new place to open for business? I will come and congratulate you when you open for business. Otherwise we will play a game of Go with Jiang Tianqi. If you win, we will even give you this shop. If you lose, get out of Silver Moon City. Choose. That's right. Ever since I watched the 28-line pair world Go game, I have comprehended 8 unique incomplete pieces. Gu Hai, do you dare to bet with me? Jiang Tianqi looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile. Gu Hai was speechless. Long Wanqing. Chapter 196. That's right. Ever since I studied the 28-line pair world Go puzzle, I comprehended 8 pieces of it. Gu Hai, do you dare to make a bet with me? Jiang Tianqi looked at Gu Hai with a cold smile. Gu Hai was speechless. Long Wanqing. Young Master and Jiang Tianqi are forcing Gu Hai to play Go? If it were a Zither duel, Gu Hai would definitely refuse. Long Wanqing would also help to stop it. However, a Go duel? Long Wanqing immediately stopped messing around. Gu Hai was stunned as well. There was a path to heaven but you did not take it. There was no door to hell so you barged in? Zither Dao? I'm a master at faking it. Go Dao. That is my line of work. Master Gu, don't listen to him. Master Gu will go shopping wherever you open the best zither building on this street. Right, Master Gu, we support you. If we change places we will definitely go there again. Go duel? They are a bunch of shameless people. If they are capable then play the zither. That's right. If you are capable then play the zither with Master Gu. The surrounding cultivators felt enraged. Silence. City Lord He Shikang shouted coldly. The surrounding soldiers immediately moved away from the restless cultivators. What's wrong? You don't dare? Jiang Tianqi sneered. That's right. Gu Hai, do you dare? Young Master said with a smug smile. Go duel? It's not impossible. However, how can I trust you? Gu Hai said with a frown. Trust? What's not to trust? Young Master said with a frown. If I win, will you honor it? Gu Hai asked with a frown. However, in young Master An's and Jiang Tianqi's eyes, Gu Hai seemed to have been forced into a corner, letting them do whatever they wanted. I am using my grandfather's name to have City Lord He Shikang host it. The entire city will bear witness. What else do you not believe? Do you not trust me or my grandfather? Young Master said coldly. Is the City Lord willing to host? Gu Hai looked at He Shikang. He Shikang looked at Gu Hai strangely, then smiled and said, It's a coincidence that I'm here today. If you're willing to bet, I can be your witness. Gu Hai remained silent. Why not? Weren't you willing just now? Gu Hai, let me tell you, you just agreed to play chess. Now, even if you want to play chess, even if you don't want to play chess. Young Master said coldly. Mr. Good, don't listen to him. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were extremely anxious. However, Gu Hai waved his hand and stopped everyone's concern. He turned to look at young Master and said, Since young Master has said so, it's not a big deal to play a game of chess. However, isn't this wager a little too small? Young Master was slightly stunned. He Shikang, Jiang Tianqi and the rest were at a loss. How about this? If I lose, I'll leave Silver Moon City. I won't tear down the number 1 zither pavilion on this street. Other than taking my people with me, I'll leave the decorations inside unchanged. Moreover, I'll persuade all the shops to continue operating inside. I'll even leave the method of forging pianos to you. What do you think? Gu Hai said with a smile. Young Master looked at Gu Hai blankly. The others also looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. Is Gu Hai crazy? The number 1 zither pavilion on this street is a gold-swallowing mythical beast. Is he going to give it all away? Jiang Tianqi whispered to young Master on the other hand, if you lose, the number 1 zither pavilion of Silver Moon City will belong to me. What do you think? Gu Hai said with a smile. Young Master An's eyelids twitched wildly. This Gu Hai doesn't play by the rules. Shouldn't you be angry and resentful? Why are you so calm? Young Master be careful of trickery. Jiang Tianqi whispered. Get lost. What trickery? Humph, I don't believe that he can beat Jiang Tianqi in chess. Young Master said angrily. Right, let me remind you one more time. Gu Hai looked at young Master and the others and said with a smile. What? I'm very good at chess. Gu Hai said with a smile. Young Master was speechless. Humph, very good at chess? Who are you trying to fool? I'll bet with you. Come, prepare the chessboard. Young Master suddenly shouted. Yes, sir. The subordinates answered. Young Master I'll bet with you. The city lord and all the people in the city are witnesses. Can't you show some sincerity? Invite the transfer official here and bring the seal. Also, bring all kinds of property certificates. Once the game is over, you must accept your loss. Don't drag it out. What do you think? Gu Hai said in a low voice. I think you're the one who wants to drag it out. Everyone is here. All of you, go and bring me all the property rights of Silver Moon's first chess pavilion. Young Master said coldly. Yes, sir. The subordinates answered. Young Master looked at Gu Hai coldly. All the people in the city looked at young Master and his group angrily. They were worried for Gu Hai. Gu Hai also found all the property certificates of the first chess pavilion on the street and prepared to make a big bet. At the same time, everyone signed a contract to accept their loss. They signed Gu Hai's name, young Master An's name, and the city lord's name as witnesses. There was no turning back. They could only wait for the moment the chess piece was placed. The people were worried. Meanwhile, on a small building not far away, Sima Changkong frowned and said, "Why did this Gu Hai agree? Maybe Gu Hai is also very good at chess?" One of the subordinates beside him asked curiously. "That's impossible. His Gu Qingdao is so strong and his mind is all in it. Even if he knows how to play chess, his knowledge should be limited. Jiang Tianqi is a professional chess player. Gu Hai has no advantage in a battle between the two of them." Sima Changkong said blankly, "I don't know." Sima Changkong looked at Gu Hai in the distance in confusion. In another small building, Fairy Wan stood quietly in her room. She looked coldly at Gu Hai, who was standing amidst the crowd. A petty person getting his way. Do you think playing chess is like playing the Guqin? Can you play a game of cannon while playing chess? Or can you play a game of pathos while playing chess? Let's see how you die. Fairy Wanner gritted her teeth and cursed softly. Soon all the preparations were in place. The Dahan officials and young Master An's subordinates handed over their property rights to the officials in charge of the government. Once the results were out, they would immediately transfer the ownership. Now everyone in the city witnessed it. There could be no lies. Gu Hai and Jiang Tianqi sat down. The Go game before them would decide the ownership of the two huge properties. "Mr. Good, you first?" Jiang Tianqi smiled confidently. Gu Hai smiled faintly and picked up a black Go stone. Then he placed his hand on the Go board's Tianyuan position. Whoosh! The surroundings immediately burst into an uproar. Master Gu really doesn't know how to play chess. How can he place the first Go stone in the center's Tianyuan position? Isn't that a waste? It's over. Master Gu is going to lose. Placing the Tianyuan position is a waste. Although the surrounding cultivators had a limited understanding of Go, they still knew how to play it. Placing the first Go stone at Tianyuan was a waste of such a good opening move. In a small building in the distance, just as Sima Changkong was feeling sorry for Gu Hai, his pupils suddenly constricted. Placing the first Go stone at Tianyuan? Is Gu Hai that confident? Sima Changkong suddenly raised his eyebrows. In another small building, humph. Playing to the gallery. Fairy Wan said disdainfully. When Jiang Tianqi, young Masterin, and the others saw Gu Hai place a Go stone, they all laughed. This is courting death. Jiang Tianqi slowly placed a white Go stone. Smack. 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 Gu Hai and Jiang Tianqi placed Go stones one after another. The surrounding cultivators fell silent, not daring to disturb Gu Hai's Go game. They all felt anxious for Gu Hai. Outside Silver Moon City, a flying ship slowly flew towards Silver Moon City from the distance. A gray-robed old man stood at the bow of the flying ship. At this moment, he was looking at the distant horizon. "Lord Mo, we will arrive at Silver Moon City in 4 hours. Young Masterin and the others seem to be in Silver Moon City," a subordinate said respectfully behind him. Lord Mo nodded and smiled. Silver Moon City, the world's #1 zither pavilion, and the properties of the princes. This time, I should be able to bring back a large amount of military funds. The war at the front lines has started. Money is needed everywhere. Young Master and is overseeing Silver Moon City, so he should be fine. Moreover, I heard that the Silver Moon Villa's old master is going to hold a zither competition. During this period, the world's #1 zither pavilion will definitely make a lot of money. The subordinate smiled. Yes, the world's #1 zither pavilion, Silver Moon City's #1 zither pavilion. To be able to be named #1 in a city, it will definitely make a lot of money these days. Haha, you don't have to worry too much about the prince's military funds. Lord Mo laughed. Yes. Silver Moon City, in front of the street's #1 zither pavilion, clack. Gu Hai placed his last Go stone on the 9 and 5 position. In an instant he removed 100 white Go stones from Jiang Tianqi. 100 white Go stones at a time. This was not just slaying dragons but swallowing dragons. Jiang Tianqi did not lose the entire game. Instead, he swept all his white Go stones clean. It was like when Sorrowful Sorrow was played in the entire city not long ago. Sorrowful Sorrow soared, destroying the dark clouds of fate. Gasp. Countless cultivators in the surroundings inhaled sharply. At first they were worried that Gu Hai would lose. However, in the blink of an eye, Gu Hai used his absolute advantage to end the game. Jiang Tianqi's Go stones on the Go board were in a state of disarray. Gu Hai took all the rest. Jiang Tianqi was stunned at this moment. No, no. You cheated. You cheated. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Jiang Tianqi was stunned. Why did I suddenly lose a large number of my Go stones? This is impossible. This is impossible. Jiang Tianqi stared at the Go board, trying to find a flaw in it. This can't be. It shouldn't be like this. Where are my Go stones? Where are my Go stones? Jiang Tianqi nearly went crazy. The surrounding cultivators were all stunned. Fairy Wanner gaped in shock as she watched Gu Hai place his final Go stone. This fellow won. Is it a coincidence? Fairy Wanner also goggled in disbelief. On another small pavilion, Sima Changkong took a deep breath and said, "The first stone is Tian Yuan and the last stone is Jiaowu? Is this a coincidence? Gu Hai's Go Dao is also so exquisite? Am I seeing things?" "It's true. Milord, the first stone is Tian Yuan and the last stone is Jiaowu. When the first stone is placed, the victor is already decided." A person behind him whispered, "Send people to the Thousand Islands Sea to investigate this Gu Hai's background. I want all the information, big or small." Sima Changkong said solemnly. "Milord, didn't you already make arrangements? Our people are already there." "No, send another group of people. Not just him, I want all the information on his family. I want the most detailed information." Sima Changkong said seriously. Yes." No matter how shocked the surrounding people were, no matter how Jiang Tianqi tried to find a flaw in the Go board, the result was clear. Gu Hai won. "I already said that I am very good at Go." Gu Hai stood up with a faint smile. Chapter 197. On the street outside the first zither building. The countless cultivators in the surroundings stared at the Go board that had already ended. They all fell silent. Many of them had already rolled up their sleeves, waiting for Gu Hai to be bullied so that they could go up and help and repay Gu Hai's kindness. However, wasn't this the head shopkeeper of Silver Moon's first zither building, Jiang Tianqi? Wasn't he very good at Go? He was known as one of the top 10 Go masters in Silver Moon City. What was going on? He was completely destroyed by Gu Hai's moves? This time he had lost 100 pieces. This was heaven-defying. Was Master Gu also that good at Go? Was this a coincidence? Great. Well played, Master Gu. Master Gu won. Quick, transfer the ownership of Silver Moon's first zither building to Master Gu. Haha, great. Master Gu is also good at Go. The surrounding cultivators immediately cheered. Long Wanqing said matter-of-factly, "If you were to compete with the zither, Gu Hai did not have the concept of the zither and might not win. Yet you insist on competing in Go? You're courting death, aren't you?" As expected, the Thousand Islands Sea was too remote. Gu Hai's Go skills in the Thousand Islands Sea had not spread here. In Silver Moon City, only he and his subordinates knew about Gu Hai's Go skills. This was not a scam. Young Masterin had asked for it. Long Wanqing also smiled. "City Lord He, since you are the host and the whole city is the witness, the outcome has been decided. Now we can transfer the ownership." Young Masterin used the name of Luyang of Gojozi in Tibet. He Shirkong frowned slightly, and a trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. "What's going on? Jiang Tianqi, didn't you say that you would definitely win? Didn't you say that you would win?" Young Masterin said angrily. Young Masterin felt like he was going crazy. This was Silver Moon's first zither building. Although it was not as good as the world's first zither building, it was still a huge industry in Silver Moon City. It brought in a lot of military funds to his grandfather every year. He had destroyed the world's first zither building and did not know how to explain it to his grandfather. Now he could not give away Silver Moon's first zither building as well. Young Masterin can already imagine how terrible grandfather's punishment is. "No, Young Masterin, it's a coincidence, it must be a coincidence." Jiang Tianqi pointed at the chessboard and shouted. "What coincidence? What coincidence? You tell me what coincidence? You lost the Silver Moon's first chess pavilion." Young Masterin glared at Jiang Tianqi furiously. It seemed as though he wanted to kill Jiang Tianqi. All around, when the subordinates saw young Master An's furious expression, no one dared to go forward to persuade him. Jiang Tianqi quivered and immediately shouted, "Young Masterin, I want to play another round with him." "Another round? It's a coincidence. It's a coincidence. He beat me by coincidence." Young Master An's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Jiang Tianqi said resolutely again, "Young Masterin, as you know, Gu Hai is only good at the Zither Dao. He is clueless about the Go Dao. I can beat him. I have seen the 28-line pair world Go game. You know that? That is the 28-line pair world Go game. That is a Go game that can lay down the 28-line pair world Go formation. Gu Hai definitely cannot beat me." Young Master and glared at Jiang Tianqi with bloodshot eyes. Young Master and trust me. I will definitely make Gu Hai lose everything. I will definitely make Gu Hai lose until he kneels before you and allows you to humiliate and beat him. Jiang Tianqi swore. Young Master An's expression slowly eased. Young Master An, thank you for letting me win, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. However, Young Master An tossed Jiang Tianqi aside and looked at Gu Hai. He said, no, you have to play another round. When the surrounding cultivators heard that, they immediately bristled. What? A bet is a loss. Young Master An is not admitting his loss? How did the Liang of Gojosian give birth to such a direct grandson? Going back on your word, you are ruining the reputation of the Liang of Gojosian. The countless surrounding cultivators glared at Young Master An. Oh? Young Master An, do you mean to bet again? Or did you just say that you were betting in the name of the Liang of Gojosian? Does that not count? Gu Hai countered with a smile. What belongs to you is yours. These are not all the properties of my residence in Silver Moon City. There are other properties as well. I want to continue betting with you. I want to use other properties to bet with you. You have to bet. Young Master An shouted while glaring. Young Master An was frantic with anxiety. It was one thing for the best Zither Pavilion to close down, but he had to protect the best Go Pavilion in Silver Moon City. He had to win it back. Is it still Jiang Tianqi playing Go with me? Gu Hai asked with a frown. That's right. It is still Jiang Tianqi. However, this time, it is an incomplete piece. The incomplete piece that Jiang Tianqi comprehended from the 28-line pair world Go puzzle. Young Master An shouted while glaring. Long Wanqing stood quietly at the side, not saying anything. At this moment, she was already at a loss for words. The 28-line pair world Go puzzle was an incomplete piece? Jiang Tianqi had not fully comprehended the 28-line pair world Go puzzle, yet he dared to create an incomplete piece to make things difficult for Gu Hai? It is not impossible. However, Young Master An, should you cash in your previous bet first? Only then can I continue playing Go with this great manager Jiang? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Transfer. Young Master An waved his hand. However, the city lord He Shi Kong released a long breath and nodded. The group of officials immediately transferred the properties. Everyone waited patiently. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, Young Master An, this time, you transferred the properties before the city lord and all the people in the city. Don't cause another property dispute in a few days. We still don't know whether it is yours or not. Young Master An said coldly. Go and lead a group of people to Silver Moon's first Go Pavilion and take over the Go Pavilion. Gu Hai said to a Dahan official. Yes, that Dahan official answered. Under the lead of a few Dahan officials, the elite hall disciples immediately headed to Silver Moon's first Go Pavilion with some of Young Master An's subordinates to take over. Jiang Tianqi, listen to me clearly. If you lose again, then bring your head to see me. Young Master An said coldly. Yes. Jiang Tianqi answered. Go and prepare for the Go puzzles. Young Master An said. Yes. However, this subordinate is somewhat worried. I have 8 Go puzzles and each has its own merits. I don't know which one to choose. Jiang Tianqi said with a frown. In that case, we'll play all 8 Go puzzles one by one. Bet with him one property at a time. If you lose one game, you lose one property. If you win one game, give me everything that Gu Hai won earlier, including the street's first Zither Pavilion, Young Master An said coldly. What? This is not fair. The stakes are not equal. How can Young Master An's properties compare to this street's first Zither Pavilion? Indeed. Using all of Gu Hai's properties to bet with one of your properties? This is not fair. The surrounding cultivators shouted in shock and anger. Silence, the city lord snorted coldly. The surrounding army once again pushed the crowd of Xiozhi out. Gu Hai, you have to bet even if you don't want to. Young Master An said with bloodshot eyes as he stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai gave Young Master An a strange look. Finally, he revealed a bitter smile and said, Young Master An, actually, the anger in my heart has subsided over the past few days. You have also suffered significant losses. I think we should just forget about it. Everything will end here. How about it? Young Master An, Gu Hai is afraid. He is afraid. What happened earlier was just a coincidence. He is afraid of my Go puzzles, Jiang Tianqi said in pleasant surprise. No, you have to bet. Young Master An said with a glare. Gu Hai looked at Jiang Tianqi and smiled faintly. Manager Jiang, you want to bet all of my assets to curry favor with Young Master An? You want to push me into the grave, But you do not know that you are digging a hole for yourself? Humph. You are bewitching people with lies. You were just lucky earlier. The 28-line pair world Go puzzle is not something you can understand. Do you think you can win? Ignorant brat. Jiang Tianqi shouted while glaring. The 28-line pair world Go puzzle? Ah, it is just SOSO. You think too highly of it. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Ha! Then why don't you do it? Young Master and shouted. Gu Hai was speechless. I am telling the truth. Why don't they believe me? All right. Prepare the proof of your property rights, sign the contract and set the table. Gu Hai said helplessly. Long Wanqing stood at the side, silent. The surrounding cultivators started to worry about Gu Hai again. Jiang Tianqi had a smug expression, but young Master and clenched his fists, feeling that something was wrong. Opposite, on a small building, Sima Changkong frowned slightly and said, Could it be that what Gu Hai said is true? Young Master and has not climbed out of the hole yet and he fell in again? On another small building, Fairy Wanner also frowned as she looked at the center of the crowd in the distance. A villain intoxicated by success. Can you keep winning? At the south gate of Silver Moon City, one of the airships stopped. A group of subordinates dressed in black came down from the flying boat. At the very front, an old man dressed in gray walked in front. A group of immortal crane chariots quickly approached to get business. The group put away the flying boat and boarded the immortal crane chariots. Lord Mo, where are we going first? The world's #1 zither pavilion? A subordinate asked curiously. No, let's go to Silver Moon's first Go pavilion. I have not touched that deduction Go bed in a long time. That is a treasure left behind by old man Guanxi. Let's go there first. Ah. Lord Mo said with a faint smile. Yes. The group easily passed through the city gates with a token and rushed to a street in the city. Soon the immortal crane chariot stopped before a huge Go pavilion. Quick. Quick. Move these things out. Quickly move them out. You have 1 hour. If you do not move them out, you are not allowed to move them out. A commotion broke out in front of the Go pavilion. Countless cultivators were watching. The first Go pavilion of Silver Moon lost to Great Master Gu? Good. They are going to trouble Great Master Gu. This is retribution. Serves them right. The surrounding cultivators cheered. However, Lord Mo, who alighted from the immortal crane chariot, changed his expression. Bastards, what are you doing? How dare you be so presumptuous in Silver Moon's first Go pavilion? A black-clad subordinate immediately rushed forward. A Dahan official who was scolding them glared at him and said, What are you doing? This is my master's property. The first Go pavilion of Silver Moon already belongs to my master. How dare you? That black-clad subordinate immediately became angry. Who are you? This is Great Master Gu's shop. What are you doing? Could it be that young master arranged this? He is too much of a sore loser, right? Countless spectating Xiozha immediately stood in front of the black-clothed man. Come back. Lord Mo shouted. The black-clad man retreated with a frown. Lord Mo. A person from the Go pavilion who was moving the items immediately recognized the old man in gray. What's going on? Why did the first Go pavilion of Silver Moon change owners? Lord Mo said coldly. That person stammered, not knowing where to start. Lord Mo narrowed his eyes and said, Ha, you even dare to hide it from me? You really have guts. Do you know the consequences of hiding it from me? Plop. That person knelt on the ground and said, Lord Mo, this has nothing to do with me. It was young master and who took the shopkeeper to the first zither pavilion on this street and made a bet with Gu Hai. He lost the Go pavilion. A bet? How dare he? Jiang Tianqi actually dared to use the prince's property to make a bet? What about his brother? Jiang Tianyi? Didn't I tell him to keep an eye on him? Lord Mo said with a glare. The first zither pavilion in the world? The first zither pavilion in the world closed down. That person said bitterly while kneeling on the ground. Bastard, how could the first zither pavilion close down? Where are they? Young Masterin? Jiang Tianyi and Jiang Tianqi? Lord Mo said coldly. They are still at the first zither pavilion on this street. It seems that they are still betting. That person said bitterly. Get in the carriage and take me to that first zither pavilion on this street. Also, tell me everything you know. If anyone dares to hide anything, I will exterminate their entire clan. Lord Mo said coldly. Yes. That person replied with a quiver. Chapter 198. At the Silver Moon Mountain Manor, the old manor lord sat in the pavilion and gently played the ancient zither that had already withered like a piece of rotten wood. When the sound of the zither came out, the surrounding vegetation in the valley withered and turned yellow. In the hazy mist, there seemed to be vague figures condensing into clouds. Suddenly, a trace of emerald green appeared in the withered and yellow forest. It was like a new life force broke through the decaying environment and was reborn from adversity. Buzz. However, before that trace of emerald green could grow, the surrounding withered and yellow forest buried it in the blink of an eye. Ah! I am not fated to enter again. My time is almost up. Perhaps this is also a kind of release. The old manor lord smiled faintly. The zither music slowly stopped. The old manor lord did not get angry at all. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Yunemo, who was behind him. What's wrong? Did something happen in the city today? The old manor lord asked with a smile. Manor lord told me to pay attention to Guhai's situation. Today, no, even now, Guhai is still in the midst of a gambling match. Yunemo smiled bitterly. A gambling match? A zither duel? The old manor lord asked, feeling confused. No, a chess match. Yunemo said strangely. Then Yunemo described what he knew. Chess? Ah! What a great chess match. This Guhai is really surprising. The old manor lord said with a smile. Manor lord, this Guhai's background is very strange. It is very strange. Yunemo said with a frown. It is good that it is strange. It is interesting when it is strange. My time is almost up, and I am lucky to be able to meet this Guhai before my soul scatters. With this memory, I will not be lonely when I go to the netherworld. The old manor lord said with a smile. However, Yunemo frowned and said, Manor lord, if you leave, what will happen to my Silver Moon Mountain Manor? Silver Moon Mountain Manor? Didn't I leave it to you? If I die, you will be the new manor lord. No one will dare to stop you. The old manor lord said solemnly. However, manor lord, the Silver Moon Mountain Manor cannot do without you. Yunemo said worriedly. What's wrong with that? Silver Moon Mountain Villa was founded by your ancestor. I am just managing it on behalf of my teacher. My teacher is your great ancestor. Unfortunately, your clan has withered and you're the only one left in your generation. However, you're the rightful successor. Nobody dares to deny it. Don't worry, all the disciples of Silver Moon Mountain Villa will listen to you, said the old villa master. But, are you blaming me for giving away the last heavenly zither, the Gauchin? Sigh. Idiot, I'm giving it away for your own good. You don't have the ability to keep it. Once I am gone, Gauchin will definitely become the scourge of the Silver Moon Villa. But if I give it away, it will become the Silver Moon Mountain Villa's protection. Daqianxing owes the Silver Moon Mountain Villa a favor, and Luyang of Gojozian also owes the Silver Moon Mountain Villa a favor. Now, someone else will owe us a favor. I'm doing this for your own good. You're too weak. A favor is the most important thing to protect you. The old manor master sighed slightly. I don't. Yunemo shook his head. The old manor master smiled and said, Yunemo, the heavenly zither is an unattainable thing for outsiders, but is it unattainable for the Silver Moon Mountain Villa? These 4 zither were all made by your ancestors. Their blood flows in your body. If they can make zither, can't you? Although you may not be very talented in music, you're more meticulous than anyone else when it comes to zither. Yunemo, don't mind Gauchin. In the future, I hope you can strive for perfection and work hard to make a new heavenly zither. Yunemo shook his head and said, Villa Master, I don't care about Gauchin. I also believe that one day I will be able to make one. But, Villa Master, you can obviously survive. Survive? The old manor master's face turned cold. Yes, you can. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Zither Dao is different from other things. Zither Dao can seize the fortune of heaven and earth. You can use Zither Dao to live forever. Yunemo shouted. Shut up. The old manor master glared at him. Yunmo's face stiffened. What you're doing is evil. Zither Dao is Zither Dao. It's the righteous path of heaven and earth. Don't learn from those longevity masters. Humph, longevity cultivators are ranked first, but do you know what they are? They are evil, and demon. How many of them have a good ending? In the whole world, how many longevity masters are left? They are seeking death. In the end, they will only leave behind the destruction of their souls. Do you want to learn from them? The old manor master glared at him. Yunemo bit his lips and his eyes turned slightly red. Villa Master treats me like a parent, but I don't want your soul to be destroyed. Idiot, everyone will die one day. Sigh. The old manor master sighed slightly. Master Mo led a group of people to the first zither pavilion. Along the way, the staff of the chess pavilion described everything they knew about Gu Hai. Oh, Elite Hall's Water Division Master? He threw away 700,000 high-grade spirit stones to save a group of acquired realm cultivators? Then he opened the first zither pavilion, and in less than 2 months he crushed the first zither pavilion in the world? A strange musical instrument that earns a lot of money every day? Master Mo frowned and pondered. Yes, young Master N and manager Jiang Tianyi have been competing hard, but they can't win. The staff of the chess pavilion said respectfully. The point deduction method is wonderful. It's survival of the fittest. Of course they can't win. This Gu Hai is indeed a talent. No, he's a genius. Master Mo's eyes lit up. Ah. Master Mo didn't care about other people's reactions. He slowly stepped off the crane carriage. With his subordinates opening the way, he squeezed the crowd of cultivators away and slowly walked into the inner part. Pa. Thank you. Gu Hai's voice came from the inner part. Good job, Master Gu. Kill him, ha. Young Master N, hurry, the 7th property, give it to Master Gu. You only have 1 chance left. Haha, there's only 1 round left. I wonder how many properties young Master N has left to bet? The surrounding people cheered. Young Master N's insults and Jiang Tianyi's sorrowful and indignant voice came from the crowd. Master Mo paused as he looked around at the shouting crowd. He frowned slightly and said, What the people want? Young Master N, against such an opponent, you are destined to lose. Master, I heard that there's 1 more round. A subordinate whispered. 1 more round? He already lost. How can there be 1 more round? He squandered away all of His Highness properties. Master Mo said coldly. Master Mo slowly walked to the end of the crowd, where a large number of soldiers were blocking him. Master Mo took out a medallion. A subordinate quickly delivered the medallion to the city lord, He Shikang. When He Shikang saw the medallion, his expression changed and he immediately turned his head. Just as he was about to speak, Master Mo shook his head gently. Go and invite that mister over. Be more polite. He Shikang instructed the subordinate in a soft voice. Yes. Master Mo was quietly brought to a spot not far from He Shikang. He left the other subordinates at the periphery. The place was too chaotic. Many people did not notice that there was another person beside He Shikang. However, in a small pavilion in the distance, Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes. Mo Yak? Master Mo looked at the field quietly. In the last game, Gu Hai only placed 3 pieces and solved it instantly. 3 pieces? Only 3 pieces? Thank you, young Master. Gu Hai stood up and smiled. Impossible, impossible. I carefully prepared the incomplete piece, comprehended from the 28 lines of heaven and earth. How could it be solved? No. Jiang Tianyi had already lost his mind. The young Master N flew into a rage out of humiliation and struck out with his palm. Jiang Tianyi was sent flying by the palm and spat out a mouthful of blood. Young Master N. Jiang Tianyi and the others called out worriedly. Luan, are you such a sore loser? If you're willing to bet, you're willing to admit defeat. If you lose, you lose. These properties will belong to the first zither pavilion on this street. Long Wanqing stood in front of Gu Hai and glared at Lu, and Gu Hai pulled Long Wanqing away. At this time he did not want to hide behind a woman. Young Master N, if you want to teach this insensible subordinate a lesson, please go back and do so. This is the first zither pavilion on this street. This is not your house. Gu Hai said coldly. Young Master N was furious. This is not my house? What nonsense is this first zither pavilion? Someone tear it apart for me. Fang Mingho, tear down the first zither pavilion on this street and raze it to the ground. Young Master N roared with bloodshot eyes. Not far away, Master Mo narrowed his eyes and prepared to stop young Master N. However, the subordinate behind young Master N with a golden core on his back moved too quickly. With a loud shout, a huge golden energy saber slashed toward the first zither pavilion on this street. The vast power swept up a storm in an instant. Oh no, they're going to destroy the first zither pavilion on this street. Go and stop them. No help, Master Gu. It's too late. It's too late. This person is from the Yuanying state. And he's from the Yuanying state at its peak. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed. However, no one could save them in time. Was the first zither pavilion on the street going to be destroyed just like that? Young Master An's eyes were red. The surrounding cultivators were restless. A group of soldiers blocked the people. The first zither pavilion on this street was about to be destroyed. Long Wanqing and Mu Chenfeng looked anxious. Gu Hai, on the other hand, smiled coldly. At this moment, rolling clouds suddenly appeared at the first zither pavilion on this street. As soon as the clouds appeared, a loud shout came from inside, "I have the strength to pick up mountains and my aura is unparalleled." With a loud shout, a Fang Tian halberd suddenly appeared in the clouds. The Fang Tian halberd slashed toward Fang Mingho's golden saber. Honk! A super loud sound was heard, and a storm instantly swept in all directions. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Fang Mingho's golden saber was blocked. Moreover, the powerful force knocked Fang Mingho into the first zither pavilion in the world. Rumble. The first zither pavilion in the world collapsed. What? Young Master An's expression changed. This is. Jiang Tianqi, who was vomiting blood on the ground, said in shock. Oh, this is the 28 line pair heaven and earth formation. I've made a lot of spiritual stones recently, so I set up a strengthened version. Gu Hai said with a smile. The 28 line pair heaven and earth formation? Impossible, impossible. How do you know the 28 line pair heaven and earth formation? Jiang Tianqi roared, his eyes wide open. I told you before that the 28 line pair heaven and earth formation is nothing, but you didn't believe me. There's nothing I can do. Gu Hai shook his head and sighed. You know the 28 line pair heaven and earth formation? You knew it long ago? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Tianqi vomited another mouthful of blood. The 28 line pair heaven and earth formation that he was so proud of was just Gu Hai's leftovers? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Tianqi was in despair. Young Master An's eyes widened. Young Master An was well aware of Fang Mingho's strength, but the formation had actually blocked it all? So Gu Hai knew the 28 line pair heaven and earth formation that Jiang Tianqi had been so proud of? How could this be? Young Master An, enough is enough. Gu Hai said indifferently. Bastard, those properties belong to my grandfather. Gu Hai, I won't let you go, I won't let you go. Yishir Kong, take Gu Hai for me. Take him for me. I'm going to confiscate his property. Young Master An roared with a ferocious expression. He looked at City Lord Yishir Kong as he roared, but he saw Yishir Kong standing there motionless, while the gray-robed old man beside him was looking at him coldly. Ah, Mr. Mo, why are you here? Young Master An's expression changed and he shuddered. Oh, Young Master An, you still remember me. Young Master An, you're so capable. You ruined the Lord's properties one by one. Are you happy? Lord Mo sneered. Ah, Mr. Mo, listen to me, it's all Gu Hai's fault. He lied to us. By the way, Mr. Mo, you're also very good at chess. You've played the 29 line pair heaven and earth formation before. You must be able to beat him. You must be able to win it back. Young Master An ran over with excitement. Slap. However, Mr. Mo suddenly struck out with his palm. The slap was very light, but it was extremely loud. If it was light, it was just an ordinary slap. If it was loud, it was because after the slap, everyone on the street fell silent and sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of person was this? Was he so awesome? That was Young Master N, the grandson of Liang of Gojoseon. How could he just slap him like that? You dare to hit me? I am. Young Master N covered his mouth and stared at Mr. Mo, the Lord's grandson. Ah, believe it or not, as long as I tell the Lord, you're no longer the grandson of the Lord. Even your father can forget about being the son of the Lord's first wife. Among your uncles, a large group of them are clapping their hands and cheering? Mr. Mo said coldly. Young Master An covered his mouth and shuddered. He looked at Mr. Mo, gritted his teeth and finally lowered his head. Not far away, Long Wanqing whispered to Gu Hai, this is Liang of Gojoseon's #1 strategist, Mo Yike. Liang of Gojoseon values him very much. I can see that. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. With one slap, Young Master An had no temper. It was obvious that he was in Liang of Gojoseon's camp. Mr. Mo, I did wrong, but you can win it back. Young Master An covered his mouth and said politely in a low voice. It seems that you still haven't learned enough? I won't help you gamble, humph. Mr. Mo looked at Young Master An coldly. Young Master An's face stiffened, and his eyes were full of grievance. Oh, it seems that I have to mention it to the Lord. Are the teachers in the family school all useless? How could they teach you such a thing? Didn't the school teachers teach you gambling? Mr. Mo said coldly. Gambling? Mr. Mo, you said that Gu Hai cheated? Young Master An said in surprise. Slap. Mr. Emo slapped him again. The surroundings were quiet. Young master uncovered his mouth on both sides and looked at Mr. Emo in shock. Gambling? It's to teach you the knowledge to be on guard when gambling in the future. The first lesson is that you lose 10 out of 10 gambles. You can't gamble easily. The second lesson is to know yourself and your enemy to win 100 battles. To set up a bet, you must understand the opponent's situation. Do you know yourself and your enemy? Do you know Gu Hai's situation? How dare you set up a bet? I've never seen a fool like you who sets up a bet. You're the banker but you lost everything? You still have the nerve to mention gambling? Know yourself and your enemy. It's fine if you don't know Gu Hai's situation, but you don't even know your own situation? Jiang Qianqi's chess skills, do you think he's invincible? Find someone to set up a bet? Emo Yike said coldly. Me. Young master and opened his mouth. Jiang Qianqi. Emo Yike looked at Jiang Qianqi who was not far away. Here. Jiang Qianqi said fearfully. How dare you set up a bet in the Lord's name? Are you trying to frame the Lord? Emo Yike glared. Jiang Qianqi said bitterly. Mr. Emo, I'm the one who lost these properties. You can't just throw them away like that, right? Young master and said fearfully. Emo Yike reached out his right hand. Young master and covered his mouth with both hands, not daring to say anything. Humph, you're shameless but the Lord is. If you lose, you lose. Do you want to rob him? Emo Yike glared. Slap. Another slap landed on young Master An's face. Well done. Mr. Emo, well done. You're embarrassing the Lord. You deserve it. The cultivators around them laughed. Although it seemed abrupt at first, they got used to it after a while. Seeing young Master An get hit by Mr. Emo, the crowd was very satisfied. Fang Mingho, who walked out of the ruins, was surprised to see Emo Yike. He stood aside respectfully, not daring to go forward. Jiang Qianqi, I thought highly of you before. That's why I entrusted you with the affairs of Silver Moon City. How dare you mess it up like this? Emo Yike looked at Jiang Qianqi coldly. Please punish me, sir. Jiang Qianqi knelt down and said bitterly. What did you do wrong? Do you know now? Emo Yike looked at Jiang Qianqi coldly. There are rules in every profession. From the beginning, I couldn't let young Master An do whatever he wanted in the #1 music tower. Then I made more mistakes. I didn't stop young Master An in time. Jiang Qianqi said bitterly. You can still be saved. You still know that there are rules in the industry. You can reap what you sow. I have told you before that you can't step out of the circle. You really have a good memory. Emo Yike said coldly. Jiang Qianqi knelt on the ground, not daring to speak. After Emo Yike vented his anger, he turned to look in Gu Hai's direction. Emo Yike greets Elite Hall Master and Mr. Good. Emo Yike's expression instantly became gentle. Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. Greetings, Mr. Emo. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, young Master An is young and frivolous. I apologize to Mr. Good on their behalf. Emo Yike bowed slightly to Gu Hai. Bowing to Gu Hai? The surrounding crowd was stunned. The moment Mr. Emo arrived, he gave young Master An a few slaps in a domineering manner. Now he was bowing to Gu Hai? Gu Hai was also slightly stunned. Mr. Emo, you're too polite. You don't have to do this. It's my duty. I'm just expressing my attitude to Mr. Good. Luan and the others' actions don't represent His Highness' actions. His Highness has always been thirsty for talents like Mr. Good. I'm not talented, but I just want to be on good terms with Mr. Good. I sincerely invite Mr. Good to work together. Emo Yike said with a smile. Long Wanqing stared at Emo Yike with wide eyes. What was going on? Was he trying to poach him? They had just met, and he was already trying to help Luyang of Gojoseon recruit Gu Hai? In a small attic not far away, Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes. This Emo Yike is indeed Luyang of Gojoseon's #1 strategist. He immediately saw the value of Gu Hai and wants to recruit subordinates for Luyang of Gojoseon? He's really quick to act. Countless cultivators around them looked at this scene blankly. They couldn't keep up with this pace. They were fighting to the death just now, but in the blink of an eye, they were treating the wise with courtesy? Gu Hai also looked at Emo Yike blankly. He then smiled bitterly. Mr. Mo, you must be joking. In this situation, isn't Mr. Mo's efforts futile? Don't ever mention this again. No, Mr. Good doesn't know His Highness's attitude towards talents. As long as Mr. Good is willing to enter His Highness's residence, then young Master An? Haha, he won't be His Highness's legitimate grandson anymore. He'll be an ordinary royal grandson. Mr. Good, you don't have to worry about him causing you trouble, Emo Yike said. Young Master An's expression changed. He looked terrified. The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Did Mr. Emo have so much power? Legitimate grandson? That was the highest status among Luyang of Gojoseon's grandchildren. If Luyang of Gojoseon passed away, his legitimate grandson would succeed him. If his legitimate grandson passed away, his legitimate grandson would succeed him. Mr. Emo just removed his status just like that? Chapter 199. With Emo Yike's promise, all the cultivators on the street suddenly quietened down. In order to invite Gu Hai, he did not hesitate to remove young Master An's position? Wasn't he placing too much importance on Gu Hai? In a small pavilion not far away, Sima Changkong's expression changed. Emo Yike, you really dare to say that? Sima Changkong's eyes flashed with anxiety. Sir, could that Emo Yike be deliberately degrading young Master N and elevating Gu Hai just to restore Luyang of Gojoseon's reputation? After all, the surrounding cultivators are all on Gu Hai's side? A subordinate at the side said. No, Emo Yike is not that. He has such courage. Who would have thought, who would have thought? I still underestimated this Emo Yike. He really is a character. Sima Changkong said with a heavy expression. Sir, it can't be? Is that Gu Hai really that powerful? Is it worth it? This time, if not for, I would have thought of a way to recruit him. You don't understand. Some people are like gold in a pile of dirt. You can see the dazzling brilliance in one glance. Sima Changkong said with a frown. In the distance, young Master N had a frightened expression. But at this moment, young Master N did not dare to be presumptuous. Who was Emo Yike? Young Master N knew better than anyone that he was the #1 strategist under his grandfather. His grandfather trusted him more than his own children. If Emo Yike went to his grandfather would definitely agree without hesitation. Find trouble with Emo Yike himself? Don't joke. If he dared to find trouble with him, Emo Yike would not even need to tell his grandfather. His grandfather would definitely immediately take away all his positions. This was also the reason why he did not dare to retaliate when Emo Yike slapped him just now. At this moment, he looked at Gu Hai, who was not far away, and hoped that Gu Hai would not agree. Emo Yike looked at Gu Hai with utmost sincerity. Gu Hai smiled wryly and said, Mr. Mo, you're being too polite. I'm Class 1 Hall's Water Division Master, and I can be considered a colleague, right? As for entering the prince's mansion, I am just a country bumpkin. I still know my place. Being the water branch leader is already my limit. Gu Hai refused, but Emo Yike was not angry at all. He smiled and said, Mr. Good, I know that my words just now were abrupt, but the door of the prince's mansion will always be open to you. You will know the sincerity of the prince's mansion in the future. Gu Hai smiled and didn't say anything. All right, I'll take my leave as well. I wish Mr. Good's shop a prosperous business, Emo Yike said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Emo, for your auspicious words. Gu Hai nodded. Mayor He, since young Master N has lost these properties in the name of the prince, then quickly transfer the ownership. Let's end today's matter here. Mr. Emo looked at Mayor He. All right. Mayor He nodded. With Mr. Emo in charge, the transfer of the properties was extremely fast. Young Master An's expression changed drastically. Was everything a foregone conclusion? He had lost so many properties this time, and his grandfather did not know how to blame him. After the transfer, Mayor He withdrew his troops. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators were no longer noisy, and everyone was happy. Ding. Suddenly, the sound of a guqin came from the sky above Silver Moon City. The people who were about to leave suddenly frowned and stopped, looking at the sky in confusion. Ding ding ding. Another 3 guqin sounds rang out continuously, resonating through the entire city. The clouds above Silver Moon City suddenly turned colorful. This is the old village master playing the guqin? That's right, the sound of the clouds? I remember it was the same last time. Old village master, what is this? Countless cultivators were confused. Buzz. Suddenly, hundreds of light beams shot down from the colorful clouds, flying in all directions in the city. 7 of them went straight to the street where Gu Hai was. 2 of them shot into 2 small lofts not far away. They were where Sima Changkong and Fairy Wana lived. 3 of them shot towards Mayor He Shikong, Young Master N, and Fang Mingho. 2 of them flew towards Mu Qinfeng and Gu Hai. Buzz. It was a green light that suddenly appeared in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared at the thing in the green light in front of him with wide eyes. It was a little girl who was as tall as a finger? Only as tall as a finger? There was a pair of transparent wings on the little girl's back. They were flapping rapidly. The fluttering of the wings seemed to form a beautiful melody. This is... Gu Hai stared with wide eyes. Thumbelina? And transparent wings? This is an elf. A musical elf formed by the old village masters Guqin. Long Wanqing explained. Countless cultivators around also stared with wide eyes in surprise. An elf? Gu Hai was confused. The reason why the Guqin Dao is ranked first among the Wenxiu is because the Guqin Dao can create souls with the sound of the Guqin. However, it is not something a normal person can achieve. Even Fairy Wan who fought with you before didn't reach that level. Creating souls? The old village master created souls with the sound of the Guqin? This is a kind of soul without attributes, an ethereal soul. Everything is controlled by the player. They can also be called the essence of souls, so they are called elves. Long Wanqing explained. Essence of souls, elves? Gu Hai stared at Thumbelina in front of him with wide eyes. This was created by the sound of the Guqin? The Guqin Dao? This was the Guqin Dao? In the Thousand Islands Sea, Gu Hai already knew how powerful the Go Dao was. The Go skill could set up arrays and create worlds. Although he didn't know much about the Guqin Dao, the scene before him deeply shocked Gu Hai. Creating souls? Humans had 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. If the Guqin Dao could create souls, wouldn't it be able to seize the good fortune of the world and create new living beings? Create new races? Was this the Guqin Dao? The little elf in front of him looked at Gu Hai and said, Owner of the invitation, I am the village master of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa. Your whereabouts are unknown, so I can only use this elf to communicate with you. In 10 days, please head to the Silver Moon Sea on time. The Guqin Dao conference will be held there in 10 days. Please prepare early. Gu Hai showed a confused expression. Rumble. The little fairy flapped its wings and immediately rushed toward the clouds in the sky. In a flash, it rushed into the clouds. Whoosh. Hundreds of elves charged into the colorful clouds together. Ding, ding, ding. Amid the sounds of the Guqin, the colorful clouds slowly dissipated. It was as if nothing had happened, leaving behind countless shocked cultivators looking at the little elf that flew away. Little elf? Soul essence? The old village master created it with the sound of the Guqin? Gu Hai was still deeply shocked. Not far away in a small pavilion, Fairy Wana's eyes flashed with unwillingness and sourness. Humph? Soul essence? Oh, what's so great about that? I am about to break through my bottleneck. I will be able to create soon. Humph. Clearly not long ago she wanted to compete with the old village master in the Guqin but failed. Now with the appearance of the elf the outcome was clear. Fairy Wan only felt sourness in her heart. Elf? I saw an elf. Finally, a cultivator cried out excitedly. The old village master's Guqin Dao is so powerful? Oh, it's really an elf. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Countless cultivators were excited. Mo Yike suddenly raised his eyebrows. Silver Moon Sea? Mr. Mo, will Silver Moon see? Young Master approached carefully. Let's go. Mr. Mo said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone around responded. City Lord he also quickly followed and left. Long Wanqing looked at everyone's backs as they left. She smiled and said, Gu Hai, you're rich this time. You've earned so many properties. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, these industries are nothing. As long as the people are still around and there are startup funds, they can still rise up again immediately. That Mr. Mo is much more thorough than Mr. N. Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. She shook her head and said, but even so, it will take a long time for them to recover. It will take a while, but didn't you see? As soon as Mr. Mo came, everyone around him no longer rejected Liu Yang of Gojoseon's properties? He's a powerful figure. Gu Hai said solemnly. You mean? He was just putting on a show just now? Not entirely, but part of the reason is in there. Gu Hai shook his head. You're not really going, are you? Long Wanqing bit her lip. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. No, don't worry. Staying at the elite hall is much more comfortable than staying at the Liu Yang of Gojoseon mansion. Gu Hai said with a smile. That's good. Long Wanqing smiled. The army of the mayor's mansion left, but there were still many cultivators on the street. Everyone, thank you for your previous support. Today the number 1 Zither pavilion on this street is offering a 10% discount. Gu Hai said with a smile. Haha, 10% discount. You must buy one. Mr. Good is so generous. The surrounding cultivators were also very happy. Many people rushed into the number 1 zither pavilion on this street. Gu Hai and his group also slowly left the crowd's sight. After returning to a room, Mu Qinfeng frowned and said, Mayor, he used to be very fond of the old hall master. I didn't expect that he would help young master and against us. It's really cold when the person is gone. Long Wanqing nodded. Obviously, when she called He Shikang uncle at the beginning, he didn't react at all. No, He Shikang's behavior is a little strange. Gu Hai shook his head. Oh. Although he was on young Master An's side, he didn't have the intention to curry favor with young Master An. It was as if he was helpless. Gu Hai frowned. Long Wanqing was puzzled. Let's go visit Mayor He. Gu Hai said solemnly. Okay. Long Wanqing nodded. Chapter 200. Silver Moon Villa. In the pavilion. Cough, cough, cough. The old manor lord coughed. Yunemo stood behind him worriedly and asked, Manor lord, are you feeling better? The old manor lord smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm old after all. Playing the voice of the soul is exhausting. 10 days later? Silver Moon Ocean? Yunemo frowned. Yes, Silver Moon Ocean. That's where Mr. Silver Moon left behind. Yi Liang of Gojoseon? Does he think I don't know? The old manor lord sighed. Know what? Yunemo asked blankly. It's better that you don't know. Even I can't do anything about it. Yunemo, after I leave you take good care of Silver Moon Villa. Remember, Silver Moon Villa is at a disadvantage if we rely on others. Only by becoming stronger can we be fundamental. All these years I couldn't support Silver Moon Villa, so I used the Heavenly Qin in exchange for favors. If it was during Mr. Silver Moon's time, even if he put the Heavenly Qin at the door, who would dare to take it? All the forces in the world are proud of befriending him. If there is a thief, there is no need for Mr. Silver Moon to do anything. Thousands of forces will uproot them. The old manor lord sighed. Manor lord, you are already very powerful. I'm far inferior. Yunemo said bitterly. Powerful? Hehe. I hope you are more powerful than me so that you can take care of this villa. The old manor lord looked at Yunemo. Yes. Manor lord, don't worry, you won't die. Yunemo gritted his teeth and said. Idiot who can't die before becoming an immortal. The old manor lord smiled bitterly. Manor lord, Mo Yike is outside the villa requesting to see you. At this time a disciple ran up. Mo Yike? The old manor lord raised his eyebrows. Yes, Mr. Mo Yike said that he will come in alone. His followers will stay outside and ask to see the old manor lord. He has important matters to discuss. The disciple said. The old manor lord was silent for a while, then nodded and said, Let him in. Yes. Soon, Mo Yike was brought to the pavilion. Mo Yike greets Manor Master Silver Moon. Mo Yike said politely. Mr. Mo, you're too polite. My body is weak so I can't welcome you from afar. Please forgive me, Mr. Mo. The old manor lord said with a smile. This is the young manor lord? You are indeed a young hero. Mo Yike bowed slightly to Yunemo. I wouldn't dare. Yunemo replied. Young Villa Master, you're too polite. Silver Moon Villa Master, I am here on behalf of the prince to present a big gift to the old Villa Master. It can help the old manor lord avoid the problem of his lifespan. Mo Yike said with a smile. Oh. The manor lord was puzzled. Mo Yike looked at Yunemo. It was as if he wanted to avoid it. Soon Yunemo will be the Villa Master. There is no need to avoid it. The old Villa Master said indifferently. Of course. However, this item requires the young manor lord's confirmation. Mo Yike said with a slight frown but immediately changed the topic. Oh. The old Villa Master saw Mo Yike take out a jade box and hand it to Yunemo out of curiosity. Yunemo presented the jade box to the old Villa Master. Open it and take a look, the old Villa Master said. Yes. Yunemo slowly opened the jade box and a golden light came out of it. Then he saw a golden peach in the jade box. This peach looked very similar to the century lifespan immortality peach that Gu Hai obtained in the past. However, the bottom half of this peach was blood red. This is? Yunemo asked, feeling confused. The century lifespan immortality peach. It comes from the innate puzzle world. Eating one can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. It can increase the old Villa Master's lifespan by 100 years. Mo Yike said with a smile. The century lifespan immortality peach? A lifespan immortality peach? Villa Master, you can increase your lifespan by 100 years. Yun Mo immediately showed joy on his face. However, the old Villa Master did not feel excited. Instead, his eyelids twitched wildly. The Luyang of Gojoseon obtained the century lifespan immortality peach tree? That's right. He just took it out of the innate puzzle world not long ago. However, someone had already plucked the century lifespan immortality peach tree at that time, leaving only the empty tree. His Highness spent a lot of effort to nurture 10 more. Right after he nurtured them, he got me to send them over, Mo Yike said with a smile. The old Villa Master shook his head slightly and smiled bitterly. Many thanks for His Highness's kind intentions. However, this humble one truly does not have the fortune to enjoy them. Huh? Mo Yike said, feeling confused. Villa Master. Yun Mo said anxiously. The old Villa Master shook his head slightly and said, there is more than one lifespan plant in the world. If this old man were to cast aside his pride and go and ask for more, I could get some. However, this old man never thought of that. Does Mr. Mo know why? The innate puzzle world opens once every 2 centuries. This old man could also go and ask for more. After all, this old man could be considered familiar with old man Guanxi in the past. However, I did not. Why is that? Mr. Mo asked, feeling confused. A lifespan plant steals the world's lifespan. That is too harmful. The century lifespan immortality peach tree only bears fruit once every century. However, the Luyang of Gojoseon managed to nurture new fruits in just a few months. Mr. Mo should know about this, right? The old Villa Master smiled bitterly. Mr. Mo frowned slightly. Villa Master, what's wrong with the lifespan plant? Why can't it be eaten? Yun Mo asked anxiously. The old Villa Master looked at Yun Mo and smiled bitterly. Do you know about the century lifespan immortality peach tree in the innate puzzle world? Do you know what the century lifespan immortality peach tree's nourishment is? Huh. Back then, in old man Guanxi's hands, the century lifespan immortality peach tree's roots were planted in the netherworld. Do you know that? The tree is in the world of the living, and its roots are in the netherworld. However, the nourishment in the netherworld is Een souls. Do you know that? What are Een souls? They are Een souls that died an unnatural death. They are the Een souls' lifespan that they did not manage to use up in time. Do you know that? I heard that the old man Guanxi even asked someone called the Unborn Man to help him in the netherworld. Do you know how many Een souls are gathered in 1 century lifespan immortality peach? Do you think I can eat an immortality peach nourished by Een souls? A lifespan plant that uses Een souls as nourishment? That Unborn Man Guanxi will not have a good ending. This is the cycle of the heavens. It is not that retribution is not coming, but that it is not time yet, the old Villa Master explained. Yun Mo felt slightly stunned. I am not even willing to eat that century lifespan immortality peach. Do you think I will eat this? Do you see the blood-red color on the bottom half of this century lifespan immortality peach? The Luyang of Gojoseon used living people as its nourishment, right? The old Villa Master suddenly looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike's eyelids twitched, but he did not say anything. Living people? Living people as nourishment for the century lifespan immortality peach? Yun Mo exclaimed in shock. That's right. Directly taking away a living person's lifespan is too gory. Mr. Mo, you should put it away yourself. This old man cannot accept it, the old Villa Master said with a faint smile. Mr. Mo smiled bitterly and said, all right. Since the old Villa Master is not willing to accept it, then forget it. Mr. Mo, is there anything else? The old Villa Master looked at Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo looked at the old Villa Master and remained silent for a while. Then he smiled bitterly and said, there is nothing else. I will take my leave as well. Yun Mo, send Mr. Mo off. The old Villa Master said with a smile. Yes. Yun Mo returned the century lifespan immortality peach. Mr. Mo bowed slightly and was slowly sent off by Yun Mo. After the two left, the old Villa Master looked at Mr. Mo's departing figure and frowned. Sigh. What a shrewd Mr. Mo. I know you want to change the venue of the Guqin lecture conference, but the Silver Moon Villa doesn't want to get involved in your affairs. This time, the Guqin lecture conference must be held in the Silver Moon Sea. You can see my determination, but you won't mention it? I don't know if it is a good thing or a bad thing that Luyang of Gojoseon has a subordinate like you. The old Villa Master smiled bitterly. He picked up a small cloth at the side and gently wiped the almost rotting zither again. Silver Moon City, City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion was on a huge floating island. There were many guards guarding it and there was a group of large palaces above it. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing slowly walked out of a large hall. There were also some guards around them. Leader Long, Mr. Good, you have the wrong person. I have been living in Silver Moon City all these years. Leader Long's mother was killed in the Thousand Islands Sea. How would I know? Moreover, I am only in the Yuanying state. Leader Long won't suspect me, right? The city lord He Shikang smiled bitterly. No, I just have no clue. I remember that Uncle He used to go to my mother's zither recitals. My mother even asked me to call you Uncle He. That's why I want to see if Uncle He has any clues. Long Wanqing said dejectedly. He Shikang was stunned. Sadness flashed in his eyes as he said, Your mother? Ah, who would have thought that such a beautiful person would die? Sigh. Uncle He, are you feeling sad for my mother? But why? Long Wanqing opened her mouth and asked in confusion. Halfway through her sentence, Gu Hai pulled her back slightly. She looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai shook his head. Long Wanqing didn't say much and nodded. City Lord He, since you don't have any clues, that's fine. Sorry for disturbing you this time. Gu Hai said with a slight smile. All right. City Lord He nodded. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing said goodbye and left the City Lord's mansion. Gu Hai, why did you interrupt me just now? I was just about to ask He Shikang why he didn't come to pay my respects to my mother. Long Wanqing asked curiously on the way. Don't ask. You won't get an answer. He Shikang is being watched. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Do you remember the guard not far from He Shikang? From the moment we entered the City Lord's mansion, he had been protecting City Lord He. Wherever we went, he followed us. We passed through 3 corridors and 2 halls. Furthermore, during the day, that guard was also standing by He Shikang's side when he came to my first zither pavilion to cause trouble. Gu Hai said. You remember that? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Since I suspected City Lord He, naturally I paid more attention to the people around him. Gu Hai explained. It's all thanks to you. Long Wanqing said gratefully. City Lord He is being watched? How can that be? How are we going to continue investigating? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Do you remember the spirit from earlier? City Lord He also has a qualification notice. Perhaps we can ask him at Silver Moon Sea? Gu Hai suggested. Long Wanqing nodded. The two returned to Xiaoya Mountain Manor. Venerable Lun Yan and Shangguan Hen happened to return as well. Shangguan Hen, how was your trip this time? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Your Majesty, we tracked them to Silver Moon Sea. There is Prime Xuanwu's head in Silver Moon Sea. An entire head. If I can obtain it, I can reach the Yuanying state, Shangguan Hen said with some excitement. Silver Moon Sea again? Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Yes. Furthermore, we also saw Sin Dragons. They are the Sin Dragons that young master and brought to hunt Xuanwu in the Northern Sea. They are at Silver Moon Sea blocking our path, Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Chapter 201. Silver Moon City was a huge city near the sea. The vast sea lay to the northeast of the city. Gu Hai's group left the city and quickly headed for the vast sea on a flying ship. On the deck, Gu Hai, Shangguan Hen, Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yan showed grave expressions. Mu Chenfeng felt confused at the side. Are we going to Silver Moon Sea? Mu Chenfeng asked out of curiosity. The zither recital is in a few days. Let's go and scout the terrain, Gu Hai said with a smile. That's true. Mu Chenfeng nodded. The flying ship moved very quickly, soon arriving at a vast sea region. Some islands dotted the sea region. It's over there, Silver Moon Sea. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor Sea is sealed, Long Wanqing said as she pointed to a nearby sea region. Everyone lowered their heads and looked. At this moment, many ships were already on the sea. Some cultivators even rode cranes flying around. Many people are already here? Mu Chenfeng felt slightly stunned. They should be Silver Moon City's cultivators. When they heard that the zither recital was being held here, they came to watch. Furthermore, there are already several thousand people in the surroundings. I believe that not only are those with invitations here, but many of those without are also here to watch. Perhaps they might gain something unexpected, Long Wanqing said with a frown. Gu Hai nodded. In the past few days, I read the history of the Silver Moon Mountain Manor. In the beginning, the Silver Moon Mountain Manor was not in the city. Instead, it was in this sea region. Back then, the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's founder, Mr. Silver Moon, controlled this Silver Moon Sea. Back then, this sea region was filled with countless buildings and bustling with activity. Venerable Lun Yen nodded and said, "That's right. Actually, the Silver Moon Ocean is not very large. Speaking of which, it is about the size of your 9-5 island. Although the Silver Moon Mountain Manor moved to the mainland, the residence here has remained the same, north of the Silver Moon Ocean. Silver Moon Island. I heard that this is the place where Mr. Silver Moon comprehended the Tao. All the disciples of Silver Moon Villa would come here to forge their first harmonicas. The northern district of the Silver Moon Sea, Silver Moon Island? What about the south district?" Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen. "South side? There is a group of small islands in the south. However, they are just small islands. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor has never managed them," Venerable Lun Yen explained. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen smiled bitterly. "A few days ago we arrived at the southern district. We thought that there wouldn't be any obstacles, but we were wrong." Under the command of Long Wanqing, the flying boat slowly flew to the southern region of the Silver Moon Ocean. Flying high, hidden in the clouds, no Xiozha came here. The Xiozha that had come for the Zither teaching conference had all gone near Silver Moon Island in the north. "Your Majesty, look. There are 3 small islands there," Shangguan Hen said with a frown as he pointed to the islands below. Gu Hai looked over. Indeed, there were 3 small islands. However, clouds shrouded them, preventing him from seeing what was inside. Originally, Venerable Lun Yen and I thought that these were ordinary desolate islands. However, when we got closer we discovered that they were not desolate islands. A large army is stationed on these 3 small islands. Venerable Lun Yen said that these are City Lord He's subordinate armies, Shangguan Hen said with a frown. "Oh." Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly and said, "Back then, countless people pursued Long Xiaoya including this humble monk and that He Shirkang. Naturally, I researched my competitors. I am sure that those soldiers are He Shirkang's trusted subordinates." Gu Hai nodded. Screech. Suddenly, a red-crowned crane carrying a Xiozha flew past this place. Whoosh. Suddenly, 3 arrows shot out from one of the small islands. Screech. The crane let out a miserable shriek as it was killed on the spot. "What?" the person on the crane immediately exclaimed. "Take him down." A flock of cranes immediately charged out of the island, carrying 10-odd soldiers into the sky. "What? Who are you?" "I am just passing by," that person cried out as he fell. With the crane shot dead, that person had not reached the Yuanying state yet, so he could only fall and flee. In his horror, that person tried to dive into the sea below, preparing to escape by diving. Roar. Suddenly, a huge white dragon head appeared in the center of the 3 islands. Whoosh. The dragon head swallowed up that falling cultivator in one gulp. When the soldiers riding the crane saw that the matter was resolved, they quickly returned to the 3 islands. Gasp. How can it be like this? Why would He Shirkang's army harm the innocent? They are just passing by and they want to kill all of us? Mu Qinfeng said in shock. Indeed, it is a sin dragon. Long Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly. After Venerable Lun Yen and I saw the army, we sneaked into the sea. However, the sin dragon discovered us the moment we entered the sea. Fortunately, Venerable Lun Yen was there, so we managed to escape, Shangguan Hen said with an unsightly expression. What are you doing here? Mu Qinfeng asked in shock as she goggled. However, Shangguan Hen ignored her. Instead, he looked at Gu Hai and said, Your Majesty, I sensed it here. That's right. What is the use of this snake head? Gu Hai asked with a frown. He Shirkang's army was stationed here, and Luyang of Gojozian Sin Dragon was guarding. What exactly was below? Was it just for the snake head? The snake head is poisonous and can dissolve most seals. Shangguan Hen explained. What snake head? It can dissolve seals? Mu Qinfeng stared at him in confusion. However, Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yen knew that this was Prime Xuanwu's snake head. As for why Shangguan Hen wanted it, the two did not know. The flying ship hid among the white clouds. The troops stationed on the 3 islands below did not know. However, in the deep sea, dozens of 150-meter-long dragons circled around a huge ocean valley. Each dragon had a sin symbol on its head. The largest of the black dragons, which was 250 meter long, originally circled around a huge rock at the bottom of the sea, resting with its eyes closed. Suddenly, the black dragon opened its eyes. The surrounding water rippled. Again. The black dragon said coldly as it narrowed its eyes. The three of you come with me. The black dragon said coldly. Boom. The four dragons suddenly charged towards the surface of the sea, soaring into the sky with a ferocious aura. High in the sky above the sea, Mu Qinfeng glared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, what's going on? Aren't we scouting for the Zither Imparting Conference? What's going on with the snake head and the Sin Dragon? Why do I feel that you are here for some lousy snake head? Gu Hai ignored Mu Qinfeng. Instead, he looked at the surrounding sea and said with a frown, perhaps this Zither Imparting Conference is not that simple. Mu Qinfeng said, feeling confused. Venerable Lun Yen nodded and said, that's right. Of all the places for the Zither Imparting Conference, he chose this sea region. The old Manor Lord definitely has other intentions. Perhaps. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at the sea below. Suddenly the sea surged. Huh. Gu Hai's expression changed. Boom. Suddenly, a black figure soared into the sky, charging at the flying ship. The colossal black figure carried a strong aura, forming a huge storm as it charged at the flying ship. Oh no. It's a Sin Dragon. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. Roar. A dragon roar rang out, and a tail suddenly whipped the flying ship. Buzz. Suddenly, countless ritual arrays appeared on the flying ship. Even so, the dragon tail was too strong. In an instant, the flying ship was flung far away. Ah. Mu Qinfeng's expression changed dramatically. Gu Hai and Shang Wanhen quickly grabbed the railing. Long Wanqing stabilized herself. Venerable Lun Yen instantly charged out of the ritual array and threw a palm strike at the dragon tail. Evil creature. Under the huge manifested palm strike, the dragon tail trembled slightly but did not injure it much. Boom. The flying ship landed on the surface of the sea not far away. 3 Sin Dragons immediately broke out of the sea and encased the flying ship. As Venerable Lun Yen stood in front of the flying ship, he looked at the largest black dragon in shock. Ghost Face. Gu Hai's face sank. Ghost Face was the leader of the dragons when they hunted Xuanwu in the northern sea. He fought with Miao Qin for a while. Before he left, young master and called out his name. I was wondering who it was. So, it is Venerable Lun Yen. And this group of elite hall members? Ghost Face showed a cold smile. The colossal dragon head revealed a ferocious expression. Although the flying ship was large, the colossal dragons were also colossal. The 4 giant dragons trapped the flying ship in the center, blocking all paths of escape. Sin Dragon Ghostface, how dare you attack my flying ship? Are you trying to rebel? Long Wanqing glared. Ha ha ha. Rebel? Hall Master Long, you are overreacting. Why would I rebel? This is just a personal grudge. Don't elevate it so much. Furthermore, you should not have come to the Silver Moon Sea. Since you are here, you can forget about leaving. Ghostface sneered. Roar. 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 The other 3 colossal dragons roared. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky. The moment the celestial body phenomenon appeared, a torrential rain poured down. Suddenly, the sky turned dark. Mu Qinfeng's expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed in horror, how can it be like this? Why are you surrounding and attacking us? We are just passing by. Division Master Mu, it looks like my guess came true. The Silver Moon Sea is indeed problematic, Gu Hai said with a bitter smile at the side. Buzz. Venerable Lun Yen stretched out his hand and waved. The 18 Buddhist prayer beads immediately enlarged, looking like 18 huge, circular mountains surrounding them. Gu Hai, Hall Master, you go first. I'll block them. Venerable Lun Yen called out. All right. Long Wanqing answered with a nod. Boundless Buddhist Sea. Venerable Lun Yen waved his right hand. Buzz. The 18 Buddhist prayer beads carried an overwhelming ferocious aura as they charged at the 4 colossal dragons. Humph. Venerable Lun Yen? I have long heard of your great name. Unfortunately, you are the same as me, just from the Yuanying state. It is enough for me to block you. Capture this flying ship for me? Ghostface roared. Boom. As the dragon swung its tail, 18 lightning bolts in the sky obeyed, charging at the 18 Buddhist prayer beads. Ghostface charged at Venerable Lun Yen. Control the flying ship and leave quickly. Long Wanqing shouted. Just at this moment, a red dragon's tail instantly coiled around the flying ship's ritual array, preventing it from leaving. The 3 dragon heads immediately spat out a storm of ice cones, crashing into the ritual array on the flying ship. Rumble. The flying ship's ritual array shook violently. Furthermore, the red dragon pulled, instantly dragging the entire flying ship to the bottom of the sea. Chapter 202. Roar. The red dragon let out an excited roar. If the flying boat was dragged into the sea, it would be useless. Long Wanqing and Mu Qinfeng's expressions changed. Would origin break? A wooden staff suddenly appeared in Mu Qinfeng's hand. She extended the wooden staff, and a towering tree suddenly grew out. The tree crashed into a white dragon. Boom! It hit the white dragon's mouth. Woo woo! The white dragon cried out in pain. It turned its head and clawed at the tree viciously. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the towering tree was torn into pieces. Roar! The white dragon roared and clawed at the array formation on the flying boat. It looked at Mu Qinfeng fiercely. Mu Qinfeng's expression changed. Oh no, these flood dragons are at the third nascent realm. They are stronger than me. The third nascent realm was the condensation of the third nascent soul. Their strength was similar to the Baxia Yaojing Tian of the Thousand Islands Sea. Slash! Long Wanqing slashed with her sword. Boom! The red dragon was in pain. It immediately opened its mouth and bit Long Wanqing's sword. Suddenly, Long Wanqing's sword was unable to move. Gu Hai, do something. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Mu Qinfeng looked like she was about to cry. It's useless. Gu Hai is only at the Golden Core realm. These dragons are at the third nascent realm. They are stronger than me. It's over. What do we do? Are there more dragons swimming over? No, how can this be? Shangguanhen helped the hall master's servant control the flying boat. Prepare to charge out. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. Shangguanhen immediately rushed to a spot not far away. Long Wanqing screamed, and the long sword in her hand immediately shattered. Gu Hai, quick! Long Wanqing said anxiously. Mu Qinfeng was extremely depressed. He's only at the Golden Core realm. What can he do? Mu Qinfeng showed a look of despair. She did not believe that Gu Hai would be of any use. At this moment, Gu Hai flipped his hand and took out a large black seal. Suppress! Gu Hai shouted. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal flew out and suddenly enlarged into the size of a small mountain, slamming into one of the blue dragons biting the formation. The blue dragon let out a disdainful roar. Lan Long had heard it clearly. This was only a Golden Core realm cultivator. A Golden Core realm brat dared to be impudent in front of him. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The blue dragon instantly softened. Mu Qinfeng and the other two giant dragons' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Because the blue dragon's head was smashed into a pile of minced meat by the black seal. What? Mu Qinfeng was in disbelief. This giant dragon that she could not do anything to was smashed to death by Gu Hai's stone? The red dragon and white dragon also widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. What's going on? The red dragon said in surprise. Xiaolan is an idiot. He didn't use his magic power and wanted to use his scalp to fight with that stone. He's crazy. That's a magic weapon. The white dragon roared. Let's go. Shangguanhen shouted. Boom. Suddenly, the flying boat broke through the shackles and shot out while the two dragons were in a daze. Where do you think you're going? You want to outrun us in the sea? You want to run after killing Xiaolan? Roar. The two dragons roared and instantly approached. Suppress. Gu Hai shouted coldly. The heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal flew out again and turned into a huge mountain, crashing towards the red dragon at the front. Ong! The red dragon roared ferociously. Suddenly, its body was covered with red light. Magic power surged into its body and it crashed into the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Hong! A loud sound rang out as the huge collision kicked up towering waves. With the magic power pouring into the red dragon's body, the red dragon's head did not get crushed. However, the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal was too strong. Ong! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. Hong! The suppressive force soared again. The dragon vein's power was not something that the insignificant dragon race could compare to. Even the weak dragon vein was not something that the dragon race could compare to. The huge force instantly shattered the red dragon's magic energy barrier. Boom! Crack! The red dragon's horn instantly shattered. Blarg! The red dragon vomited a mouthful of blood as it retreated in horror. Boom! The red dragon and white dragon immediately went flying. Whoosh! When Gu Hai put away the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal, the flying boat suddenly broke through the sea. Dark clouds covered the sky. Venerable Lun Yen fought Guichen not far away. Bastards! Guichen immediately showed rage in his eyes when he saw the flying boat escape. Ha! Quickly leave, you all. Venerable Lun Yen finally relaxed. Whoosh! The flying boat quickly shot into the distance. Ong! 5 huge dragons suddenly charged out of the sea. In the sea, the flying boat was not as fast as the dragons. However, in the sky, the flying boat moved astonishingly fast, reaching the horizon in the blink of an eye. Ong! 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 A series of furious dragon roars rang out, showing unwillingness amid the rage. The dragons could not catch up to Gu Hai's flying boat. So, they suddenly turned around and headed for Venerable Lun Yen. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky. A huge battle could erupt at any moment. Gu Hai's group quickly left, not lingering. After a while, they charged out of the Silver Moon Sea and returned to a mountain peak on land. This was the place they had agreed on earlier. If anything happened, they would gather here. Long Wanqing looked at the distant sea anxiously. However, Gu Hai showed a grave expression. Shangguan Hen stood at the side, and Long Wanqing's 3 servants stood behind him. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Is this Gu Hai really a Golden Core Realm cultivator? What was that earlier thing? It was so horrifying. Also, why are there so many ferocious evil dragons in the Silver Moon Sea? Why are they trying to silence us without distinguishing right from wrong? Why is the Zither teaching conference being held there? Mu Chenfeng showed an extremely unsightly expression as she entered deep thought. 4 hours later, whoosh! Suddenly, a figure shot over from the distance. Whoosh! Venerable Lun Yen had returned. However, he cut a sorry state at this moment. There was some blood on his body and there was a scratch on his face. Venerable, are you all right? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly and said, I'm fine. The blood on my body is not mine but a red dragon's. My face is just slightly injured. Ghost Face is really incredible. He actually condensed 5 nascent souls. Furthermore, he did it at sea. If not for my secret recipe, I would have died here. It's good that you are fine. Gu Hai frowned slightly. How can this be? Have these Sin Dragons gone crazy? Why are they attacking even us? Mu Chenfeng asked worriedly. There might be something important under the sea, Gu Hai said with a frown. In that case, why did the old Manor Lord choose to hold the Zither teaching conference in the Silver Moon Sea? Based on what you said, there should be many Sin Dragons at the bottom of the sea? Mu Chenfeng asked, feeling confused. At least 50. Long Wanqing said with certainty. Ah, how did Hall Master know? Mu Chenfeng said in shock. Because we met not long ago. Long Wanqing explained. Mu Chenfeng. What if the group of Sin Dragons comes during the Zither teaching conference? Mu Chenfeng asked, feeling confused. Everyone fell silent. That is so dangerous. That is so dangerous. In that case, I will not participate. I will not participate in the Zither teaching conference. Mu Chenfeng suddenly said with an unsightly expression. Do you still want to participate? You are courting death. That group of Sin Dragons. Mu Chenfeng glared at everyone. I want to track down my mother's murderer. I must go. Long Wanqing said firmly. After all, they already had a clue. It was City Lord He. However, the only chance to communicate with City Lord He normally was at the Zither teaching conference. Hall Master, but it is too dangerous there. There are 50 Sin Dragons. They don't care about your identity at all. Mu Chenfeng said anxiously. Long Wanqing shook her head and said, It is okay. We will be careful. Chief Mu, are you coming with us? Mu Chenfeng. After a moment of silence, Mu Chenfeng shook her head and said, No, Hall Master, I will not participate. I will wait for your news in the city. The Silver Moon Sea is too dangerous. Long Wanqing frowned and said with a bitter smile. If that is the case, then forget it. I will go with Master. Mu Chenfeng did not say anything. Gu Hai, what about you? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen and said with a smile, How can I not go? The snakehead I need is there. Snakehead? Gu Hai, you still want that snakehead? Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai and said in surprise. Was Gu Hai courting death? Although they were saved by the royal seal, it was still very dangerous. Moreover, there were only 2 or 3 Sin Dragons. Now, there were dozens of Sin Dragons. Gu Hai still dared to go? Chief Mu, since you are not going, do you want the invitation? Gu Hai looked at Mu Chenfeng. Mu Qinfeng's expression froze, but she still slowly took out the invitation. As Mu Qinfeng held onto the qualification invitation, his eyes flashed with unwillingness. Gu Hai casually tossed out something that he had not been able to obtain after so much effort. Now that he had obtained the qualification invitation, he had to give it up because of his cowardice? Ah, never mind. My zither Dao is not that good. I will just be accompanying the guests if I go. I will give it to you. Mu Qinfeng handed over the invitation. However, she felt disappointed in her heart. It was not just because she had lost the invitation but also because she had shrunk back. It was like she had left the circle of this group of people. No one said anything. However, Mu Qinfeng felt an indescribable sense of loss in her heart. Gu Hai received the invitation and handed it to Shangguan Hen. Gu Hai, you gave it to Shangguan Hen. What about you? The old manor lord gave you 2 invitation cards. He gave one to Venerable Lun Yan and the other to me. You don't have one now? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. It's fine as long as you can enter. As for me, I think the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's people should have recognized me long ago. The old manor lord personally sent the young manor lord to deliver the invitation cards to me twice. I believe that I can enter regardless of whether I have the invitation card or not. Right. Everyone nodded. Your Majesty, the soldiers on the 3 islands are still fine. Their cultivation is not high. However, there is a group of dragons guarding the bottom of the sea. How are we going to deal with them? Shangguan Hen asked somewhat worriedly. They are guarding the bottom of the sea? In that case, think of a way to fish them out. Let's take it slow. There will be a way. Gu Hai said after a deep breath. Fish them out? Do you think you are fishing? You want to fish out this group of dragons? Gu Hai, are you crazy? Mu Qinfeng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai smiled faintly but did not explain. Gu Hai had an idea in his heart. However, he could not say it. Chapter 203. Venerable Lun Yan, we were hiding in the clouds earlier. How did that huge dragon ghost mask discover us in an instant? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yan curiously. It is because of me and Shangguan Hen. Although we managed to avoid the dragons after we left, the ghost mask left a trace of the dragon's fragrance on us. It was very faint, so we did not pay much attention to it. However, ghosts are very clear about this and instantly discovered us. However, don't worry. I have a way to get rid of the dragon's fragrance on me. It won't happen again, Venerable Lun Yan said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded and said, That's good. Let's return to the city first. I need to prepare some things to fish for dragons. At the side, Mu Qinfeng and the others revealed puzzled expressions. Everyone returned to the city. Although Mu Qinfeng was no longer participating in the zither recital, he was extremely curious about Gu Hai's so-called dragon fishing. He had been paying close attention to it. Gu Hai did not hide anything from him. After returning, Xiaoqun bought 2 things in bulk: cuttlefish and lotus roots. When Mu Qinfeng saw piles of cuttlefish and lotus roots being delivered to Gu Hai, he appeared confused. Cuttlefish? Lotus roots? Dragons do not like to eat cuttlefish, much less lotus roots. How do I fish for them? Although Mu Qinfeng was filled with curiosity, he was too embarrassed to ask. He had already avoided it. How could he have the face to ask? Mu Qinfeng sighed softly. On a floating island in a manor in Silver Moon City, Mo Yike sat in front of a desk in a small courtyard as documents were delivered to him. The manager, Jianghu, stood respectfully at the side. Although he had lost the number 1 zither pavilion, Mo Yike did not punish him too much. After all, Jianghu still had some talent. Is there news? Mo Yike asked sullenly. Yes, Mr. Mo. Everyone in the city has been searching everywhere and finally found out about that group of people. The leader seemed to be called Sima Changkong. You were the first to buy Gu Hai's piano. Jiang Tianyi said respectfully. Sima Changkong? Mo Yike narrowed his eyes. Mr. Mo knows him? Jiang Tianyi asked, confused. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes and said, How could I not know? The leader of this generation of the Sima family, he actually came to Silver Moon City to investigate? It looks like the situation is a bit of a headache. Does he have the qualification card for the Guqing conference? Yes. No wonder the old manor lord held the Guqing recital conference in the Silver Moon Sea. So that's why. Old manor master, you really put in a lot of effort to protect Silver Moon Villa. Mo Yike's face darkened. Solemnly, Jiang Tianyi asked, "Sir, do you want to take down Sima Changkong secretly?" "No need. You might not be able to take him down. Also, with his ability, if he were to hide, you wouldn't be able to get any information about him. But you found him?" Ha. Mo Yike narrowed his eyes. Huh. Sima Changkong exposed himself on purpose? What? There's no reason. Sima Changkong is in the light, but there must be someone else in the dark. Even if we catch Sima Changkong, the other people in the dark can't do anything about it. But why did he expose himself? He's showing me his sword. He's forcing me to not meet him face to face. Wherever he goes, I have to avoid him. If he wants to investigate something, I'm not allowed to stop him. Mo Yike said in a low voice. What? Because he's the king's representative, and I'm the minister's representative. The king and minister's identities have to be clear. Otherwise it's disrespectful. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Can we pretend not to know? Pretend not to know? Haha, you think too easily. He's reminding me and forcing me to avoid him. He's pretending not to know, but if I don't know what's good for me and barge in, he'll tear apart this disguise and use the king's order against me. Do you think I should respect him or not? Mo Yike said in a low voice. Jiang Tianyi's face darkened. He has people in the light or in the dark entering the Silver Moon Ocean. It's the same for our people. I won't go to the Zither Giving Conference this time, Mo Yike said in a low voice. Yes. Inform Ghostface that the dragons are dormant. During the Zither Giving Conference, no one is allowed to come out of the ocean. The Silver Moon Ocean is huge. As long as they don't stir up trouble in that place, it's hard to find them, Mo Yike said in a low voice. Yes. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Zither Giving Conference officially began. At this moment, a large number of Xiozha had gathered around the Silver Moon Ocean. Although many Xiozha could not participate, they still held on to a sliver of hope. North of the Silver Moon Ocean, Silver Moon Island. At this moment the fog spread. Many cranes carried the Xiozha who obtained the invitation cards over. At the entrance of the island, one needed to be certified to enter. Long Wanqing, Shangguan Hen and Venerable Lun Yen had already entered. Only Gu Hai arrived late, arriving at the entrance. The moment Gu Hai arrived, some of the nearby Zither masters recognized him. Mr. Good. Great Master Gu. Everyone greeted him. Gu Hai returned the greetings. Some of the people who had not seen Gu Hai before looked at him curiously. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples stood guard at the entrance of the ritual array. When they saw the crowd greet Gu Hai, they knew that it was Gu Hai. After all, how could the Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples not recognize someone that even the old manor lord respected? Furthermore, they all looked at Gu Hai with friendly gazes. When everyone showed their invitation cards and entered the ritual array, Gu Hai said solemnly, "Greetings, Silver Moon Mountain Manor's fellow Taoists. Many thanks to the old manor lord for allowing me to participate in the Zither Imparting Conference. How is the old manor lord doing now?" When others came, they all asked about the heaven-grade Zither Gaochen. Was Gaochen here? Only Gu Hai did not ask about Gaochen. Instead, he asked about the old manor lord's health. This immediately won him a good impression of the Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples. "Manor Lord, how are you doing? You often mention Mr. Good's canon and pathetique. Today, Manor Lord will definitely be happy that Mr. Good is here," a Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciple said with a smile. "Right. That's good." Gu Hai nodded. Then he followed the crowd into the inner area. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples did not check Gu Hai's invitation card and allowed Gu Hai to enter. "Stop right there." Suddenly a shout rang out. "Huh." Everyone looked over. Then they saw Fairy Wanner slowly walking over. When the Zither masters saw Fairy Wanner, they all frowned. Discomfort flashed in their eyes. "Gu Hai, he did not show his invitation card and you let him in?" Fairy Wanner shouted as she pointed at Gu Hai. "Huh." Everyone looked at Fairy Wanner in confusion. "I have been here for a long time." Earlier, a monk and an elite hall master took Gu Hai's invitation card and entered. Each invitation card had a different mark. I saw it clearly. Gu Hai did not have an invitation card, and you let him in so openly? Fairy Wanner said coldly. "How can Great Master Gu not have an invitation card?" "That's right. Which don't speak nonsense." The Zither masters immediately defended Gu Hai and shouted angrily. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples frowned slightly. Just as they were about to speak, Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, "Fairy Wanner? Unexpectedly we meet again. Humph. Fairy Wanner snorted coldly. Fairy Wanner, do you think that I, Gu Hai, am not qualified to enter? Gu Hai asked Fairy Wanner with a smile. Of course you are not qualified. You can't even play the zither. You do not have an invitation card. Why should I let you in? You do not have the zither. You can fool others but you cannot fool me. I have seen through you long ago. Fairy Wanner shouted. Fairy Wanner was telling the truth. With her sharp insight, Fairy Wanner had already seen that Gu Hai did not have the zither. She had completely vented the resentment of her last defeat. Last time Gu Hai embarrassed her. She also embarrassed Gu Hai once. Everyone looked at Gu Hai doubtfully. Ha ha, Fairy Wanner, this is not a joke. I know you are resentful because you lost to me last time, but can't you find a better reason? Do you think everyone will believe your reason? Ah. Gu Hai laughed in a carefree manner. Everyone was slightly stunned. That's right. Which your excuse is too lousy. Master Gu does not have the zither. Are you kidding? If he does not, how could you lose to Master Gu? That's right. If Master Gu does not have the zither, I will eat my harmonica. You don't even know how to lie. Which is your IQ so low? Everyone immediately scolded. Fairy Wanner was about to vomit blood. You bunch of blind people. You can't see it yourself. Why are you blindly making a fuss? Gu Hai spoke again at the right time. Fairy Wanner, I know you want Gauchen, but please use the proper method. The old manor master will make a fair decision. What's the point of using this crooked method? So the witch is afraid of Gu Hai. That's why she slandered Gu Hai. So it's because of Gauchen? How insidious, witch. The group of zither players immediately scolded Fairy Wanner again. Fairy Wanner felt wronged. I'm telling the truth, okay? At this time, a disciple of the Silver Moon Villa frowned and said, Fairy Wanner, last time you plotted to kill the whole city, the manor master made an exception and gave you the qualification card. I hope you cherish it. Obviously, the disciple of the Silver Moon Villa could not stand Fairy Wanner's unscrupulous means to get Gauchen. Mr. Good, please come in. Another disciple of the Silver Moon Villa led the way for Gu Hai directly. Fairy Wanner was stunned to see Gu Hai enter the formation. She was constantly scolded by a group of people. She suddenly stamped her foot angrily and said, Gu Hai, I'm not done with you. Gu Hai walked in without any psychological burden. He was not angry with Fairy Wanner. Although what she said was true, she should be very angry at this moment. On a huge square, Gu Hai met with Long Wanqing and others. There were a large number of zither players in 2s and 3s. They were chatting with each other. There was a thatched hut in the north of the square. A large number of disciples of the Silver Moon Villa stood outside the hut. Yun Imo also stood respectfully outside the hut, as if he was guarding the hut. Gauchen is in this hut? I haven't seen a heaven-level zither before. I wonder what it looks like. The old manor master is also in the hut, right? There was a lot of discussion around. Gu Hai and others were looking for Castellan He. He Shi Kong is not here yet. Long Wanqing shook her head. Chapter 204. Silver Moon Island, Silver Moon Sea. At the large plaza. The plaza was a large lawn. After the various zither players exchanged some pleasantries, they sat down cross-legged on the lawn and looked at the small thatched cottage not far away. Gu Hai's group also found a place to sit down. One zither player after another entered the large grassy plaza. They're here. Long Wanqing frowned. Oh. Gu Hai, Venerable Lun Yan and Shangguan Hen looked over with a frown. They saw City Lord He Shi Kong enter the plaza. However, young master and Enfang Mingho, who carried a golden saber on his back, were beside He Shi Kong. Young master and is at the side. He will interact with City Lord He later, Venerable Lun Yan said softly. Long Wanqing nodded. Not far away, young master and the other two entered and immediately saw Gu Hai's group. When young master and saw Gu Hai, depression flashed in his eyes as he snorted coldly. Is young master An's zither Dao very strong as well? Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. Not at all. He is qualified to come because of his identity as the grandson of Luyang of Gojoseon. City Lord He is also here because of his identity. He might be able to play the zither, but it will definitely be very weak, Long Wanqing said, shaking her head. Gu Hai nodded. City Lord He, young master and the others took their seats. Fewer people entered after them. At this moment, a white-clad man slowly walked over. Mr. Good is already here? Greetings, Mr. Good. the white-clad man said with a smile. Gu Hai immediately recognized this person. This was Sima Changkong, the first person to buy his piano. So, it is Mr. Sima. Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Greetings, Hall Master. Long greetings, Venerable Lun Yen. Long time no see. Sima Changkong said with a faint smile. You are. Long Wanqing felt slightly confused. Venerable Lun Yen's expression suddenly changed. It's you, Sima Changkong? Venerable Lun Yen, I am on official business. I hope that you will not reveal my identity, Sima Changkong said with a smile as he looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen's eyes flickered with uncertainty. In the end he nodded. Then I'll go over there first. Good luck to all of you. Sima Changkong smiled. All right. Gu Hai smiled and nodded. After Sima Changkong walked away, Long Wanqing asked curiously, Huh? Master Lun Yen, do you know Mr. Sima? Venerable Lun Yen frowned slightly and said, the person who nearly became the top scorer in the previous exam. Meh. The champion of the Deqian Celestial Empire? Long Wanqing asked in surprise. Just a little. Back then, his writing suppressed all the other examinees. All the examiners thought that he would definitely become the top scorer in that exam. Unfortunately, he wrote something during the palace examination, which angered His Holiness. Hence, His Holiness chased him out of the examination hall. Hence, he did not become the top scorer in the end, Venerable Lun Yen explained. However, he was still a provincial scholar. Although he was chased out of the examination hall, he still holds a position in the Deqian Celestial Empire. However, he is not as impressive as the top scorer. He is not someone to be trifled with, Venerable Lun Yen said with a frown. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at Sima Changkong, who was not far away. He nearly became the Deqian Celestial Empire's top scorer? Just as Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen, he suddenly felt a murderous intent envelop him. Gu Hai turned his head and saw Fairy One, sitting in a corner not far away. She was looking at him coldly as if she wanted to tear him apart. Fairy One, Gu Hai smiled faintly in that direction. Xiao Chen's friendly smile turned into mockery in Fairy One's eyes. Gu Hai, I will teach you a lesson. I will expose you. Liar. You do not have the state of the Zither Dao, yet you are still pretending. Liar. Fairy One muttered to herself. Clang. A soft sound suddenly came from the small thatched cottage not far away. Everyone's expressions suddenly turned solemn. They stopped talking and looked at the nearby thatched cottage. Fellow Taoists who are not here to participate in the Zither Importation Conference, the Silver Moon Sea will be sealed off soon. If you do not leave now, you will not be able to leave for a while. The seal will only be lifted after the Zither Importation Conference ends. An aged voice came from the thatched cottage. This voice immediately spread to the surroundings of Silver Moon Island. Then it quickly spread throughout the Silver Moon Sea. At this moment, many cultivators were watching from the surrounding islands around Silver Moon Island. When they heard the old Manor Lord's voice, they all frowned. Then determination flashed in their eyes, unwilling to leave. Creak. The door of the thatched cottage slowly opened. From inside, an old man in white slowly walked out. He walked very slowly. His face was covered with age spots and his hair was withered. Yun Mo immediately went forward and supported the old man. Greetings, Manor Lord of Silver Moon Villa. Greetings, Manor Lord of Silver Moon Villa. All the Zither players said respectfully. The old Manor Lord of Silver Moon Villa? Supported by Yun Mo, the old Manor Lord walked to the door quietly. He slowly sat down cross-legged on the lawn. He stroked a guqin that was about to decay in his hand. After looking at the surrounding people, he suddenly saw Gu Hai and recognized him with one glance. Mr. Good, I like your cannon very much. The old Manor Lord looked at Gu Hai and smiled. Gu Hai is ashamed. As long as the Manor Lord likes it. Gu Hai said with a smile. I am old, so I like to listen to different tunes. Ah. The old Manor Lord smiled slightly. Everyone quieted down. The disciples of Silver Moon Villa sat beside the old Manor Lord. The old Manor Lord looked at the people around him and took a deep breath. Everyone, I'm old and my time is almost up. After this Guqin conference I may pass away. I have a request for all of you. Go ahead, Manor Lord. Everyone said one after another. This is the young Manor Lord of Silver Moon Villa, Yun Mo. He is the descendant of Mr. Silver Moon's bloodline. When I am gone, I hope all of you can take care of him. When I am about to pass away, I can't let go of Yun Mo's sigh. The old Manor Lord sighed slightly. Manor Lord, you will be fine. Yun Mo's nose twitched and his eyes turned red. Rest assured, Manor Lord. As long as the young Manor Lord doesn't give up, we will do our best to help you. Rest assured, Manor Lord. Young Manor Lord Yun Mo's business is our business. Everyone nodded. The old Manor Lord smiled and nodded. All right. I invited all of you here today to decide the ownership of the last sky-grade zither of Silver Moon Villa, Gauchen. Gauchen is one of Mr. Silver Moon's best works. I am useless in this life and I can't make a sky-grade zither. However, the young Manor Lord Yun Mo is different. Although he is not as good at music, he is better than me at making zither. Maybe one day he can reach Mr. Silver Moon's level and make another sky-grade zither. Oh. The eyes of the zither around suddenly lit up. Yun Mo? Previously no one paid attention to him. Under the glory of the old Manor Lord, Yun Mo was very dim. However, if he could make a sky-grade zither, it would be different. Today it was fine if they got the Gauchen. If they couldn't get it, if they befriended Yun Mo, would they? Don't worry, Manor Lord. With us here, no one will bully Silver Moon Villa. Yes, if young Manor Lord Yun Mo needs anything, just call me. Everyone looked at Yun Mo with fervent gazes. However, Yun Mo didn't look at anyone. Instead, he looked at the old Manor Lord with red eyes. The old Manor Lord looked at the 600 zither around him and smiled. Some of you are from the Dechen Celestial Empire and some are from other places. You all came for Gauchen, so I won't waste any more time. It's time for Gauchen to meet you all. After the old Manor Lord finished speaking, the disciples of Silver Moon Villa quickly stood up and waved their hands. They opened the thatched hut instantly. They placed the dismantled hut not far away, revealing a round altar in the middle. The altar was placed in the thatched hut. A sky-grade zither. Where is Gauchen? Some of the zither asked blankly. A faint blue light was shining on the altar not far away. The blue light surged into a man in purple on the altar. The man in purple had a jade-like face. He looked like an ordinary young man. His eyebrows were raised, and he had an extraordinary murderous aura. In between his eyebrows, there was a golden birthmark shaped like a sky thunder. The murderous aura in between his eyebrows was even more threatening. Light breathing sounds came from the man in purple. He sat there quietly as if he was adjusting his breath or sleeping. He didn't move. Apart from this man in purple, there was nothing else. Where is the sky-grade zither? Where is Gauchen? Everyone looked at the old Manor Lord blankly. The old Manor Lord smiled and said, "This is the sky-grade zither made by Mr. Silver Moon Gauchen." All the cultivators were slightly stunned. What do you mean? Where is the zither? Why don't I see it? Yes, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is this zither transparent? Could it be transparent in front of the man in purple? Everyone was at a loss. Not far away, Fairy Wanner Sima Chang Kong and the other zither were extremely quiet. They stared at the man in purple in front of them. This is Gauchen? Sima Chang Kong said in shock. Where? Everyone looked at Sima Chang Kong. It's him. This man in purple is Gauchen? Sima Chang Kong said in shock. Everyone was stunned. This person is a zither? Is this a joke? That's right. This is the sky-grade zither, Gauchen, that Mr. Silver Moon said he made. This is its appearance. Solemnly the old Manor Lord said. Making a person? A person Mr. Silver Moon made? The zither Dao can create souls. Is Mr. Silver Moon trying to create a person? Someone asked in shock. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The old Manor Lord smiled and said, "It's not a person yet. It's just a sky-grade zither. This is its appearance. However, as you said, it has a soul. It's just temporarily separated. When the soul is poured in, it will be the time to unseal this sky-grade zither." Everyone suddenly fell silent. Gu Hai looked at the man in purple who was adjusting his breath on the altar. How could he have thought that it was a zither? Gauchen? Gu Hai had thought of many forms before, but he never thought that Gauchen would look like this. It was actually in the shape of a person? Is this still a zither? Chapter 205. The human-shaped zither, the Gauchen. Is this a heaven-grade zither? However, how does it work? The old Manor Master smiled faintly and said, "Everyone has seen it. Wait until I open the sea-sealing barrier. Then I will show you the power of the Gauchen." The old Manor Master gently played the nearly decaying zither in his hand. Ding, 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 ding. Silver Moon Island suddenly trembled, and the surrounding seawater surged. Boom. The fog array on Silver Moon Island suddenly left the island and soared into the sky. It turned into a white cloud and flew into the sky. Everyone showed confused expressions. Isn't this Silver Moon Island's protective array? Why did it leave Silver Moon Island? On the distant island, countless cultivators saw this scene. Without the fog, they could even see Gu Hai and the other Zither masters from afar. Ding, ding, ding. The old manor master continued playing the zither. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the fog array high in the sky. Swish, swish. In an instant, it was as if strings of zither strings had appeared and shot to the borders of the Silver Moon Sea, connecting from the sky to the sea. Boom, boom, boom. Roaring sounds came from the surrounding seas. Like the ribs of a huge umbrella, they covered the entire Silver Moon Island. Boom. Between the strings of the zither, streaks of blue energy suddenly appeared and connected into one. From afar, it looked like a huge blue dome covered the entire Silver Moon Island. What a huge array. Is this Silver Moon Island's protective array? A zither array? Many people were shocked. The array formation was so huge that it was even bigger than Silver Moon City's city defense array. Some of the cultivators near it punched. Boom. In an instant, they were knocked back by the sea ceiling barrier and fell into the sea. This is a sound wave barrier? Fairy Wanna said with a slight frown. Sound waves? The group of zither masters goggled. The old manor master smiled faintly and said, "That's right. This is a high-frequency sound wave barrier. It is mainly used to block sound. Of course, the cultivators of the Yuanying state can't break it either. This was left behind by Mr. Silvermoon." Seal the sea? Old Manor Lord, why did you seal the sea? Is it related to displaying Gaochen? Sima Changkong was confused. The Manor Lord smiled and nodded. Everyone looked at the Old Manor Lord in confusion. Yunemo. Old Manor Lord said indifferently. Yes. Yunemo nodded and walked behind Gaochen. Everyone looked at Yunemo. He saw Yunemo reach out and touch the back of Gaochen's head, as if he was communicating with Gaochen. Buzz. Gaochen suddenly opened his eyes. A murderous aura rushed out. Everyone's expression changed. Yunemo looked at everyone, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Everyone, the fact that you're able to make it this time means that you're the strongest Guqin masters. Here, I will bind a strand of the Gaochen's intent into your bodies through the Gaochen. Only those who possess the Gaochen's intent will have the qualifications to compete for the Gaochen. Oh. Everyone was confused. Gaochen extended his right hand, and 600 zither strings appeared and shot toward all the zither masters. Everyone's expression changed. Walalala. The 600 zither strings wrapped around all the zither masters as if they were tied up. What? Everyone's expression turned cold. Buzz. The zither strings that bound everyone suddenly merged into their bodies and disappeared like air. Everyone was puzzled. What happened just now? This is Gaochen's intent. It has merged with your zither intent and will disappear automatically after 10 days, Yunemo explained. The zither strings that bound us earlier were Gaochen's intent? That was a high-frequency intent, right? A high-frequency vibration that merged with our intent? What are you trying to do? Fairy Wanna said, a trace of discomfort flashing in her eyes. Everyone frowned and looked at Yunemo solemnly. Yunemo said, "Everyone, you should know that although I am a zither master, my zither Dao is not very good. However, it is different with Gaochen. Gaochen, create the spirit," Yunemo said solemnly. He sent a thought into Gaochen's body from his fingertip. However, Gaochen showed a ferocious expression. He suddenly spread his arms and pointed them at everyone. Gaochen shouted. The two claws grabbed at the center, seemingly tearing the void apart. In the void, countless transparent zither strings seemed to appear in an instant. Gaochen grabbed at the center with his claws as though he was plucking the zither strings. A shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. As Gaochen plucked the invisible strings, a series of zither sounds rang out. Accompanied by the tinkling sounds, a small spirit suddenly emerged from Gaochen's fingertip. This is a small spirit? Gaochen can create his own spirit? A cultivator said in shock. That small spirit glowed with a blue light. A pair of small transparent wings flapped quickly, giving off crisp sounds as they flapped. The little elf curiously looked at the people around her. She had a kind of confused feeling. Wait, there's another small spirit? 200? 2,000 small spirits? Oh no, 20,000 small spirits? This This is 200,000? 2,000,000. A group of zither players cried out in surprise. When Gauchen Bo plucked the strings of the void zither, more and more small spirits gushed out from his fingertips. They grew in number and size. In the blink of an eye, small spirits were flying around Silver Moon Island. The speed at which the souls were created shocked everyone who saw it. A heaven-grade zither? Was this the effect of a heaven-grade zither? It was definitely not Yunemo, so it could only be Gauchen. With a wave of his hand he created 2,000,000 small spirits? The small spirits were flying around in confusion. Slap. The group of zither players reached out to grab them. Strangely, they actually caught them. Even Gu Hai caught a small spirit in his hand. It was as though he was grabbing a real thing. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Aren't spirits illusory? What? Everyone looked at Yunemo curiously. You have Gauchen's intent in you, so you can catch the spirits created by Gauchen. As for the cultivators who didn't come to the zither conference, although they can see them, they can never catch them. Yunemo explained. I see. Everyone rejoiced. The old manor lord waved his hand, and a small box suddenly appeared in his palm. This small box seals Gauchen's spirit. Whether you can get Gauchen or not depends on you. The old manor lord said. Oh. Everyone looked at the box in the old manor lord's hand. The old manor lord slowly opened the box, and a small yellow spirit was sealed in it. At this moment it seemed to be sleeping. Everyone's eyes lit up. Come out. The old manor lord said. The yellow spirit suddenly woke up. It flapped its wings and suddenly, a beautiful zither sound came from its wings. The sound was ethereal and clear. The zither players were fascinated by the sound. Where am I? The yellow spirit suddenly asked. The 2,000,000 green spirits were still confused, but the yellow spirit already knew how to ask. The zither players widened their eyes. Look carefully, this is Gauchen's spirit. As long as you put a drop of blood into its body and put it back into Gauchen's body, Gauchen will recognize you as its master. The old manor lord explained. It's that simple? Everyone was excited. My sea sealing barrier is a high-frequency barrier. It can prevent the fairies from flying out of the Silver Moon Ocean. Its range is only so big. Whoever captures and refines the Gauchen's soul first will be the Gauchen's. Now all of you have a chance. The old manor lord said with a smile. Oh. Everyone's eyes lit up and they became restless. What are you going to do? The yellow spirit saw everyone's expression and was scared. They all want to refine you. What do you think they are going to do? The old manor lord said with a smile. What? Refine me? What should I do? What should I do? The yellow spirit exclaimed. What should I do? Can't you run? The old manor lord said with a smile. Ah, that's right. Run quickly, all of you run with me. The yellow fairy suddenly shouted. Boom. On the island, 2,000,000 spirits flew in all directions at an extremely fast speed. They were like sharp arrows and scattered in an instant. What? The Guqin masters jumped up. A few of them even flew into the sky and chased after the spirits. However, there were 2,000,000 of them. How could they find them? How could they find them? Everyone looked at the old manor lord anxiously. How to find them and how to catch them is up to you. Every spirit has a different voice. When Gauchen's spirit wings flapped, I think you all heard it clearly. You are all Guqin masters, so use your ears to listen. You only have 10 days, so I wish you good luck. The old manor lord said with a smile. Boom. Suddenly, a large group of Guqin masters rushed out and chased after the spirits in the distance. Red Crown Crane Carriage, come here, take me to chase them. They went that way. Quick, don't follow me. A large number of Guqin masters chased after the spirits. However, there were still some more powerful Guqin masters who stayed behind. These Guqin masters closed their eyes, activated their intent realm and listened with their ears. They listened to the yellow spirit's voice. Where did it go? Gu Hai smiled bitterly. How could he play this game? Gu Hai knew that powerful Guqin masters like Fairy Wanner and the old manor lord could cover the entire Silver Moon Sea with their hearing. It was just that there were too many noises in the sea, so they had to pick out the yellow spirit's voice slowly. Could it be that Gauchen was destined to be out of the picture? Gu Hai looked at Mayor He, who was not far away. Young Master and had taken out the flying boat just now. He and Fang Mingho stepped on the flying boat and chased after the spirits in the distance. Mayor He was alone? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing and Long Wanqing nodded. The four of them slowly got up and walked toward Mayor He. Not far away, Fairy Wanner opened her eyes, and there was anger in her eyes. Humph, Guhai, you embarrassed me, so I will also embarrass you. While muttering to herself, Fairy Wanner suddenly played her guqin. Chapter 206. Ding, ding, ding. Fairy Wanner suddenly played her guqin. As she played, the surrounding guqin masters suddenly opened their eyes. Even the old manor lord was instantly attracted. God-shaking song? The old manor lord was slightly startled and suddenly laughed. Divine regret song? Why is the demoness playing this song? Divine regret song. As long as one has the artistic conception of guqin, they can instantly break free. It only targets those who don't have the artistic conception of guqin. Everyone here is a guqin master. Why is she playing this song? I heard that the divine regret song needs to be integrated into one's mind. If one is fully immersed in it, they will regret not shaking others but themselves. Either you die or I die. While everyone was at a loss, Fairy Wanner played her guqin while staring at Guhai. Guhai didn't have the artistic conception of guqin. As long as he was hit by the divine regret song, his mind would immediately shake and he would be out of his wits. Buzz. Long Wanqing was suddenly stunned and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. Guhai was the same at this moment. Suddenly he felt that the world in front of him had changed. He wasn't walking on a lawn just now. At this moment he seemed to have appeared in the clouds in an instant. There was no one else but him? A shocking force rushed towards Guhai's three souls, causing Guhai to be in a daze. Guhai stood still and looked at the countless clouds around him in a daze. For a moment he seemed to have forgotten how he came here. He was thinking about what was going on. Ding, ding, ding. A series of intoxicating guqin sounds rang out, making Guhai feel like he was floating. He really wanted to lie in the clouds and ignore everything. Guhai was hit. The surrounding guqin masters revealed a trace of doubt. Is the demoness going to deal with Master Gu? Why is Master Gu intoxicated? Does Master Gu not have the artistic conception of guqin? How is that possible? How can Master Gu not have the artistic conception of guqin? You must be kidding. All the zither masters were confused. At this moment, Fairy Wanner revealed a smile. She had finally exposed him. Everyone around them began to doubt Guhai's guqin Dao. This was a feeling of exaltation, a very comfortable feeling. Guhai was intoxicated. The sound of the zither shook the soul and rushed straight to the three souls. At this moment, in the space between his eyebrows, the heaven-suppressing divine seal seemed to have sensed something. It suddenly shook and suppressed the sound of the zither. The sound of the zither was infused with Fairy Wanner's artistic conception. With this suppression, an irreversible force rushed back. Boom. Guhai woke up instantly. The zither's artistic conception was also instantly annihilated by the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Pooh. Fairy Wanner felt as if her head had been hit by a huge object, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. You. Wanner stared at Guhai in disbelief. You. Wanner stared at him in disbelief. What happened just now? Long Wanqing woke up with a start. That was close. All Master, are you alright? We tried to wake you up earlier, but you did not wake up, Venerable Lunyen said worriedly. Venerable Lunyen turned his head and looked coldly at Fairy Wanner. Which Venerable Lunyen was just about to flare up. However, when he turned his head, he saw Fairy Wanner spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. He did not know what to say. It was rare to see someone scheme against others and end up in such a miserable state. The surrounding zither masters felt slightly stunned as well. Is this great Master Gu's counterattack? He used the Guqin Dao's artistic conception to strike the witch's artistic conception? He instantly made her vomit blood? Great Master Gu is indeed incredible. The witch overestimates herself. The group of zither masters looked at Fairy Wanner in disdain. Only Fairy Wanner understood that it was not the Guqin Dao's artistic conception earlier. Guhai did not know how to counterattack. You, what did you do to me? Fairy Wanner spat out blood as she looked at Guhai, feeling depressed. Fairy Wanner, unjust deeds bring about self-destruction. Guhai said coldly. This was not the first time Guhai had tried to embarrass himself in such a willful manner. Guhai was not made of clay and would not allow her to do as she pleased. However, every time Guhai saw Fairy Wanner's miserable state, he felt speechless. I have yet to take revenge, and you are already in such a miserable state? I feel too embarrassed to do anything. You are the one whose unjust deeds bring about self-destruction. You do not have an artistic conception at all. You are a liar. Fairy Wanner felt so wrong that her eyes turned red. This witch is crazy. Even now, she is still saying that Great Master Gu does not have an artistic conception? The surrounding Zither masters showed looks of disdain. Fairy Wanner felt even more depressed and wronged. Fairy Wanner, the old manor lord sighed softly. Fairy Wanner turned her head to look at him. The Zither Dao is not just about artistic conception. You cannot compare to Guhai. This is a fact. The old manor lord said softly. Although his words were very amiable in Fairy Wanner's ears, it was as if he had stabbed her with a knife. She was already very miserable. Couldn't he say something nice to comfort her? Why did he have to stab her again? What is the meaning of this? Not only did he add a stab, but almost everyone around nodded solemnly, as if they were saying that this stab was right and that it should be done this way. Looking around, everyone was standing on opposite sides. Fairy Wanner's grievance was magnified 100 times in an instant. How could a person who did not even have an artistic conception of the Zither make everyone feel that she was inferior to him? I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Fairy Wanner felt wronged and angry. She took a step forward and soared into the sky with her Zither, quickly flying away. Huh. The surrounding people were slightly stunned. Is this demoness brain damaged? It's ridiculous. The old manor lord gave her pointers, but she didn't humbly accept it? She ran away in a fit of anger? Guhai stretched out his right hand. A drop of water appeared in his palm. It was not a drop of water, but a tear of grievance that fell from Fairy Wanner's eyes when she flew into the sky. Guhai caught it. Looking at the drop of tear in his palm, Guhai smiled bitterly. His initial anger had completely dissipated. After Fairy Wanner left, the Zither masters returned to normal and closed their eyes to search for Gauchen's soul. Guhai and his group continued to walk toward City Lord He, who was not far away. When City Lord He saw Guhai and his group walking over, he frowned slightly and seemed to have guessed their purpose. City Lord He, may I have a word with you? Solemnly Long Wanqing asked Long Wanqing. If you have something to say it here. City Lord He frowned. Long Wanqing flipped her hand and a golden scroll appeared in her palm. An imperial edict? City Lord He's expression changed. Solemnly Long Wanqing put away the imperial edict and said, City Lord He, please. After a moment of silence, He Shikong finally nodded. The crowd walked toward a corner not far away. On the square, Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes and watched the crowd leave. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. At this moment in the distant sky, Young Master and Enfang Mingho drove the flying boat to chase the little fairies, but in the end they found nothing and drove the flying boat back. Oh, wait a minute, stop the flying boat here. Young Master and narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Oh, Young Master, and what's wrong? Fang Mingho asked in confusion. He Shikong? What is he going to do with Guhai and his group? Young Master and said coldly. Although they were very far away, they could vaguely see He Shikong and Guhai's group, avoiding the surrounding crowd. Walking to a corner, Guhai used spirit stones to set up an ordinary Go array, just for soundproofing. After all, everyone here was a Zither master, and their hearing was extremely powerful. At this moment they were fully focused on opening up their hearing. If he did not take precautions, it would be tantamount to speaking in front of everyone. He Shikong was led to a corner by the crowd, and a trace of irritation flashed in his eyes. An imperial edict? Dare I ask Hall Master Long, what is this imperial edict? City Lord He asked with a frown. His Holiness gave me an imperial edict to thoroughly investigate the case of Long Xiaoya's death, and ask along the way. Everyone in the Deqian Celestial Empire should fully cooperate. City Lord He, do you want to take a look? Long Wanqing took out the imperial edict again. City Lord He frowned and finally shook his head, saying, Forget it, I don't think you would dare to falsify an imperial edict. What do you want to ask? Ask away. It's still the question from that day. City Lord He, do you have any clues or even clues about Long Xiaoya's death? Long Wanqing asked solemnly. No, I said that day no. City Lord He said firmly. Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. She thought that City Lord He would tell the truth now that they were in a different place and no one was watching them. What? City Lord He, you often went to my mother's Zither recital. My mother treated you as a close friend. Now that your friend is dead, don't you feel sad at all? Didn't you notice anything strange when you saw my mother for the last time? City Lord He, Uncle He, when I was young, I heard my mother mention you many times. My mother treated you as a close friend. Are you really indifferent to my mother's death? Long Wanqing said with red eyes. City Lord, he was struggling, but he still said firmly, I really don't know anything. What about Mr. Huangfu? Gu Hai suddenly interrupted. City Lord, his expression suddenly changed and he looked at Gu Hai in surprise. However, in an instant, City Lord, he suppressed the shock in his heart, and his expression returned to normal. What Mr. Huangfu? I don't know. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, he had abruptly called out Mr. Huangfu because he wanted to see City Lord He's reaction. Sure enough, City Lord He knew a little about Long Wanqing's death, and this Mr. Huangfu was also a key person? Mr. Huangfu, City Lord He doesn't know? You attended my mother's zither recital many times with you in the past. Long Wanqing said anxiously. I don't know. I don't know him. City Lord He rejected immediately. City Lord He, this ritual array is soundproof. What do you know? Can you tell me? No one knows. My mother died very miserably. I really want to take revenge for my mother. Now only you know a little. Please, okay? Long Wanqing said with red eyes. City Lord He's tone turned resolute. Eventually he shook his head and said, I really don't know. You are asking the wrong person. Long Wanqing felt despair. Venerable Lun Yan also showed an unsightly expression. Shang Guanhen stood at the side, keeping an eye on the surroundings. All right. Since you don't know, then City Lord He can give me a guarantee. Give us a guarantee according to His Holiness's imperial edict. Gu Hai said with a frown. A guarantee? City Lord He felt slightly stunned. Whoosh. As Gu Hai extended his hand, he took out a table with a flip of his hand. There was a brush, ink and a golden silk cloth on it. What are you doing? City Lord He asked sullenly. The imperial edict is here. Everyone in the Deqian celestial dynasty is to cooperate fully with the investigation. City Lord He, since you insist that you don't know, please write it down and stamp it with your official seal. We will make a record. If His Holiness asks, we can hand it over to His Holiness, Gu Hai said seriously. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yan looked at Gu Hai in confusion. They did not know what Gu Hai was doing, but they did not stop him. City Lord He showed a confused expression. City Lord He, please cooperate. You don't want the Hall Master to write another imperial edict, right? Gu Hai asked with a smile. City Lord He showed a complicated expression. However, he still nodded and said, so be it. It's nothing much. I don't know. I just don't know. City Lord He reached out and grabbed the brush on the table. Then he started writing. He wrote that he did not know anything about Long Xiaoye's death. His tone was extremely resolute. After City Lord He finished writing, he remained silent for a while. At the very end he took out his official seal and pressed it on the scroll. Plop. When the official seal pressed down, it left behind an image of the official seal. The image gave off a faint golden light. Is this fine? City Lord He asked sullenly. It's fine. Gu Hai smiled faintly and carefully put away the golden silk scroll. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving, City Lord He said with a frown. Gu Hai looked at Shang Guanhen, who was not far away. Shang Guanhen glanced at the sky and nodded gently. Then he gave Gu Hai a look. City Lord He, how much do you know about the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence? I heard that the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence treats the wise with respect. They place great importance on their guests. Is that true? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Huh. City Lord He felt slightly stunned. City Lord He looked at Gu Hai in surprise. What does Gu Hai mean? Could it be that he wants to join the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence? At the side, Long Wanqing's expression changed, revealing an anxious expression. Suddenly Venerable Lun Yan pulled Long Wanqing back. Long Wanqing turned her head to look. Venerable Lun Yan shook his head and revealed a faint smile. Long Wanqing felt slightly stunned. Her earlier anxiety immediately calmed down. City Lord He did not know what Venerable Lun Yan meant, but he just said it casually. However, Gu Hai seemed to be unwilling to let go of City Lord He. Then Gu Hai asked for more details. The conversation lasted for a long time before ending. City Lord He showed some doubt as he returned to the plaza. Gu Hai? Earlier you. Long Wanqing said out of curiosity. It's nothing. Where's the flying ship? Let's go, Gu Hai said with a smile. Long Wanqing took out the flying ship in a daze. The four boarded the flying ship. Shang Guanhen steered the ship, and they quickly soared into the clouds. The moment they entered the clouds, they immediately saw young master and Fang Mingho. Guhai? Long Wanqing. Young master and looked coldly at the nearby Guhai. Guhai looked at young master and a cold smile flashed in his eyes. Young master and Guhai clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. I still remember clearly how you targeted my zither pavilion several times. Young master and what great authority. Ah, what great authority. In the end, Guhai's laughter contained a trace of mockery. The two flying ships brushed past each other. In the blink of an eye, Guhai's flying ship flew far away. However, Guhai's strange words made young Master An's expression turn sullen. What did Guhai mean just now? Young Master An frowned and looked at Fang Mingho. I don't know, but from his tone, it seems that he wants to take revenge on you. Fang Mingho shook his head. Take revenge on me? He doesn't deserve it. If not for Mr. Mo coming that day, I would have long let him die without a burial ground. Young Master An said in a cold voice. After that, young Master An's flying ship flew back to Silver Moon Island. Although he was stubborn, young Master An was still nervous. He had a bad feeling, so he immediately found City Lord He. City Lord He, what did Guhai talk about when he was looking for you for so long? Young Master An asked. Nothing much. Guhai asked about the treatment in the prince's mansion, whether he respected the guests, and what would happen if they joined the prince's mansion. City Lord He explained. However, young Master An's mind went blank. He stood there in a daze. Mr. Mo's words from the past still rang in his ears. As long as Guhai was willing to join the prince's mansion, Mr. Mo was willing to help him get rid of all his worries. First, he would remove his position as the eldest grandson? Just now Guhai's tone? Oh no, oh no. Young Master An's expression changed drastically. Chapter 207. On the flying ship, Guhai grabbed the letter of guarantee that City Lord He wrote and looked at it. Then he revealed a faint smile and said, All right, it's time to go and fish for dragons. Using this letter of guarantee? What is this for? Long Wanqing asked, feeling curious. Take a look at it again. Guhai smiled. Long Wanqing looked at the letter of guarantee that City Lord He wrote earlier and revealed some doubt. After looking at it for a while, her expression changed and she sniffed it. This is not ink? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Cuttlefish juice. It is also known as cuttlefish juice. Guhai said with a smile. Cuttlefish? Cuttlefish? I heard that some people use cuttlefish juice to write IOUs and borrow money from others. However, after the IOUs are written for a while, the words will vanish. Hence, cuttlefish is also known as cuttlefish, Venerable Lun Yen said with a change in expression. Venerable is very knowledgeable. Indeed, Guhai said with a faint smile. The words vanish? You are doing this for the official seal that City Lord He stamped? You filled in the words again? Long Wanqing asked with a change in expression. That's right. Guhai said with a nod. However, I heard that the words written in cuttlefish ink take half a year to vanish, Venerable Lun Yen said, feeling suspicious. The words written in cuttlefish ink vanish on their own because the protein in it decomposes and oxidizes. Indeed, it takes half a year. However, I do not need it to decompose and decompose. Hence, I use silk cloth to write the letter of guarantee for City Lord He and not paper, Guhai said with a smile. With a flip of his hand, Guhai took out a small bucket filled with a transparent liquid with some lotus root fragments in it. This is lotus root juice, which can be used to wash cuttlefish juice. After washing it, just rinse it with clean water and dry it, Guhai explained. Lotus root juice and cuttlefish juice? Really? Long Wanqing asked, feeling curious. After saying that, Long Wanqing started doing it herself. Indeed, after washing with the lotus root juice, the cuttlefish juice was quickly washed clean. Is it really clean? Guhai, how did you think of it? Long Wanqing was pleasantly surprised. Guhai looked at the clean cloth, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. When I was young, when my clothes were stained with cuttlefish juice, my mother would help me wash them clean like this. After Guhai finished speaking, he sighed slightly. At the side, Venerable Lun Yen felt slightly stunned, showing some curiosity. Guhai's mother? Venerable Lun Yen had investigated Guhai in 9-5 Island. However, there was no news of Guhai before the age of 30. It was like Guhai appeared out of nowhere, exceptionally strange. No one could find out who Guhai's parents were. Long Wanqing did not notice this detail. Instead, she carefully washed the silk cloth and dried it, leaving only City Lord He's official seal. Give me the cloth, all right? I've seen City Lord He's handwriting many times, it shouldn't be hard to imitate. Gu Hai said with a smile. Silver Moon Island. Sima Changkong had been paying attention to Gu Hai's group. Although Long Wanqing quickly put away the imperial edict, Sima Changkong still saw it. An imperial edict? Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes slightly. Sima Changkong turned his head and looked at a nearby zither master. Without moving his lips, he sent a voice projection into the other zither master's ears. Send word to keep a close eye on He Shikong's movements. Also, send people to search for Gu Hai's group and secretly follow them. If anything happens, report to me immediately. That zither master nodded respectfully and slowly left the plaza. Silver Moon Sea. Young Master and Fang Mingho left Silver Moon Island again. Young Master and, among the zither masters, we have people keeping an eye on He Shikong. Although there was a soundproof array when they were talking, we have people who are good at lip reading and can see clearly. Besides talking about Long Xiaoya's death, they also talked about Gu Hai's treatment in the mansion. Fang Mingho said solemnly. I'm not worried about He Shikong being watched all the time. I'm just worried about Gu Hai. The little thing that I didn't care about before, now. Young Master said with a gloomy face. Gu Hai said great power, twice in a disdainful tone. Maybe? No, maybe, humph, as long as Gu Hai enters the mansion my power will be completely gone. He's mocking me. Young Master said with an ugly face. Fang Mingho was silent for a while. Young Master An's face was gloomy and uncertain. After a while, his eyes turned cold and he said, Fang Mingho, help me kill Gu Hai. Kill Gu Hai? Young Master Mr. Mo told me not to do anything to Gu Hai. Fang Mingho's face changed. Not to do anything to Gu Hai? No, this sea-ceiling bounded domain only lasts for 10 days. That's the only chance. If you kill him quietly, Mr. Mo won't know. Otherwise, once Gu Hai enters the mansion my status will be gone. I'm the eldest grandson. Young Master said with a gloomy face. But. No buts. Gu Hai died in Silver Moon Sea because of the old Heights Lord. It has nothing to do with us. You're my man. If I lose my status you'll be excluded too. If I'm proud you're proud. If I'm destroyed you're destroyed. Grandfather asked you to protect me. If you don't do anything now, I'll be in trouble once Gu Hai gains power. Young Master said as he stared at Fang Mingho. Fang Mingho frowned and pondered. Young Master stared at Fang Mingho. After a while Fang Mingho nodded and said, I can. Of those 4, the only one I'm worried about is Venerable Lun Yan. Seeing that Fang Mingho was helping him, Young Master immediately smiled and said, It's fine. Still 10 days. There will be a time when I'm alone. We'll go find Gu Hai and think of a way to lure Venerable Lun Yan away. Then we'll deal with Gu Hai. Fang Mingho nodded. Good. Let's go find Gu Hai now. A cold light flashed in Young Master An's eyes. Silver Moon Island. The people in the square left one after another. The Guqin masters who were listening also seemed to have found their direction and left one after another. Soon, only the old Heights Lord and the Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples were left in the square. Manor Lord, shall we return to the house? Yunimo asked worriedly. The old Heights Lord closed his eyes and shook his head slightly. There's no need to worry about me. Yunimo, I heard the Guqin masters use their music to attract spirits. It was really nice. I'll just sit here. However, the wind is strong here, Yunimo said worriedly. It's fine. I'm already on the verge of death. What's there to worry about with the 5 decays of the heavenly being? My lifespan is almost up and it doesn't matter where I am. Go and do what you need to do. Don't disturb me. I want to continue listening. The old Heights Lord said as he shook his head. Yunimo remained silent for a while before nodding. The old Heights Lord sat at the very front with his eyes closed. Occasionally he smiled. His face flushed red as if he was experiencing terminal lucidity. Young Manor Lord, the old Heights Lord's current condition. A Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciple said with an unsightly expression. Everyone could tell that the old Heights Lord was on the verge of death. The Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples revealed sad expressions. Then they looked at the young Manor Lord Yunimo. Everyone looked at Yunimo as if they were waiting for his orders. Yunimo bit his lips, a conflicted look flashing in his eyes. After a while Yunmo's eyes settled. A ferocious look flashed on his face as he looked at the surrounding sea and slowly clenched his fists. Then he nodded gently. The surrounding Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples showed joy on their faces as they bowed respectfully to Yun Mo. Yun Mo waved his sleeve, and the Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples nodded. Then they quietly left and started laying out formations around Silver Moon Island. The old Heights Lord was engrossed in the pleasant music and did not notice the actions of Yun Mo and the others. However, Yun Mo waited quietly by the old Heights Lord's side. He used hand signals to instruct the Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples. Silver Moon Ocean, South Region, where the dragons guarded. Fog shrouded 3 islands in a triangle shape on the surface of the sea. Gu Hai's group had already put away their flying ship. A small boat carried the 4 of them to one of the islands. However, at this moment, the 4's appearances had changed somewhat. Venerable Lun Yen wore a wig and the 4 wore official robes. Gu Hai had done some makeup on their faces. Gu Hai, your makeup skills are amazing. With just a few strokes you completely changed them? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. It's just a small trick. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Give me that eyelash curler and eyebrow pencil. And that foundation. Long Wanqing looked at herself in the mirror, not daring to recognize her. No problem. Later I'll get someone to make you the best. Gu Hai smiled. Your Majesty, they discovered us. Shengguan Hen suddenly shouted. Whoosh! A sharp arrow shot over from the distance. Duo! The sharp arrow nailed itself to the bow of the ship, causing the tail to tremble. Who are you? You are not allowed to come close. A shout suddenly came from the island. Gu Hai extended his hand and tossed it. Whoosh! A jade box immediately shot into the island. Huh! The people in the distance felt slightly stunned. Clack! A young general on the island immediately caught the jade box. When he opened it, he saw a silk handkerchief with City Lord He's seal. Oh! Don't shoot. The City Lord sent them. That young general immediately shouted. The small boat continued heading to the island. There were ritual arrays around the island. However, with this silk handkerchief, no one stopped them. The group easily entered the island. When they reached the island, a group of soldiers immediately surrounded them. Who are you? Why do you look unfamiliar? The young general leading the group asked with a frown. Are you blind? Does Lord Gu of the prince's residence need to report to you? Go and get your highest-ranking official. Shengguan Hen suddenly shouted as he glared at Xiao Qian. Huh! That young general felt stunned. Yes. Although he was scolded, he did not dare to retort. Lord Gu? Which Lord Gu? This young general did not recognize him, but it was enough to know that he came from the prince's residence. Furthermore, Lord Gu wanted to meet the general. Why should I interfere? With the city lord's order to introduce me, what should I worry about? I'll let the general make the decision. Under the escort of the soldiers, Gu Hai's group swaggered onto the island. Along the way, Venerable Lun Yen looked around. How is it? Gu Hai asked in a whisper. There are about 2,000 soldiers. There should not be any powerful characters. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. Right. Be careful later. Gu Hai nodded. You have the city lord's order. What are you worried about? Long Wanqing laughed softly. Chapter 208. On another island. Sima Changkong closed his eyes to capture the sound, but 3 cultivators flew in front of him. How is it? Sima Changkong opened his eyes. There is no news yet. The 3 cultivators frowned. Continue to investigate. The old village master set the Guqin teaching conference at the Silver Moon Sea. There must be a secret here. If there is nothing on the island, search the seabed. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Yes. Sima Changkong sighed slightly. Forget it, it seems that I am not fated to attend the Guqin teaching conference. There is no time to search for Gaoqin's soul. I have already been here for a day, there are 9 days left. If I can't find anything useful in these 9 days, the clue of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa will be lost. I will search with you. Yes. Everyone answered. Silver Moon Sea, Southern District. At the location of the 3 islands. Gu Hai took Mayor He's warrant, and after some persuasion he successfully took over the 3 islands. The Guqin teaching conference will be held at the Silver Moon Sea. Countless cultivators are running around the surrounding seas. Something will happen here sooner or later. That is why Mayor He asked me to come here and set up a more secretive array to hide this place. Set up the array according to my blueprint. When the array is complete, Reward 1 top-grade spirit stone every day. 1 level higher and the price will increase tenfold. Gu Hai said. Yes. The generals around shouted excitedly. The lowest level soldier was given 1 top-grade spirit stone. A general was given 10 top-grade spirit stones? 3 lieutenant generals were given 100 each? Even the person in charge of this place was very enthusiastic, because he would be rewarded 1,000 spirit stones. On the 3 islands, everyone quickly set up the array. They buried a large number of spirit stones for Gu Hai. At the sight of Gu Hai's tide-like spirit stones, many soldiers felt flabbergasted. The mayor had put in a lot of effort this time. How many top-grade spirit stones was this? After a day, millions of top-grade spirit stones were finally buried. Array up! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! All of a sudden, rolling fog gushed out from the 3 islands. In an instant, the fog completely enveloped the 3 islands, including the sea in the middle of the 3 islands. It completely covered the entire area, forming a super grand formation that enveloped everyone. Lord Gu, when will the spirit stones be distributed? Lord Gu, what kind of formation is this? So huge? Lord Gu, please reward him with more spirit stones. The 6,000 soldiers who were ready to receive their rewards looked at Gu Hai expectantly. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yen, and Shangguan Hen remained silent for a long time. The 3 of them thought that Gu Hai would clean up the soldiers on the island, but they never thought that Gu Hai would use them to help him bury the spirit stones and set up the array. This was such a huge formation. It took 6,000 soldiers an entire day to set it up. Everyone, thank you for your help. My apologies. Gu Hai said. What? The surrounding generals asked in confusion. Boom. Suddenly, countless cloud beasts charged out of the fog, instantly charging into the 6,000 soldiers. What? You lied to us? Lord Gu, what are you doing? Bastard. Bark. Chaos reigned in the ritual array. 4 hours later, all 6,000 soldiers were captured. Their cultivations were sealed and they were locked in a prison on the island. What? You lied to us. Why does the city lord want to harm us? Does the city lord want to silence us? No, I still have to take care of my elders and children. City lord, please spare me. The imprisoned soldiers screamed in horror, thinking that city lord he was going to silence them. Gu Hai looked at the soldiers and remained silent for a while. Did I do it too seriously? Even now, these people still have not discovered that we are fakes? Of course, Gu Hai did not explain. He just laid another soundproof ritual array around the soldiers and ignored them. What kind of ritual array is this? Venerable Lun Yen asked out of curiosity. A strengthened version of the 28-line pair world ritual array. It contains some elements of the 29-line pair world ritual array, Gu Hai explained. Does this count as setting up the fishing rod and sharpening the hook? Venerable Lun Yen smiled. Indeed. Now we just lack the bait, Gu Hai said with a smile. Are they here? Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen, who was not far away. Your Majesty, I have been paying attention to the sky. They have been here for some time. They are just behind that cloud, Shanghai Hen said with a smile. Oh. Everyone looked up at the sky. It's young Master in? Long Wanqing said, slightly stunned. That's right. I chatted so much with City Lord He earlier. That should be enough to incite his killing intent, right? Gu Hai smiled. You are not only preparing to bait the dragon but also bait young Master in? Venerable Lun Yen smiled. Hence, I will have to trouble Venerable Lun Yen now. Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen. However, you are shedding all pretense of cordiality with the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence for a snake head. Is it worth it? Venerable Lun Yen frowned. Who said that I shed all pretense of cordiality with the Luyang of Gojoseon's residence? I don't know the situation, Gu Hai said with a smile. Venerable Lun Yen felt slightly stunned. Then he nodded bitterly. A Buddhist prayer bead turned into a meteor and shot into the clouds. Boom. A loud sound rang out. The Buddhist prayer bead seemed to run into something, crashing back. Who is it? Venerable Lun Yen snorted coldly as he soared into the sky. Whoosh. Suddenly, a flying boat shot out from the clouds into the distance. Wait here. I'll be right back. Venerable Lun Yen shouted. With a flip of his hand, Venerable Lun Yen took out a flying ship and quickly gave chase. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the 2 flying ships arrived at the horizon. After Venerable Lun Yen left, 2 figures slowly emerged from the white clouds. They were young Master and Enfang Mingho. Venerable Lun Yen is wearing a wig? Do you think that I don't recognize him? Young Master and smiled coldly as he watched the distant flying ship. Young master and I keep feeling that everything went too smoothly. We were still preparing to lure Venerable Lun Yen away, but he left on his own, Fang Mingho said with a frown. Don't worry. That flying ship is filled with the men of sacrifice that I raised. Nothing will go wrong. Furthermore, there is a path to heaven, but he did not take it. Instead, he barged in. Come, let's go and capture Gu Hai, young master An said coldly. What about Long Wanqing? Young master An's eyes turned cold. She's courting her own death. She won't have a good ending for going against me. It just so happens that I'm missing a member of the great Qian dynasty's royal family among my female slaves. A female slave? Fang Mingho's expression changed. Clearly, Fang Mingho knew the miserable fates of young Master An's female slaves. There seems to be a new ritual array laid down below, Fang Mingho said worriedly. Break the ritual array with all your might. Today we have to capture Gu Hai. Didn't you say that you could break the ritual array outside the best zither pavilion on this street? You just need time. Furthermore, what kind of powerful ritual array can they lay in one day? Quickly, capture Gu Hai before Venerable Lun Yen returns. Young Master An said seriously. Yes. Fang Mingho nodded. Then, he grabbed his golden saber and charged at the ritual array with a ferocious expression. Whoosh. After Fang Mingho charged into the ritual array only surged a little before it stopped moving. Huh. Young Master An felt slightly stunned. Fang Mingho charged into the ritual array with a ferocious aura. Shouldn't it be chaotic? Why is there no movement after going in? After waiting for 15 minutes there was no movement. After 15 minutes there was still no movement. After 15 minutes, young Master An grew somewhat impatient. He shouted, Fang Mingho, what are you doing? At this moment in the ritual array, Fang Mingho was covered in blood. An extremely rough cloud beast general grabbed Fang Mingho's body with both hands. He Gemin raises the cauldron. Roar. That cloud beast general roared loudly. Boundless energy surged out of its palms, crazily squeezing Fang Mingho. Fang Mingho could no longer struggle. His bones creaked. Ah! Young Master An, run. Run. Fang Mingho screamed in pain. Can't the people outside hear you? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Don't worry. My ritual array is between the 28th and 29th formations. It isolates the inside from the outside. Everything looks normal from the outside. However, this Fang Mingho has some tricks up his sleeve. He nearly got away. Gu Hai said coldly. Long Wanqing nodded. Shengguan Hen, you have been listening for so long. How is it? Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I can already imitate his voice. Shanghai Hen said with a smile. When Shanghai Hen spoke, he directly used Fang Mingho's voice. Shengguan Hen can imitate other people's voices? Long Wanqing looked at Shanghai Hen in surprise. Outside, young Master An was anxious as he looked at the peaceful ritual array. Fang Mingho, what are you doing? Young Master An shouted anxiously. Young Master An, I caught Gu Hai. You can come down now. It's fine. Fang Mingho's voice spread out. Oh, so fast? Ah. Young Master An laughed and flew towards the ritual array. Whoosh. Young Master An rushed into the ritual array. 30 minutes later, young Master An was also held in the hand of a cloud beast general, unable to move. Chapter 209. In the Silver Moon Ocean, 68 lazy giant dragons were circling around a large trench under the Three Shapes Islands. The largest black dragon among them was Grimace, who had appeared not long ago. Leader, look. There seems to be a layer of fog between the three islands above, a red dragon said in a low voice. All the dragons looked up at the same time. Is that some kind of formation? Ishir Kong is really troublesome. What's the use of getting these useless soldiers to stand guard outside? Can't we do it? A white dragon said disdainfully. Grimace did not mind and climbed down again. Leader, you've been curled up here all this time. Is it uncomfortable? The white dragon looked at Grimace and asked carefully. Uncomfortable? What do you want? Grimace said calmly. I want to eat human flesh. Last time, young Master An brought you to North Sea to hunt Xuanwu. We stayed behind to watch. It was so uncomfortable. The white dragon said, aggrieved. Eat humans? Haha, don't you remember how you were branded with the sin mark? Grimace said coldly. Of course I remember. Didn't I just eat some humans? I did it very secretly. I ate the people of a small town in the Deqian Celestial Empire. I ate them very cleanly. There were definitely no survivors. Humans are the essence of all beasts. They are the best food for the dragon tribe. However, the insidious little dragon reported me and demoted me to a sinful dragon by the dragon prince. I was also demoted to a sinful dragon because I ate humans. Back then, when the dragon tribe did not ally with the Deqian Celestial Empire, didn't we eat humans as we pleased? We are the dragon tribe. It's their good fortune to eat humans. Why can't we eat humans after we allied with the Deqian Celestial Empire? The dragon prince is trying to curry favor with the Deqian Celestial Empire. When did the dragon tribe fall to such a state? The red dragon said with a frown. Yes, but we still eat what we should eat. Are you saying we're sinful dragons? Then we might as well be thoroughly sinful. Last time, I went to a small village near Silver Moon City and ate 800 people. Did no one know? A blue dragon said with a smile. You guys went out to eat people again? Ghostface's expression darkened. When Leader went to the North Sea to eat Xuanwu, I was bored, so. Blue Dragon looked at Ghastly carefully. Yishir Kong sends you 1,000 prisoners every month. Isn't that enough? I told you not to act on your own accord. Did you take my words for granted? Grimace said coldly. I also saw you go to eat Xuanwu. The leader also said that he would bring back some Xuanwu for us to try, but. Blue Dragon said in a low voice. Roar. Grimace roared and stomped on the blue dragon with his claws. The blue dragon struggled a few times to no avail under the powerful force. The other dragons did not dare to step forward. Ghostface looked at Blue Dragon with a ferocious expression and said, Do you know how I obtained the sin patterns? In the past there were 3 black dragons who dared to disobey me. In the end I ate them all. Do you want me to eat you too? Blue Dragon shuddered. No, I wouldn't dare, leader. Listen up. We've been in the limelight recently. Don't make things difficult for me. If anyone dares to act rashly, I'll eat them. Grimace said coldly. Yes. The dragons answered. After this storm passes, I'll bring you to a place to eat people. Grimace said coldly. Where? The dragons were pleasantly surprised. When Mr. Mo sent someone to pass on the order, I asked a few more questions. The one who crushed Blue Dragon with the royal seal last time is called Gu Hai. He seems to be from the Thousand Islands Sea. I've already asked him to help me find out. No matter which island Gu Hai is from in the Thousand Islands Sea, we'll eat everyone on his island. If we can't finish them, I'll destroy the island he's on. Grimace said coldly. Eat them all? Good leader is wise. You must bring me along this time. I want to eat people too. Leader, bring me along when you eat Gu Hai's family. The dragons were impatient. Someone's here? Grimace's expression suddenly changed. The dragons fell silent and looked coldly at a man who was sinking into the sea. Fong Mingho? Grimace was surprised. Seeing that it was Fong Mingho, the dragon's guard dropped. Grimace, young master is here. He wants you to go up. Fong Mingho said coldly. Young master is here? Didn't Mr. Amo say that no one will come looking for us during this time? He wants us to stay in the sea? Grimace frowned. Young master is up there. He has something to discuss. Come up quickly. Fong Mingho said in a low voice. With that, Fong Mingho rushed to the sea. He left. Grimace frowned slightly. Leader, Fong Mingho's attitude seems strange today? A red dragon asked in confusion. Wait here. I'll go take a look. Grimace said in a low voice. Yes. The dragons answered. Grimace rushed out of the sea. There was a large cloudy ritual array above the sea. The moment Grimace entered the ritual array, 18 Buddhist prayer beads suddenly fell like meteors, crashing into Grimace. Brr. Grimace roared, showing a ferocious expression as he crashed into the beads. Rumble. Grimace immediately knocked back the 18 Buddhist prayer beads. Grimace suddenly lost his sense of direction. He did not know where was up or down. After knocking back the 18 Buddhist prayer beads, Grimace's expression changed as he looked at Venerable Lun Yen and Fong Mingho, who were not far away. Fong Mingho, what are you doing? Are you colluding with this monk to harm me? Grimace roared. Fong Mingho smiled bitterly. Grimace, it's not that I want to harm you. If I hadn't tricked you into coming up, young Masterin would have suffered. Grimace turned his head to look. Not far away, a giant cloud beast general was holding young Masterin, whose eyes were about to burst open. Gu Hai's group stood at the side, looking coldly at Grimace. You again? Grimace stared coldly at Gu Hai. Grimace was huge. The moment he entered the ritual array, he occupied a large area. Sin Dragon Grimace? Gu Hai smiled faintly. You captured young Masterin to threaten me? What are you trying to do? Grimace demanded coldly. Captured young Masterin? Sin Dragon, you got it wrong, right? Young Masterin wanted to kill me. I captured him out of self-defense. Furthermore, I did not hurt him. Gu Hai smiled. Gu Hai, what are you trying to do? Young Masterin glared at Gu Hai. Nothing much. Just don't move. I'm going to take something. I won't hurt you, Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Won't hurt us? Ah. You want to hurt me with just you? Gu Hai, earlier I was still thinking about when I should go to the Thousand Islands Sea and eat everyone on your island. Now I've decided. After I eat you, I'll go immediately. I want to eat your entire clan. Grimace said with a ferocious expression. Eat everyone on my island? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. I also want to eat you. Grimace opened his mouth and roared. Then he instantly charged at Gu Hai. Evil beast. Venerable Lun Yen threw a palm strike. Boom. The manifested palm collided with the huge dragon. The huge dragon swayed and dark clouds suddenly appeared, filling the ritual array. As the black dragon roared, it instantly knocked Venerable Lun Yen back. However, the two sides remained in a stalemate. Fang Mingho, why are you still not attacking? Grimace roared. Fang Mingho turned his head to look at Gu Hai. Fang Mingho, I have no intention of killing you or young Masterin. If you dare to attack, I will kill your young Masterin immediately. Furthermore, you are not a match for me in the ritual array. Gu Hai said coldly. Fang Mingho's expression froze. Earlier, young Masterin said that if he dies, you will not be able to live either. Young Masterin tried to kill me several times. I have already endured until now. This is my limit. Are you trying to challenge my limit again? Gu Hai glared at Fang Mingho. Gu Hai, if you dare to kill young Masterin, you will not be able to live either. His Highness left a strand of zither intent in young Master An's body. Even from billions of kilometers away, as long as young Masterin dies, His Highness will know. Furthermore, he will know who killed young Masterin, Fang Mingho said coldly. Strand of zither intent? Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. Even from billions of kilometers away, he can know the other party's situation? Can he control the other party? Strand of zither intent? When Li Haoran, the leader of the Shinji battalion, was controlled and killed Long Xiaoye, could it be? Gu Hai's face fell. Gu Hai, if you dare to touch me, my grandfather will definitely know. You are dead, you are dead. Young Masterin also roared. Slap. The ferocious cloud beast general holding young Master and moved its thumb and blocked young Master An's mouth, preventing him from saying anything. Woo 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 woo. Young Masterin whimpered angrily. Buzz. Suddenly, another cloud beast general appeared beside Fang Mingho in an instant. All right. I promise you and young Masterin will not die, but do not resist. Gu Hai said coldly. Fang Mingho looked at the cloud beast general in front of him. His face fell, but he still nodded. Crack. The cloud beast general suddenly grabbed Fang Mingho and held him in its palm, making him unable to move. Fang Mingho, you coward. Ghostface roared. You are the coward. Earlier you were the one who said that you wanted to destroy my island, right? Gu Hai said coldly. As Xiaoqin spoke, he pushed off the ground, and another huge cloud beast suddenly appeared. The cloud beast Jianghu held the halberd and charged into the battle between Venerable Lun Yen and Ghostface. Strength to pick up mountains, unrivaled might, the cloud beast Jianghu roared. The Fangtian halberd slashed down fiercely, and a gust of cold wind rushed out. Roar. Ghostface roared. Boom. The dragon horn and the halberd clashed, blocking the halberd. However, Venerable Lun Yen landed a palm strike on Ghostface's abdomen. Boom. Ghostface was sent flying backward by the attack. Humph. Gu Hai snorted coldly. Then he waved his hand. Whoosh. Surging fog instantly covered the entire ritual array. Fang Mingho, young Master, and Long Wanqing and Shengguan Hen could no longer see the battle clearly. Strength to pick up mountains, unrivaled might. 9-star alignment. Dragon roar shatters the heavens. Boom. A loud sound rang out in the fog. Ah. A rebound knocked Venerable Lun Yen back. Oh no. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed as he tried to charge forward. However, Ghostface's miserable shriek suddenly came from the fog. What is this? What is this? What evil technique is this? Ghostface exclaimed. Rumble. Ghostface triggered the dark clouds in the sky. Bolts of lightning struck down at him. Boom, boom, boom. As the lightning bolts struck him, Ghostface's shrieks intensified. Die, you monster! Ghostface roared. Venerable Lunyen quickly charged in. However, he saw the cloud beast Jianghu pressing down on Ghostface's head, preventing him from moving. At this moment, wounds covered Ghostface's body. Black energy spread out from the wounds. Many skulls quickly gnawed at Ghostface's body in the black energy. Ghostface drove the lightning bolts to strike the black energy. However, the skulls in the black energy had already entered his body. More and more places gave off black energy. On the cloud beast Xiangyu's head, Gu Hai held a bone saber showing a cold and ferocious expression. Roar. No. Scram. Ghostface roared. Originally, I did not want to kill you. However, if you do not die today, you will be my calamity in the future. Gu Hai said coldly. Rumble. Countless lightning bolts struck down. Venerable Lun Yin hovered in midair, not knowing whether he should go forward or not. Roar. 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 The black dragon's miserable shriek rang out. Although the captured young master and could not see inside, he felt frightened when he heard the miserable shriek. Fang Mingho also showed an extremely unsightly expression. After a while the fog disappeared. After a while the surrounding lightning bolts disappeared. Then the fog slowly scattered. The cloud beast Xiangyu returned with Gu Hai. Venerable Lun Yen also returned. What Venerable Lun Yen brought back was the skeleton of a huge dragon. Ghostface disappeared, leaving only piles of dragon bones. What did you do to Ghostface? Fang Mingho exclaimed in shock. Venerable Lun Yen, you stay here and watch over Fang Mingho. Leave the rest to me, Gu Hai said seriously. That's fine. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. Now that the strongest dragon, Ghostface, was captured, there was no need to worry about the other Sin Dragons. Gu Hai, you really want to kill all the Sin Dragons? Long Wanqing asked somewhat worriedly. After all, the dragon race was the Deqian's national beast. As the Deqian elite hall master, could she just watch as Gu Hai killed the Sin Dragons? Yes. Determination flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. These Sin Dragons had already crossed Gu Hai's bottom line. Slaughter 9-5 Island? In that case he needed to guard against accidents. In the end, Long Wanqing sighed softly and nodded. Never mind. They only have themselves to blame. Shengguanhen, you shout. Gu Hai waved his hand and the ritual array moved slightly, creating a soundproof barrier. Yes. Shengguanhen answered. Young master, and bring the humans to reward us. Come in batches. Red dragons, come up first. Shengguanhen shouted. Although young master uncovered his mouth, he immediately goggled. Is this Ghostface's voice? This person learned it? Roar. Roar. Suddenly, excited roars came from the bottom of the sea. Following that, 4 red dragons excitedly charged out of the sea and were instantly encased by the ritual array. Chapter 210. Silver Moon Sea on an Island. Ding 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 ding. A series of beautiful zither sounds rang out. It was Fairy Wanner sitting on the grass, playing a tune attentively. As she played, countless flowers bloomed on the grass. The fish on the sea were also attracted and swam towards the island, as if intoxicated by the beautiful music. There were even hundreds of little green fairies flying around the island. When the little fairies heard Fairy Wanner's zither, they suddenly danced and were affected by the music. It was obvious how moving the Fairy Wanner was. Why isn't it here yet? Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with a trace of urgency. There were more and more little green fairies around. When there were almost 1,000 of them. Buzz. Suddenly a sound wave rushed over. Wherever the sound wave passed, all the little green fairies around retreated. It was a yellow fairy that suddenly appeared. Gauchen's soul? Fairy Wanner's eyes lit up. Following the zither sound, she found the direction and chased here. However, this yellow fairy was very cunning. It ran away as soon as it got close. Fairy Wanner couldn't catch it several times. Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with excitement. Humph, you bunch of zither masters are all trash. You dare to laugh at me? So far, only I have found Gauchen's soul. What right do you have to laugh at me? Because of Gu Hai? Wait until I catch Gauchen's soul. See how I slap your faces, humph. Fairy Wanner's eyes were filled with excitement and nervousness. Buzz buzz buzz. The yellow fairy flew around Fairy Wanner. After all, fairies were also very fond of music. The Zither Masters had a very wide range of hearing, and the fairies were naturally not bad. The Zither Masters were looking for them, and the fairies were also looking for the music. So far, among the 600 Zither Masters, only the sound of Fairy Wanner's zither attracted them. They all flew around Fairy Wanner together. A little closer, then I'll be able to catch you. A little closer, then you won't be able to escape. Fairy Wanner's eyes flashed with excitement. Fairies were souls, so ordinary formations and magic treasures couldn't capture them at all. They could only be caught by hand. Although Gauchen's soul was attracted by the sound of the zither, he was still very wary of Fairy Wanner and kept a certain distance from her. Ding 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 ding. The Fairy Wanner continued to play her zither. The Fairy Wanner believed that this little yellow fairy would soon be within her reach. Once she got her hands on Gauchen, she would definitely teach Guhai a lesson. Guhai's formation. Young Master An saw that Guhai was no longer as contemptuous as before. Instead, he was emitting cold air from head to toe. 68 giant dragons had all been dealt with by him, not leaving a single one behind, turning into a pile of bones. Fang Mingho looked at Guhai, who had returned with the last dragon bone, and his eyelids twitched violently. It wasn't difficult to see that Guhai was only at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. However, that group of giant dragons, such powerful giant dragons, had all died at his hands. The fog was so thick that he couldn't see clearly. However, Fang Mingho still vaguely saw two magic treasures of Guhai. A bone knife and a black royal seal? Then there was a formation. All the dragons were killed? Although they were killed one by one, he was still the one who killed them all, right? Young Master An, the trouble you've caused this time is much more than we expected. Fang Mingho smiled bitterly. Guhai flew back and didn't say much. Instead, he sat down cross-legged. 68 giant dragons had been swallowed by the bone knife. The feedback of 1,000th of the power was extremely large. Guhai's face was flushed with blood and looked extremely ferocious. Boom. Xiao Qin gathered the energy in his body and attacked his heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. The strong energy immediately caused pain in Guhai's body. However, he still did not open any of his orifices. Is it because it is exceptionally difficult to open the 5 orifices when cultivating external techniques? Guhai opened his eyes with a bitter expression. Guhai, are you all right? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Guhai shook his head and stood up. I'm fine. Indeed, he was fine. It was just that too much energy had accumulated in his body. Guhai was suppressing the urge to vomit blood. Just scatter slowly. Come, let's go down and take a look. Guhai said seriously. Venerable Lun Yen looked worriedly at Guhai and nodded. Guhai waved his hand and a hole opened in the ritual array. Guhai, Long Wanqing, Shangguan Hen and Venerable Lun Yen entered the hole together. Plop. The group entered the sea. The hole in the ritual array instantly closed. Whoosh, whoosh. The energy in Xiao Chen's body gave off surging heat, boiling the seawater around him and causing countless bubbles to appear. Guhai, why are you so hot? Long Wanqing looked worriedly at Guhai. It's fine. I can deal with it. It will be fine after some time, Guhai said with a faint smile. Long Wanqing nodded with a frown. Since Guhai was not willing to say, there was nothing she could do. The group continued diving into the deep sea. Inside the ritual array, Fang Mingho let out a long breath and said, all right, they finally left. Young Master An's mouth was covered by the ferocious cloud beast general. However, he still looked at Fang Mingho in confusion. Young Master An, I will use my full power to struggle free of this monster. Be careful. Fang Mingho said seriously. Young Master An looked at Fang Mingho in surprise. This ritual array is too strange. Its power is almost at my limit. Previously, I was able to break free with all my strength. However, Guhai was able to do it with ease. If I break free, I will be even more miserable. Now that they are gone, I can break the ritual array. Be careful. Fang Mingho said seriously. Yes, 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 yes. Young Master An nodded excitedly. Guhai and the group slowly sank to the bottom of the sea and soon arrived at a huge trench. Your Majesty, it's here. I feel the head of the snake. Shangguan Hen's eyes lit up. The 4 of them stepped toward the trench. The 4 of them walked around a long, narrow, and curved aisle and immediately arrived at a huge underwater square. They all stared at the square with wide eyes. On the square, there was a huge emerald green snake head floating. The snake head was 100 feet long. The snake head had long been cut off, but its eyes were filled with a ferocious look. A pair of dark green poisonous fangs stretched out, pressing down on a super huge piece of ice below. A square piece of super hard ice covered the entire square. The snake head was incomparably small when placed on top of it. The snake head's poisonous fangs pressed on the hard ice. The poisonous fangs seemed to be eating the hard ice. The hard ice had already melted by 1/10 and was still melting little by little. And inside the ice, there were 1,000,000 bronze soldier dolls standing straight. Terracotta warriors? Guhai was slightly startled. What terracotta warriors? Long Wanqing was puzzled. It's not terracotta warriors. Just looks a little like them. The terracotta warriors are clay pottery. It looks a little like bronze. Bronze men wearing armor? Guhai frowned. Yes, what's the use of these bronze men? Millions, there are millions of them? Are they exactly the same? Shengguanhen was puzzled. Look, the bronze man at the front is holding a big flag in his hand. Silver Moon? The two words Silver Moon are written on the flag. Was it made by Mr. Silver Moon and then sealed in this hard ice? These Sin Dragons are waiting here just to use the snake head to melt the hard ice? Long Wanqing revealed a confused expression. However, this hard ice does not seem that cold, Venerable Lun Yen said, feeling puzzled. Roar. Suddenly Shengguanhen roared and opened his mouth to suck in a deep breath. Rumble. The huge snake head seemed to be pulled, trembling as it slowly floated up. Your Majesty, I'm going to eat. I can't wait. Shengguanhen said excitedly. Eat. Guhai smiled. Don't touch this ice. I'll tell you how to deal with it later. Shengguanhen looked excitedly at the snake head. Whoosh. A strong force surrounded the 300-meter-long snake head, instantly shrinking it. Then Shengguanhen swallowed the snake head into his stomach. Ha! Venerable Lun Yen revealed a shocked expression. Venerable Lun Yen had been helping Shengguanhen find food for the past few days. However, he did not know what the food was for. Now this 300-meter-long snake head opened its mouth and ate. Shouldn't this snake head be highly poisonous? How can he eat it? Venerable Lun Yen asked worriedly. Boom. Suddenly, veritable essence energy images appeared on the surface of Shengguanhen's body. They were a tortoise and a snake in the shape of Xuanwu. Xuanwu and the mysterious snake showed ferocious expressions. Bus, bus, bus. Shengguanhen sat down cross-legged and regulated his breathing. Green light shone from his body. It seemed like this snake head contained boundless nourishment, helping Shengguanhen's body undergo a qualitative change. Boom. Suddenly, Shengguanhen's body shook, and intense ripples spread out from his body. The Yuaning state? He broke through to the Yuaning state just like that? Venerable Lun Yen looked at Shengguanhen in shock. The water ripples on Shengguanhen's body looked like his cultivation was still rising. This scene shocked Venerable Lun Yen. However, Guhai let out a long sigh as satisfaction flashed in his eyes. At the very least, everything he did earlier was worth it. Guhai stood guard for Shengguanhen. However, Venerable Lun Yen walked over to the hard ice. He looked at the hard ice that sealed the 1,000,000 bronze sculptures in confusion. Hard ice. But there is no cold chi? If the Sin Dragon wants the bronze sculptures inside, why does it not just break through the hard ice? Venerable Lun Yen looked at the hard ice in confusion. Long Wanqing walked over as well. Indeed. There is no cold chi at all. That banner has the word Silver Moon on it. Did Mr. Silver Moon leave it back then? The Bronze Moon Army? Venerable Lun Yen extended his hand and took out a sword. Then he tested the ice. The moment the sword touched the hard ice, suddenly, a cold chi surged out from the sword. Oh no! Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. That cold chi flowed through the sword and into his body. Ice instantly formed on his right arm. Then it spread to his entire body. Venerable. Long Wanqing's expression changed. She extended her hand and threw a palm strike, wanting to shatter the hard ice. Ka, 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 ka. Long Wanqing's manifested palm suddenly froze. This cold chi followed Long Wanqing's veritable essence energy and instantly rushed into Long Wanqing's body. In just an instant, the two turned into ice sculptures. The Yuanying state cultivators could not resist this cold chi at all. What? Guhai's expression changed when he turned his head around. Chapter 211. Crack, 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 crack. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yan instantly froze into ice sculptures. Gu Hai's expression changed. It was too late for him to save them. Ice sculptures? They will shatter at the slightest touch, right? Gu Hai did not dare to touch them. Furthermore, even with Venerable Lun Yan's cultivation, he could not block this cold qi. He instantly froze into an ice sculpture? No wonder the group of dragons could not do anything even though they had been guarding this place. It turns out that this huge ice has such strong cold qi. I just told them not to touch them and to wait for me. Shangguan Hen's bitter laughter suddenly rang out. Shangguan Hen, are you all right? Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen. Many thanks, Your Majesty. I have already reached the Yuanying state. Furthermore, I can already use some divine power. Shangguan Hen said excitedly. However, Gu Hai could not feel happy. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yan were sealed in ice. Do you know what happened? Your Majesty, rest assured. They are fine. They will be fine for 2 or 3 days. Shangguan Hen said with a smile. Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen in confusion. To think that he could still smile at this moment. Your Majesty, this ice is not ordinary ice. It is a dead water deity. Shangguan Hen explained. A dead water deity? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Yes, a divine runic spirit, a deity. This is the deity of a water-type spirit beast race. However, this race went extinct, but their deity remained, waiting for time to wear it down before finally turning to dust. The extinction of this spirit beast race also means that this deity no longer has any consciousness and has turned into a treasure, Shangguan Hen explained. Treasure? Yes, ordinary people can't touch it. That's because even though this god is dead, it contains the boundless resentment of the entire race. The water god even expressed this resentment with ice. That's why even though it looks like a block of ice, it doesn't have much cold air. The surrounding seawater is also not sealed in ice, Shangguan Hen explained. God. Is it useful to you? Gu Hai looked at Shangguan Hen. Yes, I also have the god of race. Only the supreme beings of each race can understand what this is. However, this item is even more useful to the emperor. I have already obtained the head of the snake, so your majesty can take it. Shangguan Hen said with a smile. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. Solemnly, Shangguan Hen said, use this spirit to refine the kidney acupoint and form the water deity palace. In the future, the nascent soul formed by the emperor's water acupoint will be much stronger than the nascent souls of others. The water element spells will definitely be much better than others. The kidney belongs to the water attribute. Using this to break through the kidney aperture? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Previously he had swallowed a group of giant dragons. At this moment his body felt extremely uncomfortable. He was unable to open his 5 orifices. Moreover, how big was this piece of ice? Millions of bronze people were enveloped in it? Solemnly, Shangguan Hen said, Your Majesty, this is not the way to accept a god. Moreover, this kind of dead god, even if it is dead, instinctively wants to have a place to live. A person's kidney is the best place. Let me help you. Your Majesty, swallow it into your kidney. It can help you open your kidney aperture and open up the water deity palace. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Shangguan Hen closed his eyes. Suddenly, a green light appeared between his eyebrows. He pointed his finger. Wong. A light circle appeared between his eyebrows and rushed towards the huge ice. Walala. As soon as the light circle touched the ice, ripples suddenly appeared on the ice like water ripples. Slowly the ripples moved, revealing a dark blue energy ball inside. Your Majesty, this is the essence of a god. It will not freeze people. Absorb it into your body and drive it into your kidney with your mind. It will open up your kidney aperture by itself. Shangguan Hen shouted. Gu Hai sat cross-legged and opened his mouth to suck. Wong. Suddenly, the dark blue thread-like energy was sucked into Gu Hai's mouth. Ka. Gu Hai's body was instantly covered in frost. Not daring to hesitate, Gu Hai directed the energy to his kidney with his mind. Boom. Suddenly, a super loud sound was heard. The dark blue energy suddenly rushed out of the kidney aperture. A huge space similar to the Dantian was instantly revealed in front of Gu Hai. Walala. Suddenly, the dark blue energy rushed into the space and a large amount of cold air instantly wrapped Gu Hai's kidney aperture. Gu Hai's kidney turned into a water blue color. Hue. All the cold air in the body was poured into Gu Hai's body. The cold air in Gu Hai's body suddenly disappeared. Gu Hai opened his mouth to suck and the huge ice quickly disappeared. Shangguanhen had already retreated to the side to protect Gu Hai. Waves of water god power poured into the kidney aperture, strengthening Gu Hai's kidney and creating a water god palace. Rumble. The ice strangely turned into energy and poured into Gu Hai's body. On the sea, Gu Hai set up a large array. Ha! Fang Mingho shouted. Boom! The cloud beast that was squeezing Fang Mingho suddenly exploded. Young Master and be careful. Fang Mingho hit the cloud beast that was holding Young Master and boom! The ferocious cloud beast exploded into pieces as well. Hugh, finally out Fang Mingho, quick, break the array and take me out of here. Young Master and said with a hint of horror. After all, the scene of Gu Hai slaying the dragon was still fresh in his mind. Boom! Fang Mingho stretched out his hand and hit the clouds not far away. Kaboom! Suddenly a crack appeared in the array. Young Master and come out with me. I saw Gu Hai activating the array here. I opened a crack, I don't know how long it can hold. Fang Mingho shouted. As he said, he pulled Young Master and out of the crack. Phew! The moment they flew out of the crack suddenly closed again. The two escaped from the array and stood on the sea, looking at the array in front of them in horror. The sea was calm and an inconspicuous cloud array shrouded it. Who would have thought that there was such a terrifying killing intent hidden under this array? Let's go, Fang Mingho, let's get out of here immediately. Young Master said in shock. No, Young Master, wait, I'll go down and take a look. Fang Mingho narrowed his eyes and shook his head. After that, Fang Mingho's eyes were filled with a murderous intent, and he dived into the sea. On an island in the distance, hundreds of gray-robed men gathered here, led by Sima Changkong. Sir, look, it's that cloud array. Someone shouted. Oh, are those two people? Sima Changkong frowned slightly. Fang Mingho and Young Master, they're out of the array? Something happened inside? The gray-robed man who was monitoring here said in surprise. Fang Mingho bypassed the array and entered the sea again? Fang Mingho's face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He went straight to the bottom of the sea and soon reached the trench. He took out a long knife and carefully approached it. Boom! There were bursts of roaring sounds coming from the depths of the trench. Soon, Fang Mingho reached the depths and saw the scene inside. Fang Mingho had seen the ice inside more than once, but now half of the ice had disappeared. Moreover, the ice seemed to have turned into energy and was pouring into Gu Hai's mouth. How is this possible? Isn't this ice certain death? Fang Mingho said in surprise. Venerable Lun Yin and Long Wanqing were frozen, and only that Shangguanhen was left? That golden core cultivator? A ferocious look flashed in Fang Mingho's eyes. This is a good opportunity. Who is it? Shangguanhen suddenly raised his eyebrows and turned around. Fang Mingho did not hesitate. He grabbed his long knife and charged over. He slashed with his long knife, and a golden knife aura shot at Shangguanhen. Boom! The knife aura was ferocious and ordinary golden core cultivators could not block it. Fang Mingho firmly believed that this knife aura would kill Shangguanhen. Shangguanhen glared at Fang Mingho and shouted coldly, "The Mystic Snake's 100 changes, press forward with indomitable will." Buzz! An emerald light ring suddenly appeared on Fang Mingho's forehead. The moment the light ring appeared, it turned into a transparent green snake that was 100 feet long. The moment the green snake appeared, the surrounding sea was instantly dyed green. Then it collided with the golden knife aura. Tissus. The golden knife aura sizzled as it corroded at a strange speed. The green snake shrunk slightly, but it instantly arrived before Fang Mingho. What? Fang Mingho's expression changed as he struck with his palm. Boom! With a loud bang, the green snake exploded. Fang Mingho retreated in horror. Bang! The terrified Fang Mingho instantly retreated from the sea. Fang Mingho, what's wrong with you? Why is your entire body green? Young Master said in shock. Young Master, let's go. Pustules quickly grew on Fang Mingho's face as he cried out in horror. Whoosh! He pulled Young Master and shot toward the horizon. Buff! Buff! Fang Mingho spat out blood as he flew. His face was filled with horror. You're poisoned? What kind of poison is that? It's so strong that you can't even withstand it with your cultivation base? Young Master said in horror. Let's go, let's go. Fang Mingho fainted in horror. Young Master shuddered and quickly fled into the distance with Fang Mingho. In the distance, Sima Changkong and the others looked at the two fleeing people in shock. My lord, should we chase after them? Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes and shook his head. No, it's useless even if we chase after them. What's at the bottom of the sea? Fang Mingho is in the five nascent soul realm. He just went down for a while and he escaped in such a tragic manner? Meanwhile, at the bottom of the sea, Sheng Guanhen watched Fang Mingho leave and said coldly, run. It's useless. I can already use a trace of my divine power. I'm the only one in the world who can cure you of my divine snake poison. Sheng Guanhen turned his head and looked at Gu Hai again. To protect Gu Hai. At this moment, the rolling ice turned into energy and poured into Gu Hai's body. There was only 1/10 of the endless ice left. Gu Hai sank his consciousness into the kidney aperture space. It was a small space like the Dantian, except that the Dantian contained the chi of spiritual progenitor, which was purple. As for this quasi-dantian, it was blue, ice blue and water blue. The kidney aperture has been opened. The second level of the Khanate realm? Gu Hai was excited. Kaboom! The rolling ice completely merged with the kidney aperture. At this moment, Gu Hai could see that his kidney was emitting a faint blue light, if it wasn't wrapped in flesh and blood. His kidney essence was overflowing as if it contained endless vitality. Gu Hai's lower body was also very firm at this moment. There seemed to be an inexhaustible energy in his body. Boom! After the kidney aperture opened, the energy that Xiaoqin consumed earlier seemed to have found a place to flow, gushing into the kidney aperture like a long river. The moment the energy entered the kidney aperture, it seemed to be modified by the ice energy in the kidney aperture, turning into clumps of aqua-blue veritable essence energy. The veritable essence energy gathered in the center, looking like a ball of liquid. The cold qi in Long Wanqing and Venerable Lunyan's bodies also entered Gu Hai's body. The two froze for a moment before jolting to their senses. What happened earlier? Long Wanqing asked in confusion, seeming to shiver from the cold. The ice broke? How did you do it? Venerable Lunyan exclaimed in shock. Sheng Guanhen looked at the two and smiled faintly. He did not explain, continuing to protect Gu Hai. At this moment the two noticed Gu Hai. Gu Hai's entire body gave off a faint blue light. The earlier flush on his face slowly faded. Gu Hai is breaking through? Venerable Lunyan exclaimed. Everyone waited patiently. At the same time they turned their heads to look at the bottom of the sea. Without the ice, 1 million bronze men were exposed to the sea. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The banner with the word Silver Moon in front of the bronze men suddenly fluttered. Buzz. Suddenly, the bronze man holding the banner trembled slightly and gave off a buzzing sound. OM. 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 These buzzing sounds seemed to be contagious, quickly spreading to the other bronze men. Soon, 1 million bronze men trembled together. This is? Everyone exclaimed in shock. 1 million spirits flew around the vast silver moon sea. They flew extremely fast. However, just as the bronze man holding Gu Hai trembled, the 1 million spirits suddenly paused at the same time. It seemed like they heard something. Ding, 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 ding. The 1 million spirits suddenly went crazy. They flapped their wings and quickly flew towards the silver moon sea, towards the bronze men where Gu Hai was. On an island, the fairy Wanner kept playing music to attract the spirits. The yellow spirit was getting closer and closer to the fairy Wanner. Furthermore, it slowly closed its eyes and started dancing. The fairy Wanner felt her heart beating strongly. She reached out with her left hand. Her left hand reached for the yellow spirit while her right hand continued playing the zither. Just a little more. She touched it. Her fingertips touched it. Success. I'm going to grab Gao Chen's soul. Buzz. Just as they were about to grab the Gao Chen's soul, a buzzing sound rang out. Almost all of the little spirits were slightly stunned. What's that sound? The yellow spirit suddenly opened its eyes. Let me go first. Let me go first. The yellow spirit suddenly revealed an expression of ecstasy. It flapped its wings and quickly flew in the direction of the South Sea. What? Don't run. The fairy Wanner staggered and did not grab it. Gao Chen's soul flew away when it was in her hands? Not only the yellow spirit, but all the green spirits around also flew away quickly. All of them were ecstatic and flew towards the silver moon sea. No, who ruined my good deed? Ah, bastard. The fairy Wanner jumped up in exasperation. Whoosh. Hugging the zither, the fairy Wanner chased after it. Seeing Gauchen's soul fly further and further away, the fairy Wanner felt her heart bleeding. Who was it? Oh. The fairy Wanner wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 212. Stop. Don't run. Fairy Wanner shouted anxiously. Fairy Wanner took out the flying boat and started to chase after the little yellow fairy. However, the little fairy was too fast. There was no wind resistance in her soul form. She was getting faster and faster. Fairy Wanner's face was filled with worry. There were about 2 million fairies. Now that they were moving crazily, they attracted the attention of some people. Many Qin masters also heard this strange buzzing sound and quickly followed the little fairy in flying. Silver Moon Island. The old manor lord suddenly smiled. You found it? That's good. The Silver Moon Army? The Silver Moon Army that Mr. Silver Moon left behind. I can't believe I still have the chance to see it when I'm dying. I have no regrets in this life. Yun Mo kept the old manor lord company while directing the disciples of the Silver Moon Villa with his hand gestures. Manor lord, what's the Silver Moon Army? Yun Mo asked curiously. The old manor lord's face was getting paler and paler. He was at the end of his lifespan and his body was emitting a foul smell. However, Yun Mo did not mind at all. In the past, before the Deqian Celestial Empire, Mr. Silver Moon also made a batch of Guqin figurines. They were used to protect the Silver Moon Villa. The old manor lord said softly. Guqin figurines? Yun Mo asked in surprise. The old manor lord nodded. What level are the Guqin figurines? Yun Mo asked seriously. Peak nascent soul stage. There were 1 million of them. The old manor lord said proudly. What? 1 million Guqin figurines? All of them were at the peak of the nascent soul stage? This. Yun Mo said in surprise. Just like Gauchen, if the Silver Moon Villa was strong, it would be a great treasure. However, the Silver Moon Villa is weak, and it can only be a disaster. A disaster? The old manor lord said with a bitter smile. Manor lord, is that why my great-grandfather decided to move the Silver Moon Villa away from this sea? Yun Mo asked in surprise. The old manor lord nodded. You can say that. They are powerful. Let them take it. Just don't involve you. Let Luyang of Gojoseon take it? If something goes wrong, my Silver Moon Villa will still be implicated. That's why I held the Guqin recital conference here. In addition to the people of the Luyang of Gojoseon, there will also be officials from the imperial capital. I've already done this. Even if the officials from the imperial capital can't find them, they can't blame my Silver Moon Villa. Now I don't have to worry anymore. They found it. Aha, they found it. Yun Mo fell silent. Yun Mo, did you see that? If you can't strengthen yourself, the things in your home will be taken away by these tyrants one by one. If you are still weak, you will lose even more. In the future, you won't even be able to protect your lover. You have Mr. Silvermoon's bloodline, and you have great comprehension when it comes to zither. You have to put your heart into it. I won't be by your side in the future, so you have to work hard. The old manor lord held Yun Mo's hand and said in a hoarse voice. Manor lord, you will be fine. You will be fine. Yun Mo's eyes reddened. When Yun Mo was young, after his parents mysteriously died, the old manor lord single-handedly raised him. The old manor lord was the person closest to him. Now the old manor lord was on the verge of death. Could Yun Mo let him die? Yun Mo had a way. He had a way. At the bottom of the sea where Gu Hai was, the bronze men were currently vibrating, forming a sound Dao boundary that slowly expanded outwards. Crack, 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 crack. This high-frequency sound wave crushed the huge rocks at the bottom of the sea into powder. Quick, quick, retreat. Venerable Lun Yan's expression changed. But what about Gu Hai? Long Wanqing said anxiously. At the kidney orifice in Gu Hai's body, rumble. Soon, nearly all the energy from the dragon's feedback flowed into the kidney orifice, turning into aqua-blue energy that condensed into a blue sphere of veritable essence energy. A blue ice dragon image swam slowly within the veritable essence energy sphere. Golden True Dragon Core Cultivation Technique. Buzz. The blue dragon led the water-type veritable essence energy as it circulated through Yun Mo's meridians. The purple dragon led the mother spiritual veritable essence energy in Yun Mo's dantian as it circulated through Yun Mo's meridians as well. The two forces were clearly separated and were incompatible. It was like water and oil mixed together, but they were still separated. As the two energies circulated in Yunmo's body, Yunmo's strength seemed to increase exponentially in an instant. The third layer of the Golden Core realm? Gu Hai's eyes lit up as he opened them. Your Majesty, quickly leave this place. Gu Hai, quick. You finally woke up. Long Wanqing grabbed Gu Hai and retreated. Buzz. The sound waves surged towards Gu Hai, quickly crushing the rocks under Gu Hai's feet. Gu Hai's expression changed as he immediately moved back. What's going on? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Qin terracotta soldiers. It's Qin terracotta soldiers. Venerable Lun Yen said with a sullen expression. Qin terracotta soldiers? What are the zither figurines? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock as he moved back. Zither figurines are war puppets, killing machines. Controlling the zither figurines to fight using zither music? These zither figurines are impervious to weapons and are made of bronze? I wonder how strong they are. Venerable Lun Yen said worriedly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bronze figurines trembled. Suddenly, an azure-colored light shot over from the distance. Is that a spirit? An azure-colored spirit? Long Wanqing said while goggling. Whoosh. However, that spirit suddenly shot into one of the bronze figurines, entering the interior in a flash. Buzz. Suddenly, that bronze figurine's eyes glowed red. Then it twisted its neck. It moved. Moved? Came back to life? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Yes, it came back to life. This is a shell. The spirit found a shell and can live for a longer time, Venerable Lun Yen said. Swish. 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 Beams of azure-colored light shot down from the distance and entered the many zither figurines. However, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. These zither figurines attracted the spirit here? Whoosh. Gu Hai turned his head and charged into his ritual array at his fastest speed. At the same time, some of the cultivators surrounding Gu Hai on the sea immediately goggled. They saw many spirits shooting over from the distance, looking like a meteor shower as they fell into Gu Hai's ritual array and into the sea below. What? This is? Sima Changkong flew into the air, looking at this mysterious phenomenon in shock. My lord, it must be that ritual array. The buzzing sounds coming from the ritual array attracted the spirits. There are so many spirits. More and more spirits. Could it be that all the spirits in the Silver Moon Sea are here? What is happening under that ritual array? Everyone exclaimed. Whoosh. Stop, stop. You're mine. Fairy Wanner's anxious shout came from afar. Fairy Wanner? Many people looked over curiously. They saw Fairy Wanner chasing after a yellow stream of light. That is? Gaoqin's spirit? Sima Changkong's expression changed. However, the yellow stream of light was too fast, so fast that Sima Changkong couldn't stop it in time. It instantly rushed into Gu Hai's ritual array and headed for the deep sea. Spirits could pass through physical bodies, so naturally they could pass through ritual arrays. The yellow spirit heard the bronze man's voice and saw Gu Hai's ritual array. However, it didn't take it seriously and wanted to pass through it in an instant. Just as it rushed into the ritual array. Slap. All of a sudden, the little yellow fairy's figure paused and stopped. The little spirit's eyes widened. What was going on? However, it saw that it was being held in someone's hand. It was Gu Hai. Gu Hai was holding the yellow spirit with one hand. When he saw the spirits coming, he knew that his chance had come. He quickly rushed into the ritual array and waited. As expected, he saw a yellow light shoot over. Without hesitation, he used the ritual array to appear at the spot where the yellow light passed through. Gu Hai grabbed the yellow spirit. Gaoqin's spirit? It's so easy to get? Gu Hai stared blankly. Speaking of which, Gu Hai really didn't expect to catch it. His Guqin Dao was a lie, and there was no chance for him to find the yellow spirit. Hence, he didn't have any hopes from the start. That was why he came to help Shangguan Hen find the snake head. However, everything was so strange. Gaoqin's spirit suddenly flew into his hands? Let me go, you bad guy, let me go. Gaoqin's spirit shouted anxiously. If I don't accept a gift from heaven, I will be punished. Do you think I will let you go? Ah. Gu Hai laughed excitedly. The yellow spirit stared at Gu Hai with its eyes wide open. Suddenly it spat, "Spit, let me go or I will curse your whole family." Gu Hai was speechless. How could Gu Hai expect that this little spirit could spit and curse? Did he catch the wrong spirit? Was this really Gaoqin's spirit? Little brat, do you know who I am? Let me go and I will let you go. Otherwise I will teach you a lesson. Spit. The yellow spirit spat again. Spit, 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 spit. Gu Hai's face darkened. This little spirit wasn't so shameless when he was at Silver Moon Island. Why did it suddenly become like this? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of green light shot into the bronze figures. The little spirits from all over Silver Moon Island rushed into the bronze figures. The bronze figures slowly came to life. You idiot, let go of me quickly. It's gone, it's almost gone. The yellow spirit showed a desperate expression. It's over, it's over. My life is in the hands of a scourge like you. Son of a B asterisk tis, let me go. Woo woo, I curse you, curse your son to not have a D asterisk CK. The yellow spirit cursed at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face turned pale. Was this guy Gauchen's spirit? Chapter 213. Damn. Big brother, master, I beg you, let me go. There aren't many Guqin figurines left, and they'll all be snatched away soon. You're my master, okay? The yellow little fairy finally gave in. After nagging for a long time, Gu Hai was completely at a loss. This guy was definitely not Gauchen's soul. This was clearly a hooligan, scoundrel, spineless and thick-skinned. Could this guy be Gauchen's soul? In the outside world. At this moment, more and more little fairies rushed over from all directions, rushing towards the bronze men. Along with the bronze men, countless cultivators chased over, and a large number of Guqin masters rushed over. Fairy Wanner felt that her previous good temper was about to be wiped clean. Impossible, whose Guqin Dao is this? Whose Guqin Dao is so powerful that I almost caught Gauchen's soul, but they were all attracted by him. This Guqin sound? Can the buzzing sound attract the little fairies? I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I'm unwilling. Who is it, who is it? The flying boat carried one and flew rapidly. Fairy One saw the yellow little fairy suddenly drilling into Gu Hai's formation from afar. Although she could see that it was a formation, she was burning with anxiety at this moment and didn't care about it at all. Whoosh! Fairy One drove the flying boat and quickly flew into it. As soon as they immediately entered a huge area of clouds and mist. Huh! Fairy One's expression changed. Only then did she realize that she was impulsive. She turned her head and looked around and happened to see Gu Hai in the distance. At this moment, Gu Hai was looking at the thing in his right hand with a look of disdain. In Gu Hai's right hand, he was holding Gauchen's soul that he almost caught. You again? Fairy Wanner glared and shouted angrily. Huh? Gu Hai turned his head and looked and happened to see Fairy Wanner. Gauchen's soul? Why is it in your hands? Why is it in your hands? Fairy Wanner was about to go crazy. If it had been any other Guqin master, no matter who it was, he would have been able to tolerate the fact that they had Gauchen's soul. But why was it this swindler? He didn't even have the concept of the Guqin Dao, so how could he possibly grasp it? If I'm so powerful, why haven't I been caught yet? It's not fair. Oh, so it's the Fairy Wanner? Gu Hai said calmly. I'm asking you, why is Gauchen's soul in your hands? How did it end up in your hands? Fairy Wanner shouted with wide eyes. I caught him. Gu Hai said blankly. Was there a need to be so angry? Impossible. Impossible. How did you manage to catch him? How did you catch it? Fairy Wanner was in despair. You grabbed it with your hands? Gu Hai was puzzled. Fairy Wanner? My Guqin Dao is so powerful, but I failed to catch it. You who do not have the Guqin Dao managed to catch it? Are you kidding me? However, that was the truth. Gu Hai caught it, really caught it. Depression surged into Fairy Wanner's head. She felt like vomiting blood again. However, this time it was because she was angered by Gu Hai. Rumble. Another large wave of small spirits rushed to the bottom of the sea. Fairy Wanner forced herself to calm down and take a look. That's not right. That's not right. What in the sea attracted Gauchen's soul? Did you take advantage of it? Fairy Wanner shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yen, and Shangguan Hen charged into the ritual array from below. Your Majesty, it's not good. Quick, those bronze men are rioting. Shangguan Hen said anxiously. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. With a wave of his sleeve, he was able to see the situation at the bottom of the sea through the formation. It was a bronze man with a ferocious expression, charging straight at the formation. Boom. Suddenly, the bronze man barged into the formation and looked in Gu Hai's direction with a ferocious expression. And at the bottom of the sea, another 10 bronze men were about to rush up. Not good. Gu Hai's expression changed as he waved his hand. Voila! Immediately the great formation surged slightly. Another 10 bronze men appeared, but this time they didn't charge in, instead being stopped with a loud bang. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 bronze men slammed into the array, and all of them revealed anxious expressions as they began to attack the array with all their might. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 bronze men quickly attacked the array, but the bronze men that entered the array instantly pounced at Gu Hai. Huh. Fairy Wana was slightly startled. Qin figurines? I'll do it. Venerable Lun Yen shouted, 9-star pearl alignment. The 9 Buddhist prayer beads suddenly turned into stars again as they charged at that bronze man. Roar. The bronze man let out a loud roar. He extended his fist and brazenly struck out. Boom, boom, boom. The bronze man only moved back slightly before knocking away the 9 Buddhist prayer beads. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. What? A peak nascent soul figurine? Roar. The bronze man charged again. Strength to pick up mountains, unrivaled might. Suddenly, a cloud beast charged out of the great formation. The Jianghu cloud beast swung its halberd at the bronze man. Roar. The bronze man roared and punched with its right fist. Boom. Crack. The huge clash created a large number of sparks. A white mark appeared on the bronze man's arm. However, it managed to block the halberd. The two forces reached a stalemate. Another one. Gu Hai shouted. Strength to pick up mountains, unrivaled might. Suddenly, another Jianghu cloud beast appeared and swung its halberd again. Boom. The bronze man swung its left arm up. Again the two forces reached a stalemate. However, the two Jianghu cloud beasts finally suppressed the bronze man. The bronze man bent over under the pressure but could not be undone. Roar, roar. That bronze man roared as it stared at Gu Hai. More accurately, it stared at Gaoqin's soul in Gu Hai's hand. This bronze man is so strong that it is impervious to weapons? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Although the bronze man was suppressed, Gu Hai understood that the great formation was draining spirit stones to suppress him. Boom, boom, boom. More bronze men gathered outside. In the blink of an eye, there were already several hundred of them, crazily attacking the great formation. The great formation trembled, causing the expressions of Gu Hai's group to change. At this moment, Sima Changkong and the others no longer saw the sea region as calm as before. Loud sounds rang out as towering waves surged in the surrounding sea. Rumble. Tsunamis soared into the sky and the sea waves were huge. Countless cultivators who wanted to rush forward stopped with a change in expression. What's going on? What happened here? Why are there so many spirits rushing here? I saw the demoness Fairy Wana. She chased Gaoqin's soul into that great formation. The demoness got Gaoqin's soul? The cultivators were also anxious. In the great formation, Gu Hai's surroundings were also shaking violently. Hundreds of bronze men had turned into tens of thousands of bronze men. The power of the great formation made Gu Hai and the others feel a chill in their hearts. What's going on? These bronze men seem to be targeting you? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Suddenly Long Wanqing saw Gaoqin's soul in Gu Hai's hand. They are targeting this little thing, right? Gaoqin's soul? Long Wanqing said in surprise. Gu Hai stared at Gaoqin's soul. At this moment, the yellow little fairy's face was also ashen. It's over, it's over. These little things, they're going to eat me. The yellow little fairy said in horror. Slap. Gu Hai swung his right hand and slapped its head with his finger. Who are you? Speak properly, what's going on? Gu Hai said coldly. After understanding the yellow little fairy's character, Gu Hai was no longer polite to it. This thick-skinned little fairy had to be tougher with him. It's all the fault of the Qin figurines here. It's all the fault of these Qin figurines. In the past, I was the biggest among all the elves. That group of idiots didn't have any intelligence. Damn it, wherever I went, they would all avoid me and I would hit whoever I wanted. Now it's all over. They got the body, they're the boss now. Woo, if I also got a body just now, I wouldn't be afraid anymore. They want to catch you? Gu Hai said with a frown. They want to eat me. Because if they eat me, they will have everything and can live for a very long time. In their current state, they can only last for 2 months at most. If they eat me, they can live. It's over, it's over. How many zither figurines are there? The yellow little fairy looked at Gu Hai. 1 million. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. 1 million? But there are 2 million green fairies. It's not enough to share. It's over. 1 million zither figurines are chasing me? Just let me die. Oh my god. Which bastard created so many zither figurines? The yellow little fairy said in despair. That bastard created you too. Guhai was speechless. Forget I said it before. The yellow little fairy's face stiffened. Boom. About 400,000 bronze figurines began to attack the formation. The formation shook violently as if it couldn't hold on for much longer. What to do, what to do? The yellow little fairy said in despair. Aren't you a spiritual body? They already have a physical body. They can't catch you, right? Long Wanqing asked in confusion. They can catch us because they are zither figurines? The zither figurines can catch us. The yellow little fairy said anxiously. Long Wanqing and the others looked at Guhai. Boom, boom, boom. As more and more bronze figurines appeared, the formation became more and more difficult to resist. Guhai was anxious. In the distance, Sima Changkong and the rest were shocked as they looked at the 300-meter-tall tsunami around them. There's a bronze figurine's heavy strike formation at the bottom of the sea. Someone reported to Sima Changkong. Formation? What a powerful formation. Even at this level it was still able to block the attack? A city defense formation is nothing more than this, right? Are you sure Guhai only used one day to set it up? Sima Changkong exclaimed. Yes. What a talent. How many more tricks does this Guhai have? Sima Changkong's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Inside the ritual array, Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yan each took out a flying ship. Guhai, are you really going to do this? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. That's right. Heaven sent Gaoqin's spirit to me. Why should I not try? I'll pilot your flying ship and escape. You all follow Venerable Lun Yan. Those bronze figurines will not care about you, Guhai said. We're fine. It's just. Don't worry. When I have no other choice, I know how to make a choice. Guhai said with a nod. Make a choice? Don't, my lord. Big brother, you are my biological big brother. Don't give up on me. If you give up on me, I'll be finished. I'll sing for you in the future. Gaoqin's spirit looked at Guhai with anticipation. In return, Guhai showed a look of disdain. Boom. The ritual array shook wildly. It looked like it would break soon. Remember, look for City Lord He again. Perhaps there will be a turn for the better this time, Guhai instructed. Right, everyone answered. Venerable Lun Yan led Shangguan Hen and Long Wanqing onto the flying ship and instantly charged out of the ritual array. Not far away, Fairy One charged out of the ritual array with a dissatisfied gaze, leaving only Guhai on Long Wanqing's white cloud flying ship. Roar. Suddenly, the bronze figurines roared in unison. Boom. The ritual array that Guhai laid shattered. The huge impact kicked up 600-meter-tall waves in the surrounding sea. Countless cultivators tried to protect themselves in horror. Whoosh. The instant the ritual array exploded, Guhai drove his flying ship out of the sea and into the sky. Chapter 214. Boom. When the bronze men attacked, the shock waves caused the entire sea region to surge with towering waves. The cultivators rushing over all revealed horrified expressions as they watched from afar, not daring to get close. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, two flying ships charged out of the ritual array in the center of the waves. These were the flying ships of Venerable Lun Yan and Fairy Wanner. Whoosh. The two flying ships quickly left the ritual array and headed for the distant crowd. Is that Fairy Wanner? Is it that witch? Wasn't she the one who chased after Gaoqin's soul earlier? Is her zither Dao not very impressive anymore? Did she capture Gaoqin's soul? Countless cultivators looked at Wanner, anticipating a conversation. The surroundings were too noisy, and the cultivators spoke extremely loudly. Naturally, these voices reached Fairy Wanner's ears, which had excellent hearing. Humph. Fairy Wanner snorted coldly, feeling depressed. Boom. Just at this moment, the ritual array in the distance exploded. The boundless seawater exploded again, shooting into the sky. Whoosh. Another flying boat rushed out in an instant. It was Guhai. Guhai controlled the flying ship with one hand and grabbed the wide-eyed yellow spirit with the other. Look, it's Guhai. Great Master Gu. It really is Great Master Gu. Look at Great Master Gu's hand. Is that Gaoqin's soul? So, Great Master Gu obtained it? Great Master Gu's zither Dao is indeed incredible. That which wants to compete with Great Master Gu? She must be dreaming. Indeed. Great Master Gu's Zither Dao is not something that which can compare to. To think that she wants to use underhanded means to stop him. How laughable. Before absolute strength, all schemes are jokes. No matter how much that which spouts nonsense, it is useless. Great Master Gu is more incredible than her. He is simply incredible. Countless cultivators showed confident expressions as they criticized Gu Hai. The anger that Fairy Wanner just suppressed erupted again. Gu Hai, you liar, I'm not done with you. Fairy Wanner yelled even more pitifully. However, Gu Hai had already flown far away. He held the yellow little fairy in his hand, flying at high speed. The yellow little fairy stared into the distance. My goodness, fly, fly. My life is very valuable. Hurry up, hurry up. Shut up. Gu Hai said coldly with a dark face. Boom. However, from the bottom of the sea, many bronze figures suddenly flew into the sky and shot toward Gu Hai's flying boat like cannonballs. Swish. 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 1,000,000 cannonballs to bombard Gu Hai's flying boat? That scene instantly made all the cultivators who were talking just now widen their eyes. What is that? Qin figurines? Bronze zither figurines? So fast? Are you kidding me? Is this the most powerful Guqin figurine in the Yuanying state? This is in the hundreds of thousands, right? No, 1,000,000, right? Countless Guqin masters suddenly cried out in surprise. They were all Guqin cultivators, so naturally they had heard of the Guqin figurines. Such a huge number naturally caused everyone to reveal a look of shock. Boom. 1,000,000 of them, covering the sky and covering the earth, chased after Gu Hai. In the past they were only the size of a thumb. Now they were all in human form. Each of the Guqin figurines had a ferocious look on their faces. They held bronze swords in their hands and were extremely fast. Swish. Swish. Even though Gu Hai was driving the flying boat, his speed was only slightly faster. However, there were more than 1,000,000 bronze figures. If he flew in a straight line, Gu Hai could slowly increase the distance between them. However, the Silver Moon Sea was sealed by the sea sealing enchantment. Before long, Gu Hai arrived at the edge of the sea sealing enchantment. Break for me. The heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly pressed down. Boom. The array shook violently, but it did not break. What? Gu Hai's expression changed. The heaven-suppressing divine seal was his strongest power now. How could it not break free from the sea-sealing enchantment? Although the sea-sealing enchantment was shaking, it did not break free. Perhaps it could be broken with a few more hits. However, the nearest bronze figure was already in front of him. Go! Gu Hai's expression changed. He put away the heaven-suppressing divine seal and controlled the flying boat to turn and leave. Whoosh! After the flying boat left, hundreds of bronze figures arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of bronze figures crashed into the sea-sealing enchantment, causing it to shake slightly. Turning around, the bronze figures chased after Gu Hai again. Silver Moon Sea. Gu Hai flew in the air and looked around. There were bronze figures everywhere. They were invulnerable and extremely fast. They charged at him ferociously. The flying boat shuttled through the gaps between the flying bronze figures. Gaochen's soul looked at the densely packed bronze figures in front of him and was dumbfounded. Don't go over there. It's all bronze figures, all of them. I'm going to die because of you. Father, mother, save me, huh? I don't seem to have parents? I learned it from them and got used to shouting. God, why don't I even have parents? Who's going to save me? There's not even a person to shout for. I'm so miserable. Gaochen's soul shouted in horror. Shut up. Gu Hai roared with a headache. The yellow little elf was still shouting. Gu Hai's face was ferocious. He controlled the flying boat to crash into the large group of bronze figures. He had no choice but to do so. He was surrounded in all directions. Boom. Suddenly, the flying boat crashed into 15 bronze figures and flew out through the gaps between the large group of bronze figures. Motherfucker, good, we escaped. The yellow little elf suddenly shouted excitedly. Whoosh. Gu Hai's flying boat was once again in the midst of the Silver Moon Sea. Swish. 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 The group of bronze men chased after him relentlessly, continuously following behind him. Gu Hai smiled bitterly as he dodged the bronze figures. Why did this scene feel like a large wave of fighter jets was chasing after him? It was not just a large wave but 1,000,000 fighter jets chasing after him. How long could he last? When the flying boat arrived at Silver Moon Island, close to 1,000 bronze figures were already guarding Silver Moon Island. When they saw the flying boat, they immediately charged over. Whoosh. Gu Hai's flying boat quickly flew over. A large-scale and ferocious chase played out above the Silver Moon Sea. Nearly all the cultivators looked up at the sky. This included the group of musicians. Is that Master Gu? He is too ferocious. If it were me, my legs would have turned to jelly long ago. The bronze figures are very powerful. Earlier, I saw Master Gu fly to the side of a small island. That bronze figure destroyed the island with one punch. The countless cultivators did not know whether they were worried for Gu Hai or envious of Gu Hai capturing Gao Qin's soul. Perhaps they did not know what they were thinking. They only knew that this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. On Venerable Lun Yan's flying boat, Long Wanqing bit her lip, showing a worried expression. Venerable, is there any way to help Gu Hai? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. Venerable Lun Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. There is no way. If Gu Hai wants to save himself, he just needs to release Gao Qin's soul. Long Wanqing still showed extreme worry in her eyes. Hall Master, I feel that what Gu Hai said earlier makes sense. Now that the bronze figures are exposed, City Lord He might not be able to hide it anymore. Let's quickly go and find City Lord He. Venerable Lun Yan called out. Right. Long Wanqing nodded. On an island in the Silver Moon Sea, He Shikang looked at the bronze figures filling the sky and stumbled. Ah. Bronze figures? Gu Hai released them? Looks like I can't hide it anymore. I can't hide it anymore. Ah. He Shikang's eyes flashed with bitter despair. The water surged for a while at the ritual array where the bronze figures exploded. Now it had calmed down significantly, and the 3 islands were exposed once again. My lord, there is still a small ritual array that Gu Hai laid here. There are 6,000 soldiers with their cultivations sealed? Someone suddenly shouted. Sima Changkong quickly led a large group of gray-clad men over. Seal off this sea region. Don't let anyone in. If necessary, show your identity medallion. Sima Changkong shouted. Yes. As for the 6,000 soldiers on the island, they were let out. Interrogate them. Sima Changkong looked coldly at the 6,000 soldiers. We said don't interrogate them. It was the city lord who wanted us to do it. It was He Shikang, City Lord He. A soldier immediately shouted. Clearly they still thought that Gu Hai was He Shikang's subordinate. They thought that He Shikang sent Gu Hai to silence them. I'll speak. I'll speak. There is a huge dragon at the bottom of the sea, a sinful dragon. I'll speak. I'll speak. I'm innocent. He Shikang tricked me. The group of soldiers fought to be the first to tell Sima Changkong everything they knew. Sima Changkong looked at the crowd blankly. It was extremely difficult to investigate the case previously. Why was it so smooth now? Continue the interrogation. Give me a statement, summarize it and give me the results. A few of you follow me to the bottom of the sea. Sima Changkong said in a deep voice. Yes. On Silver Moon Island. The old village master looked at the bronze figures in the sky and smiled. Good Guqing figurines. Good Mr. Silver Moon, your Guqing figurines are very powerful. I'm incompetent. I didn't manage the Silver Moon Villa well. I've embarrassed you. As he spoke, the old village master's body was filled with lethargy. His eyelids drooped as if he was about to die. Yun Mo's expression changed. Are you all ready? Hurry up. Yun Mo shouted to the people around the island. All around, the disciples of the Silver Moon Villa were excited and said, Young village master, we are all ready. We await your orders. Yun Mo's expression turned solemn and he became silent. All the disciples looked at Yun Mo. Everyone, today I will do something that violates the rules of the villa. After today the Silver Moon Villa may be despised by the world, but I must do it. If I do it today I may be despised by the world, but I will not regret it. If I don't do it today I will regret it for the rest of my life. If you don't want to do it with me, leave immediately. I won't blame you. Yun Mo took a deep breath and said, In order to save the old village master, I am not afraid of any scolding. My life was saved by the old village master. If he can live, what is a little scolding? Young village master, don't hesitate. Hurry, the old village master has reached his limit. We won't leave. The disciples of the villa shouted. Yun Mo looked at the support of the disciples of the villa and his eyes flashed with determination. Turning his head, Yun Mo looked around the Silver Moon Island and revealed a ferocious expression. Guqingdao masters, please excuse me. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.